a dark, eerie figure hovered in the air above the white demon castle. The female image, surrounded by dark energy, was filled with fear. Below the castle was a man called a holy white demon named Chun-Bai. He looked very tired and was trying to catch his breath. Erlos, the Queen of Darkness, did not want to accept defeat from her husband in the mission. She upset her very much, and the queen was going to punish her ward. Chun-Bai was not happy with what Erlos had just said. He was very worried about his situation and did not understand what would happen now. The man asked the Queen of Darkness to wait and not punish him because he had completed many missions. Chun-Bai asked to be given another chance. Despite all the requests, Erlos said that an ordinary person has no right to ask her for anything, and the man will simply perish with this castle. After that, the Queen of Darkness began to destroy the castle and everything around it. In such a situation, an ordinary person definitely could not survive. Chun-Bai tried to resist the dark energy, but it was too strong. The man was slowly dragged down along with pieces of earth. As he fell down, Chun-Bai wondered why this happened, because he had completed so many missions for this witch and she had killed him for one mistake. The man was flying down at breakneck speed. His body began to literally tear into pieces. At that moment he felt what the life of a miserable person is like. Chun-Bai landed in the pond. His body was mangled and only one part remained. It seems he managed to survive. Despite his situation, the man began to laugh loudly. It was like hysterical laughter that occurs in a hopeless situation. Chun-Bai raised his head and gave the Dark Queen his middle finger, warning her that she would never be able to defeat him. Erlos was already fed up with constant conversations from her ward, so she stepped on him with her left foot and pushed him under the water. Chun-Bai once again found himself in a hopeless trap. The stream of water literally knocked him out of his hands and gave him no chance to survive. All that the man saw around him was darkness. He perfectly understood that there was no chance of survival. However, there was a trump card hanging around his neck. The hourglass, which held the sand at the bottom, suddenly began to roll back and turn back time. Chun-Bai continued to be angry with Erlos and show her the middle finger. He woke up in his own bed and seemed much younger. Suddenly the young man realized the fact that there was no danger in front of him. He didn't understand how he was even alive. After surveying the area around him, Chun-Bai noticed that he was in the dormitory of the university where he studied 20 years ago. Chun-Bai couldn't figure out if it was all a dream. However, suddenly the wreath remembered the hourglass that was always next to him. This watch fell into his hands 20 years ago. This happened before he decided to start his adventures in the Lost World. Chun-Bai had ever come across. He did not know how the clock worked and saw that the sand was always at the bottom. However, now he found himself in the mountains of the clock. The sand slowly flowed down and the young man wondered where he was now. Looking at the calendar on his phone, Chun-Bai saw that he was experiencing the day of June 5, 2032. This was a significant figure for the young man. After 10 days, he started his journey. The young man began to receive tasks from the universe and began a difficult path in the Lost World. It was on that day that more than 90% of the Earth's population died due to inexplicable exposure. They could not resist and simply suffocated. After a while, most of the dead people turned into zombies and other evil spirits which began to take over the Earth, forming their own order. Even modern weapons could not cope with such an onslaught of zombies, and the tragedy happened in one night. Almost the whole world was taken over by monsters. However, at the same time, some people began to notice incredible abilities in themselves. They could control the power that seemed to come down to them from heaven. There were also a lot of magical things that were lost all over the world. After a while, people started looking for them to increase their chances of survival. Some of these artifacts belonged to the gods themselves. The gods could not directly rule the world, so they recruited listeners who performed their tasks. In his past life, Chun-Bai, due to his weakness, was able to fall under the guidance of the dark goddess Erlos with great difficulty. He performed absolutely all the tasks given by the woman. For some time, the goddess was pleased with her ward and did not give even a hint of punishment. However, one fine day, the man realized that he was very wrong. He could not even imagine that one failed mission would cost him his life. Chun-Bai immediately started reading the news on his phone. Almost all the articles were about patients in hospitals going crazy and biting other patients. The man got up from his bed and thought that he should become stronger in this life and not rely on the gods but rather destroy Erlos. Chun-Bai experienced life for the second time, so he knew about the virus and the reason for the skill awakening. He decided to put on a mask and infiltrate one of the hospitals. The young man walked confidently through the corridors of the hospital. In his past life, he had the lowest rank virus resistance, so he wanted to increase his skills in this. Approaching one of the offices, the young man heard how a doctor and a nurse were discussing the symptoms of a patient who seemed to come to them from a horror movie. Doctors had never seen such symptoms before. They didn't know what to do with it. They just locked the patient in a room. An unknown man was lying on the bed covered by a curtain. His body was completely chained to the bed so that he could not move and harm others. The man clearly resembled a zombie in his appearance. The veins on his face literally throbbed and were sticking out more and more. Chun-Bai entered the patient's room and assessed his appearance. Given his previous experience, the young man could confidently say that it was a zombie. The student brought a rather large syringe with him and was about to use it. He apologized to his husband and said that this was a mandatory measure. Chun-Bai inserted the needle directly into the patient's vein and began to draw blood from it. She was not at all like a human and had a purple hue. Having collected a sufficient amount of blood, the young man decided that this should be enough for him to be able to awaken the ability he needed. After that, Chun-Bai returned to the dormitory where no one was found. It seemed very strange to him that his room was completely empty. After all, it was only in the hands of the young man. Now he could test the syringe with liquid, which he filled with the help of the patient. Chun-Bai was perfectly aware of all the risks he was taking. Looking at the syringe, the young man warned himself that if the experiment failed, he would die. Despite all the danger, Chun-Bai just needed the extra strength. That's why he injected himself with zombie blood to make some progress. Continuing to inject himself with liquid, the young man repeated that after 10 years of stagnation, he simply could not stand still. Finally, he finished. After the injection, Chun-Bai felt excruciating pain in his left arm. He could barely contain the scream that so badly wanted to break out. In the end, the young man's body could not stand it and he fell to the floor. Chun-Bai felt himself slowly begin to lose consciousness and fall asleep. The boy woke up already in his subconscious, where he was on the surface of the water. Right in front of him was his old acquaintance Erlos. Chun-Bai felt like a complete failure in the parallel reality, unable to even stand up. The woman across the street kept calling him to her. The Queen of Darkness was ready to welcome the man with open arms to become her servant. Erlos was ready to give her husband absolutely everything. Chun-Bai made such a decision in his past life. He obeyed the queen's beautiful words and plunged completely into darkness. But now everything was completely different. The young man raised his evil eyes and said that he would kill Erlos even if he had to suffer. Chun-Bai spent the whole night in his night terrors. Finally, the morning of the next day came. The hostel was surprisingly quiet. After a not very easy night, the young man felt exhausted. His arms and legs were contorted from the virus he injected into his body at the hospital. Chun-Bai slowly approached the door to his room. The young man's body almost disobeyed him and was barely able to open the door. Chun-Bai looked really different after his transformation. Veins appeared on his face and blood flowed from his eyes and mouth for some time. The students who lived next to the young man were very frightened when they saw their acquaintance. They thought he was really a zombie. The students simply could not believe their eyes and assumed that now they would have to defend themselves against a zombie they knew well. Suddenly, Chun-Bai's brain suddenly began to think differently. He regained consciousness and realized that he could fully control his body. The young man stopped in his place and stopped the pressure on his peers. The students also stopped shouting and did not understand what was happening. Chun-Bai greeted his fellow students. His disfigured face was very surprised that the students did not return to the dormitory until morning. After that, the young man decided to go to the bathroom to wash himself. One of his companions was very puzzled by what he saw with his own eyes. Chun-Bai didn't care what his peers thought of him. The young man confidently entered the bathroom and stopped at its door. After that, he went to the mirror and smiled sinisterly. Chun-Bai realized that his plan had worked and the zombie virus had failed to kill him overnight. The only thing the young man did not know was how much his ability level would increase after awakening. He wanted to find out as soon as possible. Suddenly Chun Bai began to hear the voice of the universe around him. The voice congratulated him on the status of a pioneer and a rather early awakening. The young man was pleasantly surprised that he had already woken up. He reached for his specs, which were surprisingly available so quickly. After reading them for a while, Chun Bai realized that this life would be very different from the past. He really liked the characteristics. A sinister smile appeared on the young man's face, reflecting his inner state. Now he could do much more than in his previous life. Chun Bai City clenched his right fist, under which was the conch shell. He didn't even notice how he almost completely crushed her. After that night, Chun Bai was no longer an ordinary person. After awakening, he was able to achieve the divine status of the Virus King of the SSS rank. Chun Bai said again that the Virus King is the strongest ability of the virus class. With its help, he could absorb and genetically modify viruses. However, now the young man could only absorb viruses at close range. He needed to absorb as many viruses as possible to level up. Chun Bai immediately went to the hospital, as it was the best place to find pathogens that could affect his skills. Suddenly the young man stopped at the entrance to the institution and looked in front of him in surprise. He just couldn't believe that this was really happening now. People left the hospital very quickly, escaping from the zombies. Chun Bai just stood at the entrance and watched the commotion. Some people were not very lucky and ended up on the ground. After that, they were bitten by zombies, which significantly increased the population of monsters. One of the runners informed Chun Bai that the zombies wanted to take over their planet and the end of the world would soon come. The young man was still surprised. He had not seen a day like this in his memories, but he suddenly remembered that there had been 3 similar cases of zombie rebirth in Jiangxing City. One of them was a hospital closed for quarantine. Chun Bai could confidently conclude that he was in this particular hospital. The man behind the young man tried to stop him, warning that if he encountered a zombie he would turn into a monster. Chun Bai knew perfectly well what he was getting at. Despite the words of the man, the young man makes friends from his place and went to meet the monster. The young man very kindly met the zombies on his way. Placing the group on his face, Chun Bai easily knocked the monster to the floor. With the same hand, the young man used the ability of the Virus King and began to suck the virus from the zombies, which gave him points to strengthen his abilities. Chun Bai himself didn't know how it worked yet, but he could already feel the strengthening in his body. He really liked his new ability. After the young man absorbed one zombie, another appeared on his way. Chun Bai asked to take his time, as everyone would have their turn. An incredible queue of zombies really lined up to receive the young man. They were ordinary people who were infected with modified bodies. Meanwhile, zombies have taken over almost the entire hospital. In the toilet on the 4th floor, one of the monsters tried to break into one of the cubicles. Inside was a doctor who was shaking with fear. At some point, the man realized that the door would soon break and his inevitable end would come. The doctor had absolutely nowhere to run. He was in 4 walls and understood that it is already possible to say goodbye to life. Hysterical tears appeared on the doctor's face and he turned his head back. Behind him was a nurse with red hair. The girl was sitting on the floor and crying from hopelessness. She asked Dr. Lu, "Hey, they won't be able to find a way out of this situation." The doctor was no longer in control of himself in this situation. The nurse noticed that something was wrong with the man and asked why he was behaving like that. Lu Feng rushed at his assistant and said that he had wanted her all his life and now was finally the moment when he had nothing to lose. However, the zombies did not let the man do his job. The monster broke the door of the toilet with his hand and now began to threaten the man. Lu Feng was not very pleased with this turn of events. He saw the zombie behind him and caught himself thinking that he didn't want to die. Lu Feng suddenly grabbed the nurse's hand. The girl was very scared at that moment and demanded to let her go, but the man did not obey. The doctor pulled the nurse with all his strength, lifting her from the floor. The girl continued to scream, ordering her to let go. However, Lu Feng had other plans for his charges. He threw her body at the monster and shouted loudly that he would live. After that, the man rushed to the first window that came his way. He was perfectly aware that he was now on the 4th floor. The doctor faced a very difficult choice. He was on the 4th floor and didn't want to jump, but there was a zombie behind him. In the end, Lu Feng made a difficult decision and broke the glass on his way. The man threw himself out of the window and ended up in free fall. However, he was not the only one who took this difficult step. The zombie chasing the man also jumped out of the window and flew after his target. Lu Feng still did not jump down and lingered on the 4th floor. He managed to trick the zombie, but the man himself was not in the best condition. Just a few minutes passed and Chun Bai destroyed almost all the zombies in his path. There were more and more monsters on the floor. After cleaning up, the young man went inside the hospital because he needed to know something. He also met a lot of zombies on his way here. Suddenly Chun Bai stopped when he saw a barely alive body on his way. He immediately realized that this was exactly what he needed. The young man approached the unconscious nurse and saved her from the zombie who was on top of her. The girl lay motionless on the floor. She had a rather unpleasant appearance, but she was still alive. Chun Bai could conclude that the nurse had been bitten very recently. After that, the young man put his hand to her head and decided that he had enough time to save her. He decided to use the absorption technique. Chun Bai knew that the police and military would be coming to the hospital soon, so he needed someone who knew the whole hospital well. The young man began to absorb the poisonous zombie energy from the girl's brain. He believed that by absorbing the virus he would be able to save the nurse. Finally, the girl opened her eyes after a few minutes. She has already said goodbye to life, but suddenly it is clear that she is still alive. The nurse immediately got up from her seat and looked around. Chun Bai could be sure that his technique was successful. The girl turned to face the young man and thanked him for his help. She was infinitely grateful that the stranger had saved her. Chun Bai helped the nurse to her feet and asked if she had lost her memory. The girl replied that she was completely healthy. After that, the young man asked her for help. The nurse felt very uncomfortable and said that she would certainly help, but she needed to change. Chun Bai grabbed the girl's hand and said that there is no time for this. He asked the nurse to show him the way to where all the viruses are stored. An ordinary girl brought the young man to the laboratory the zombies had already visited. Just at the entrance to the laboratory lay a dead human body. The nurse told where all the viruses of the hospital are and where the viruses of individual patients are. Chun Bai chose a few and said that it was quite enough. After that, the young man began to pour all the viruses into one flask. The nurse wanted to ask what he was doing, but the stranger asked him to be quieter. Filling the half-liter flask halfway, Chun Bai began to swallow it. Inside were several different viruses that were very dangerous, but not for the king of viruses. He absorbed absolutely all of the poison with his technique and remained whole and unharmed. Looking at his hands, the young man thought that thanks to this he could strengthen the zombie virus. This could be done by absorbing other viruses. Chun Bai chose exactly the right moment to pump up his skills. He knew that the zombie virus could evolve into several other viruses. Specifically, it was a virus of light and darkness that was created to absorb and evolve. That was exactly what he needed now. Suddenly, the man's spiritual practice was interrupted by a girl who informed him that zombies had reached the laboratory and were going to attack them. At the entrance to the laboratory, you could really see a monster. Chun Bai asked the nurse to calm down and just stay where she was. After that, the young man instantly moved from his place and headed in the direction of the zombie. The girl was simply shocked to see such a speed. Chun Bai grabbed the monster by the throat and estimated its approximate weight. It was a great opportunity for the young man to test his new skills. After squeezing the monster's throat as much as possible, Chun Bai's hand began to emit a strange dark energy that slowly began to consume the monster's body. The zombie himself was not happy that he visited the laboratory. He absolutely could not do anything with the dark vines that enveloped his body. The monster tried to resist, but it was all in vain. The young man's skills turned out to be much stronger than his worthless poison. Chun Bai was very pleased with the result. With the help of evolutionary absorption, he was able to absorb absolutely all the energy of a zombie. In the end, there was absolutely nothing in his right hand. The young man absorbed all the energy and poison contained in the zombie. Chun Bai was pleasantly surprised that he was able to absorb the monster quite quickly. After that, he again returned to the nurse. The girl looked very frightened and confused. She could not put the two words together and wanted to ask what the man had just done. Chun Bai looked at the girl and asked if it really scared her. The nurse at that moment just wanted to get out of this building. The girl began to breathe deeply and slowly, trying to calm herself. She did not want to believe that the man in front of her would turn out to be a murderer. The nurse said with confidence that the young man saved her, so she agrees not to reveal his secret if he leaves her alive. Chun-Bai very easily agreed to these conditions and presented his name. The nurse began to shake the man's hand and also called her name Su Xian. As soon as people began to establish a connection between themselves, they heard the loud sounds of cars in which law enforcement agencies had definitely arrived at the hospital. Chun-Bai said that now the military and police will surround the hospital from all sides and kill the zombies, so they should get out of here immediately. The boy grabbed the girl and dragged her to the roof where they could escape. Su Xian tried to understand why they were running away since they were not zombies. Chun-Bai explained that they didn't have time to go down to the first floor, so it was easier to escape through the roof. Meanwhile, they were being watched by a monster. Encountering a fairly large zombie on his way, Chun-Bai assessed the situation as bad. They were forced to stop at that moment. The young man immediately threw the girl behind him so as not to expose her to danger. Chun-Bai was preparing to face the monster alone. However, everything turned out not at all as the young man assumed. The zombie's attention was completely focused on Su Xian, who was a little to the right. Feeling that the monster's gaze was on her, the girl was very scared. At that moment, she realized that the zombie was targeting her for some reason. The monster wasn't going to just stand there and stare at people. He let out a loud cry and rushed into battle to tear the living flesh to shreds. Chun-Bai wasn't going to let the zombie through him. He stood up for the girl, covering her with his own body. The young man spent a few seconds fighting the monster, and a wound already appeared on his hand. Blood flowed steadily from his left hand. Despite this, Chun-Bai felt completely normal. He was very interested in continuing the fight and seeing what the monster could do. The young man still had many trump cards up his sleeve, and he was eager to use them so that the virus of darkness and light would continue to evolve. The zombie was not going to stand still for long, and at the same moment he moved from it. In a split second, the monster was right in front of the young man's face. Chun-Bai wasn't about to just stare at his opponent, so he pushed off the ground to avoid getting hurt too much in battle. The young man jumped high into the air and laughed to dodge the powerful blow of the monster. The zombie did not expect that the enemy would be so fast. Chun-Bai instead decided to immediately counterattack his opponent. He swung his right leg with all his might and struck the opponent. The zombie did not have time to react to this blow, so he was forced to take it. The opponent's powerful kick hit the monster right in the face. Chun-Bai meanwhile pushed back and flew over his opponent. He saw that he did absolutely no damage to the zombie. In addition, the monster was able to deliver quick, powerful blows. The young man barely managed to dodge one of them, raising his head. Landing on the ground, Chun-Bai decided to prepare a bit for the next attack and retreat. He needed to gain more strength. However, zombie was completely against the young man doing something like that. He immediately moved from his place and headed in the direction of his opponent. Chun-Bai decided to absorb the weak zombie. Observing his current opponent, he concluded that they were almost equal in strength. Absorbing the energy of the zombies on the floor, the young man swung his left fist to attack. His arm was completely covered in dark vines. Meanwhile, the monster continued to advance and did not think about defense at all. He paid for his imprudence and took a blow to the chest. Chun-Bai pressed his enemy against his back, leaving a mark on his chest from the previous attack. The zombie started screaming in pain. The young man felt that his blow would not cause any damage to the enemy. He admitted that this fight was the most difficult in his life so far. Given the circumstances, Chun-Bai decided to retreat. He jumped away from his opponent so that he could not attack him by surprise. The young man tried to keep his eyes on the monster. The zombie began to fall to the floor after receiving a powerful blow between his ribs. Despite this, he still remained on his feet. The color of his eyes changed and the zombie became very angry. He was ready to tear a person to pieces. Chun-Bai did not observe any positive effect from his previous attack. The young man concluded that he would have to continue the fight for a very long time. Meanwhile, Su Xian wasn't going to just sit on the sidelines either. She quickly ran to the fire hydrant and decided to break his elbows. The girl felt extremely insecure, but she had to do something to win. She took out the axe and turned to face the young man. Su Xian shouted loudly so that Chun-Bai could hear her. After that, the nurse swung an axe, warning the young man about it. The girl threw the axe directly in front of her in the direction of the ally. She wanted to help him and at least provide help in the form of weapons. Chun-Bai has absolutely no time to wait for the axe. The young man noticed how the monster was already an arm's length behind him. He had to react quickly to the powerful blow of the zombie. Now the monster was using its sharp claws to bring its victory closer. While in the air, Chun-Bai finally waited for reinforcements and caught the axe from Su Xian. The young man did not forget to thank the girl for her help. After that, Chun-Bai stepped on the monster's shoulder and swung his axe, saying that now everything would end much faster. The zombie delivered a powerful blow to his opponent. The young man struck back with his axe, checking whose attack would be stronger. The monster felt the full force of the enemy's blow. A huge gash appeared on his chest, which was left by Chun-Bai with his axe. Cuts from the monster's claws were also observed on the young man's body. Despite this, he looked much better than his opponent. The zombie was not going to stop at anything and continued to pursue the enemy. Chun-Bai was forced to fight back and retreat for a while. The young man constantly maneuvered and finally found a suitable moment for a counterattack. He powerfully pushed off the ground, heading in the direction of the enemy. Chun-Bai swung his axe to throw it in the monster's direction. The zombie, meanwhile, continued to advance without stopping. The young man's throw turned out to be successful and hit the target. He managed to hit the monster's left knee, which was minimally protected at the moment. After that, the zombie was forced to stop and landed on his left knee. The axe remained in the air and Chun-Bai also landed. With a smile on his face, he looked at his opponent and was surprised that he was still on his feet despite being mortally wounded. After that, Chun-Bai decided to end the fight already and bent down to pick up the axe. The monster did nothing at this time. The young man put his left foot on the zombie's head and swung his axe, saying that they had to say goodbye and one of them would go to the grave. After these words, the monster opened its bright red eyes again. The zombie seemed to have come to life and was no longer going to go to the cemetery. He unexpectedly counterattacked his opponent and pinned him against the wall. Chun-Bai did not have time to react to this attack and dropped the axe from his hands. The young man screamed loudly from the unbearable pain in his chest and began to spit blood. There was absolutely nothing he could do in this situation. Su Xian couldn't find a place for herself at this moment. Seeing the wound of the young man, she thought that this was the end of his earthly journey. The axe landed powerfully near the nurse. The girl was shaking all over, and she understood that she would be the monster's next target. However, it was too early to write off Chun-Bai. He remained alive and continued to endure the pain that the zombie inflicted on him. Despite the unpleasant situation, the young man continued to smile. He looked ominously at his enemy and asked if he really wanted to tear him apart. The monster wanted exactly that, but at some point he stopped. He did not understand what was happening, as if his strength was not enough to attack. Chun-Bai was preparing for his incredible technique. Energy vines began to emerge from his stomach to absorb monsters. The young man no longer looked as miserable as he had a second before. Now Zombie had to take care of his own safety. Chun-Bai reached the monster's throat in a fraction of a second and began to strangle it. This was the first step towards absorbing such a large carcass. The young man felt like a real monster king in this situation. Zombie could not resist him, and he felt it very well. After looking at the monster with an ominous and cold gaze for the last time, Chun-Bai said that it was too late to resist, and there was only one thing waiting for him. The young man had in mind the inevitable death as he continued to devour the monster. Su Xian watched all this while sitting on the floor. The girl had very mixed emotions at that moment. She was scared to death but very happy that Chun-Bai was still alive. After being absorbed, the young man landed on the floor and finally completed the technique. He managed to absorb a zombie with claws in the second stage of evolution. His virus of light and darkness mutated, as a result of which the young man received a new ability, claws. On his hands are sharp limbs of incredible size. Chun-Bai was pleasantly pleased with the outcome of this battle. His energy vines began to hide, completing the absorption technique. After this match, the young man realized that he had chosen the right direction of development in the form of a virus of light and darkness, which allowed him to do something similar. Meanwhile, the police and military completely surrounded the hospital and continued to clear it. On their way, they killed almost all the mutated people. The military with weapons and shields stopped seeing people in front of them. They didn't know if they could be zombies, so they told them to raise their hands. Chun-Bai was not very happy to see the law enforcement agencies. The young man thought that they would be able to escape earlier, but the situation turned the other way. The military continued to insist and ordered people to immediately raise their hands. They gave them a countdown and started counting to 3. The men were serious about their work and turned their guns on the strangers. They were ready to shoot them at any moment. On the count of 2, Chun-Bai took his new acquaintance in his arms and turning to face the soldiers apologized to them and told them they needed to go. After that, the group leader counted to 3 and gave the order to open fire on the target. Its barrel fired the first bullet in the direction of the bullet. After the leader, other soldiers started shooting at the target. Chun-Bai quickly moved from his seat and headed forward, ignoring the bullets. Su Xian already understood that she would not be able to refuse the young man, so she hid behind his chest and showed the way to the roof of the hospital. Chun-Bai covered the nurse with his back, which was constantly being hit by bullets. Despite this, the young man continued to run forward. Su Xian informed him that his back was in danger. Chun-Bai replied that the girl had nothing to worry about. The young man continued to endure the pain and headed for the roof. From above, there was absolutely no hint that the building was being taken over by zombies. The nurse's instructions, Chun-Bai found himself on the roof and kicked the door open. He tried to do everything as quickly as possible to get away from the military. The young man asked Su Xian where she lived. The girl was confused but eventually gave her exact address in Rongfeng district on Nanbai Street. Chun-Bai asked absolutely no more questions and said that they had to go to the girl's house considering the situation. Su Xian did not expect such a turn of events. Her facial expression completely conveyed her inner state at the time their journey began. The young man rose from his seat and jumped into the air. Su Xian started to scream because she thought that they would fall and crash from the high-rise building. Chun-Bai reassured the girl and held her tightly. The young man said that he knows what he is doing, so they will definitely stay alive. He headed to Rongfeng district on Nanbai Street. There were a lot of apartments here, in one of which Su Xian lived. The girl was very lucky that she did not lose the keys to her apartment during this commotion. Now she could rest peacefully at home. Entering the apartment, Su Xian introduced the young man to her rooms and advised him to take a bath, and then she would bandage his wounds. Chun-Bai replied that the bullets came out of his back and the wounds healed quite quickly. Despite this, the nurse insisted on a brief examination. The young man had no choice but to accept the girl's proposal. They moved to the bathroom to examine the wounds and bandage them. Chun-Bai took off his clothes and threw them on the floor. He looked very ancient given the course of events today. Su Xian felt very uncomfortable as she examined the young man's body. She pointed out to him the wounds that must be bandaged. The girl also examined the young man's chest and abdomen, saying that they had not completely healed, so you need to be more careful. The nurse felt very strange emotions at that moment. She began to blur as if her thoughts were not occupied with medicine at all. Chun-Bai said that his body could recover very quickly if he had a good lunch with the delicious female body in front of him. The young man asked the nurse what she thought about this and whether she was ready to sacrifice her body for its recovery. Su Xian replied that Chun-Bai would not eat her because if he wanted to, her body would have already turned into fuel for the young man. Chun-Bai got as close as possible to the girl and said that she was wrong and he was just waiting for the right moment, which finally came. Having said that everything suits him now, the young man took off the nurse's overalls behind which her lush breasts were hidden. Su Xian did not expect such a harshness. Despite this, the girl was not going to put up any resistance. She told the young man that he could eat her after taking a shower. Chun-Bai agreed and kissed the girl in her bath. Su Xian was just shocked, but she was in no hurry to push her partner away. The girl hugged the young man by the neck and they continued the affair under the shower. Su Xian felt relaxed for the first time in days. The partners did not think about anything at all being together in the bathtub, the door of which was open. Meanwhile, someone's phone was bursting with messages. It was a mobile phone. Chun-Bai. His friends in the joint group tried to understand where the young man had gone. They could not get in touch with him. The next day, Chun-Bai went shopping. He already knew about the events in the city of Jiangchen, which put the lives of local residents in danger. The woman walked through the streets of the city and read the news about the case in the hospital as well as the bombing of the district, which seemed simply abnormal. Most of the attention was focused on the war with monsters. Chun-Bai knew little about the last two cases as he was not present there. Although there was a lot of information freely available, the young man drew attention to the fact that local residents are practically not bothered by the situation happening around them. Suddenly Su Xian called the young man and informed him that just recently two strange men came to her talking about meeting Sunday Jicheong. Chun-Bai asked if the girl was sure about it. Su Xian replied that she couldn't be wrong as she could see and hear the men through the door. Chun-Bai told the girl not to give any information and to ask them to wait outside the door. Su Xian had no choice but to earn just that. And the young man remembered that Sun Jicheong is Song Ji's mother who tries to build a relationship with him. He immediately understood that the girl's mother had set her up. However, Chun-Bai also knew that this woman was the Jiangshan queen, so she definitely had her own intentions. That is why the young man decided to visit her. Arriving home, the young man got into the car and headed to the district cold store. It was here that a woman who was very famous in the city was waiting for him. Sun Jicheong gained power very quickly after awakening to rank A. Chun-Bai got out of the car and was asked to walk a little further. Queen Jiangshan rose to the top of success very quickly due to her legal and illegal activities. For the latter, she received the status of queen. In his past life, the young man could rely only on this woman. He himself did not have enough to cope with all the missions. However, these were completely different times. Chun-Bai was heading towards the queen thinking that now, he had to win her over to his side in order to get more before awakening. Sun Jicheong decided to meet her guest on her own. She decided to meet the young man in red heels and confidently stopped in front of him. The servant immediately bowed before Madame Song and informed the woman that Chun-Bai had arrived at her place as she wished. Sun Jicheong apologized to the young man for causing such inconvenience and said that she had no choice but to meet him in person. Chun-Bai was pleasantly surprised to be greeted like this. The young man immediately decided to get down to business and asked why the woman had called him. The queen said that her daughter had informed her that the young man was lost somewhere in the hospital, so she asked her mother to help her. Sun Jicheong said that she had called the young man over to see what kind of handsome man had made her daughter so worried. Chun-Bai replied that he does not like to walk in circles for a long time, so I want to get an answer to my question why he came here. Queen Jiangshan called the interlocutor rather insolent, but she liked such men. Moreover, she herself did not like to drag on the conversation. Sun Jicheong told the interlocutor that he should become her. Considering the fact that becoming a hostage of one's own was quite real, Chun-Bai was slow to trust his future mother-in-law. He answered her that he was absolutely sure that the woman had her own reason for calling him to her. Sun Jicheong replied that she had heard about his incredible abilities that he had demonstrated at the hospital, so she decided to check it out. The young man was simply shocked when he heard about the hospital. He did not understand how this was possible because there was practically no one around. Chun-Bai asked the woman how she was able to find him so quickly since he had destroyed all the energy sources inside the hospital that day. Queen Jiangshan reported that as long as the young man was between the dining room and the observation room, her people managed to spot him. The woman took out the phone from her pocket and said that she has a lot of talented wards who can do the spy work perfectly. Sun Jicheong showed the interlocutor a correspondence with her ward named Ali, as well as a video that she was able to take in the hospital corridor. The girl at that moment was standing behind her mistress. The woman also said that she managed to find a man she knew from Su Xian among the survivors. Chun-Bai did not expect to hear his name. Lu Feng seemed like a very familiar name to the young man, and he began to recall the events of last night. Last night at Su Xian's house, the newlyweds were talking among themselves, and the girl told how the Dr. Lu Feng tried to cling to her and then threw her as a victim to the monster. Chun-Bai couldn't believe that the girl was talking about the same man who was hanging from the window. The young man was absolutely sure that he was dead. Su Xian said that it is impossible to state this clearly to anyone, but she would very much like him to go to the other world. At some point, the young nurse asked to postpone these conversations for later, as she wanted to continue their unforgettable evening. Chun-Bai was absolutely not against doing this. He noted that for her first time the girl behaves incredibly cool in bed. Su Xian climbed on top of the young man and said that she needed to repay him in full for saving him. Chun-Bai could not and did not want to stop her. Chun-Bai asked Song Jicheong where the isolated survivors are now. The woman warned that you will only say when he becomes hers. The young man said that she did not value him at all. The queen replied that she knew too little about the young man's abilities to trust him so easily. Chunbai took a few steps forward and told the interlocutor that she didn't know him very well if she made such a short offer. Turning his confident face back, the young man smiled and added that offering to be a woman's hostage was completely inappropriate in this case. Chunbai showed off his mutated claws and said that on the contrary he wanted the queen to be his and not the other way around. Sun Jicheong was simply shocked when she saw the mutated zombie virus. Ali immediately stood up for her mistress and sent her behind her back. Exuding a colossal amount of energy from his hand, Chunbai said that the woman did not know enough about zombies, and it was not a mutated virus at all. Muting his skills, Chunbai made the interlocutor a condition that if she was his he would definitely tell and show her everything. Sun Jicheong took a few steps forward and said that the young man underestimated her. Besides, the queen wondered why he had a MILF like her if he had a young nurse. Chunbai grabbed the woman's face and said that no one could stand up to such a lady, and only she could give him more during the apocalypse than Su Xian. Sun Jicheong laughed at the young man's words and said that it is difficult to call it an apocalypse. Chunbai said that this was only the beginning stage. Queen Jiangchen was very interested in the last answer and concluded that the young man really knew a lot. The woman said that she is ready to act independently of each other and combine her resources and knowledge in order to survive a possible apocalypse. Chunbai happily shook his hand. He also added that he wasn't even going to beat the queen because she was too strong. The woman appreciated the compliment. Sun Jicheong said that just now he was looking at a person who was quite capable of opposing her, but he needed to put in a lot of effort to do so. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out on the territory of the district cold store. It was the sound of gunshots. No one understood what was happening. At the scene of the explosion, law enforcement agencies and Queen Jiangchen reported that Commander-in-Chief Huang yesterday privatized part of the warehouses with zombies and survivors. The police representative also had to tell the woman. He informed her that there was now shooting from Wan's side. Sun Jicheong was just shocked to hear this information. She did not understand how this is possible because the zombies are almost immobilized at this moment. Chunbai listened carefully to the dialogue all this time and came to the conclusion that people were able to guess very quickly that zombies become slow when the temperature is low. The young man constantly scrolled through moments from the past in his head and tried to understand what day all these refrigerators and incomprehensible mutations were connected with. Suddenly Chunbai froze in one place and wondered if the area would be bombarded by law enforcement today. Based on this situation, the young man offered to go to help the commander-in-chief. The young man, of course, had his goal to get his new mutation. Meanwhile, the military and a policeman attacked the mutated monster. They fired a lot of bullets at him, but it was all in vain. One of the cops shouted loudly, ordering the others to disperse as he was about to throw a grenade right into the monster's mouth. Immediately after his screams, the man took out a check from the grenade and threw it in the direction of the monster, trying to aim at the giant's mouth. He did not manage to get into the mouth, but the monster did not expect such a turn of events. Several unknown projectiles landed on the zombie's back. A huge smoke screen formed on the territory of the warehouse through which nothing could be seen. Literally for a second, the giant monster calmed down. Despite this, the policeman continued to watch for the zombies without removing his weapon. Turned out that it was not in vain. The zombie blew away the smoke screen and appeared in front of the people in his new formation. He mutated again and a completely different face appeared on his head. Commander Zhao concluded that there was no point in attacking the monster with the current weapons, so he called for reinforcements with a more powerful arsenal. Sun appeared behind the Commander Jicheong. She told the man to order his men to cease fire and retreat. The woman explained her decision by the fact that ordinary people will not be able to break through this mountain of meat, so it is better to retreat and avoid a large number of victims. Commander Zhao replied to the woman that it was impossible. He said that the monster is too fast, so soldiers and civilians will not have time to evacuate. Meanwhile, one civilian named Lu Li was in danger. She was lying on the floor and could not do anything with the giant monster. Sun Jicheong continued to insist and said to take the troops back. She explained that she had a much bigger fish. Chunbai suddenly appeared on the battlefield and gave the monster a powerful blow with his claws, leaving a hole through its body. Lu Li was miraculously saved. One of the soldiers caught her and asked if she was all right. The girl answered positively. Chunbai was amazed at how strong the monster's body was. He admitted that if he had hit harder, he would have definitely broken his arm. The young man rushed into battle with the monster with the understanding that brute force alone would not be enough here. The monster swung its arm to attack. His stroke was too slow for a human. Chun-Bai was able to easily avoid the collision, and after that cut the opponent's hand into several pieces. The zombie became very angry after this situation and rushed at his abuser with loud screams, trying to get revenge on him for this. Chun-Bai was forced to retreat several meters, sliding on the ground. He perfectly understood that the monster would not be able to last long with such an injury. At some point the young man stopped and confidently looked into the eyes of fear. It was at this moment that the zombie before his eyes began to lean to the side. The monster could not withstand a rather serious injury and leaned to the side, hitting the wall. Pieces of meat literally began to land under him. Commander Zhao was simply shocked by the young man's abilities. He asked the woman if she had raised this monster. Sun Jichong replied that he was an ordinary young man but extremely talented. Meanwhile, Chun-Bai continued to fight and landed in front of his enemy. He asked him to calm down a bit and stop shouting. The young man seemed to mock the monster. As he continued to speak to the creature, he used his absorption technique to take a small bite of the meat. The monster continued to scream in excruciating pain. His left hand was torn to flesh and the enemy decided to swallow it. The zombie wasn't going to just stand there. At the same moment, he attacked his enemy with a powerful punch. A huge shock wave was formed on the battlefield, accompanied by dust emissions. Chun-Bai was forced to retreat at this moment, pushing back against the wall. He absorbed enough meat to restore his strength. In addition, the young man was pleasantly surprised that he was not only able to recover but also increased his level due to the incredible absorption technique. Chun-Bai noticed that the monster was trying to regain its strength and retreat. He couldn't let him do it, so why catch up? Extending his claws in front of him, the young man gave a loud cry, warning the monster that his end would come right now. The mutated zombie with hands instead of eyes had a very quick reaction and turned his face back to take the blow. Chun-Bai was able to hit the target straight and landed on the monster's face. An incredible amount of dark energy could be observed on the battlefield. Commander Zhao and Song Jichong was simply shocked by what she saw with her own eyes. The woman did not even miss that the young man would be so strong. Chun-Bai landed on the monster's head at a tremendous speed. He made every effort to leave him without a head. Despite being seriously injured, zombie was not going to give up. He swung both arms to grab the target on his head. However, this turned out to be a very bad idea for the monster. Chun-Bai said that he just lacked this for the whole picture. After that, the young man used his energy vines and shackled his opponent's movements. He completely enveloped the monster's paws, unable to escape. Commander Zhao had never seen such a case in his life. He could not understand how the young man had acquired such skills. Chun-Bai was extremely pleased with the way things were going on the battlefield. This gave him many opportunities to use his mutation. The young man continued to hold the monster for some time, draining all his strength from it. He waited impatiently for his skill to mutate again. Watching the battle, Commander Zhao said that an ordinary person is not capable of such a thing. He concluded that the young man could also turn out to be a monster. At the moment when both targets were immobilized, the commander decided to act. Sun Jichong immediately noticed that the man was up to something wrong. Commander Zhao finally waited for reinforcements and ordered his men to immediately begin bombarding the point where their target was now. Sun Jichong understood that the man wanted to destroy the young man and the monster as well. That is why she decided to have a little talk with the commander. Zhao did not expect an unexpected touch on his shoulder and was a little scared. The woman asked him to calm down and cancel this order. She explained her decision by the fact that the young man is now saving not only himself but also the staff, which actually does not even report to her. Queen Jiangchen looked at the interlocutor with a serious look and warned that a thoughtless decision could lead to problems that would turn out to be catastrophic. Literally, after a few minutes, military groups appeared on the battlefield. They pointed the barrels of their weapons in the direction of their savior. Chun-Bai didn't care what was going on behind his back. He had defeated his enemy and was now trying to deal with the mutation. Meanwhile, Commander Zhao ordered his men to prepare for an attack. He said this as seriously as possible and perceived the young man as a threat. Sun Jichong reminded the commander of her request. The man replied that he would not give the order to fire until the young man touched anyone. Chun-Bai was able to absorb a mass of living flesh and the virus mutated again. The young man received many points for development. He also received a notification from the system that unlocked the Virus King's talent. Now the young man could use the infection in battle. In addition, the very mutation and strengthening of the dark and light virus took place. Chun-Bai could feel his limbs taking on a completely different shape. His left hand turned into a giant hammer that had the same technique name. He looked really powerful considering his size. Looking at his right hand, Chun-Bai saw that it had indeed mutated very much. It was unlike his previous mutation. Chun-Bai began to resemble a monster in his appearance. His hands were different in shape but had the color of dark energy. The young man perfectly felt the incredible strength in his left hand. He was looking forward to testing his new hammer. Concealing his skills, Chun-Bai suddenly remembered that he had received another reward from the defeated opponent for today. The young man took out from his inner pocket a ball of meat which was called the core of the mountain. This item was very rare in reality. Chun-Bai knew that this core could be used to create a giant wall of flesh and blood that could grow endlessly. The young man began to think about testing the core right now and feeding it to the monster to test the walls and blood. Chun-Bai heard a familiar voice behind him and immediately hid the item in his pocket. Sun slowly began to approach him. Jicheong. The woman did not approach the young man alone, and approached the girl who was next to her, saying that she really wanted to meet the young man. It was Lu Li whom Chun-Bai had saved from the monster's giant hand. She wanted to meet and thank her savior. After seeing the girl, the young man said that he knows her well because of his journalistic work, so they can keep their names to themselves. Lu Li was pleasantly surprised that her savior was only familiar with her. The girl thanked the young man for saving her twice. Chun-Bai immediately realized that the journalist was in the hospital that day. The young man asked the girl if she had any photos or information. Zhao interrupted their dialogue. He asked the young man to pay attention to the fact that Commander Wan wanted to see him immediately with him. Chun-Bai knew about his own skills or any information about the monsters. Chun-Bai remembered Commander Huang Xingchu's face well. This was one of the few characters that the young man could not throw out of his imagination. This man in his past life was in charge of a warehouse where the weak awakened gathered. Everyone was afraid of the commander because he simply bullied people. Chun-Bai was one of the low-ranking awakened, so he was familiar with a commander that made it impossible for most people to even eat properly. The man knew that for trying to escape, Huang Xingchu would call a person a traitor to his native land, and after that he would execute him mercilessly. Considering this fact, Chun-Bai decided not to stay in this place any longer and left it until the commander called him a traitor. Chun-Bai asked his partner if he should go to the meeting with the commander. Sun Jicheong replied that this would be the most unreasonable decision. A pleasant smile appeared on the young man's face. He completely agreed with the woman, so he decided not to answer the military man. Meanwhile, Sun entered the arena. Jicheong said that she would now deal with this situation without any Commander Huang. The military man opposite was simply shocked by such an answer. He asked Queen Jiangqing if she even understood her responsibility to the country. Sun Jicheong did not like the man's words very much. She took several confident steps forward, clicking her heels and covering the soldier's mouth. The woman sent her interlocutor far away and asked her to convey to Commander Huang that if Chun-Bai is so important to him, then let him crawl here himself. Commander Zhao did not know how to behave in this situation at all. He literally could not find the words in his arsenal to answer the interlocutor. Suddenly, one of the commander's charges asked the man what they should do about the riot that had suddenly broken out in the isolated awakened area. Chun-Bai was very interested in this information when he heard about this area. He asked if Lu Feng was among the awakened ones. Receiving a positive response from a military rank below, Chun-Bai was overjoyed. He said he needed to see the man in person. Commander Zhao decided not to contradict his interlocutors anymore. He ordered the ward to release Lu Feng and bring him here. After some time, the man was already at liberty. He was overjoyed and assumed that his father had finally secured his son's release. Lu Feng was the son of Lu Huainuna, a retired chief physician who was very well known throughout the city and had many connections. Despite the man's joy, no one supported him. Only one young man from the crowd took a few steps and put his hand on the man's shoulder. Chun-Bai decided to act immediately at the first touch. Placing his hand on the man's shoulder, the young man immediately infected his zombie with the virus by touch. Lu Feng did not suspect anything at this moment. Chun Bai greeted his old acquaintance and said that they needed to brush up on a few issues. The young man reported that Su Xian wished the man dead because he threw her to the monsters. Lu Feng could not believe that the girl was still alive. Suddenly Chun Bai jumped a few meters away from the man and announced that he would now turn into a zombie. Lu Feng didn't understand what was going on. He was very angry with the young man and decided to teach him for empty words. At the moment of his movement, the face has already begun to transform and mutate. Lu Feng felt at some point that he could no longer control his brain. His eyes literally started popping out of their sockets. The half-zombie, half-human was rapidly closing in on his target. Chun Bai did not care about his situation at all at this moment. The young man was not going to just stand still. He decided to counterattack his opponent by using his new steel fist technique. Chun Bai delivered a powerful blow with his left hand, leaving his opponent headless. The blow turned out to be truly incredible. Commander Zhao, who was standing a few meters from the event, was left without a hat. His headdress was literally blown away by the shock wave. The man wondered how an ordinary person could do such a thing. Chun Bai in turn assessed that the enemy turned out to be stronger than he thought. The young man turned to the woman behind his back and told Ms. Sun that she could go home as long as he fixed the situation at the warehouse. Sun Jiqiong approached the interlocutor from behind and asked him not to call her madam again. The young man asked why. Queen Jiangxin replied that their partnership was not very profitable, so she suggested that they switch to closer ones. Chun Bai was pleasantly shocked by this turn of events. Looking confidently at the woman, the young man said that everything would depend only on her. After some time, the interlocutors went on a trip by car. Sun Jiqiong invited her new master to her home. In the car was the assistant of Queen Ali as well as the journalist Lu Li. Sun Jiqiong said that they were going to have a very nice dinner. Chun Bai looked at the woman on his left and asked him not to disturb her until they reached her house. The young man wanted to use this time to his advantage and check whether he got something interesting and useful for the victory over the meat mutant. Chun Bai opened the system window and selected the garden panel. He was pleasantly surprised to see 2 whole skill books. The young man reviewed the first skill called Bloodlust, which gave strength for 10 minutes but then reduced it by 50%. Another skill also did not suit the young man very well. He remembered one man with such abilities who was strong but lacked agility. Chun Bai recognized both skills as completely worthless, but he understood that sooner or later he would have to use both of them. After that, the young man thought about his allies. For the previous victory over the monster, he was given 6 gold coins, which was enough to create the first chat. Chun Bai decided to use 5 zloty coins for this. The young man planned to immediately invite people to the chat so that they could start preparing for the battle with the monsters. He understood that after waking up it would be very difficult to find allies, so he decided to do it now and create a chat with his own name. Chun Bai perfectly understood that this was the first step towards meeting his goal. He seemed to be looking into the face of Eros, who promised to rebuild his White Castle. Instead, the Queen of Absolute Darkness, the young man was going to trample her completely into the ground and make her slave as he was in her past life. A few minutes passed and the car finally reached the residence of the Sun family. Queen Jiangxin lived here with her daughter. Sun Jiqiong was informed by the young man about 90% of people becoming monsters and about gathering electrical equipment and weapons that are needed for defense. Chun Bai said that this was all he could tell for now and assumed that this would be enough to gain an advantage. Sun Jiqiong decided to ask the interlocutor directly if he was really doing all this so that the queen would start working for him. The young man replied that he was doing it for the sake of strength and opportunities, as well as for the sake of honesty, because a beloved dog must be faithful to its master. Sun Jiqiong expected exactly such an answer from the boy. She didn't really want to be a dog, but she understood her losing position. The woman said that she was perfect for strength and she had no equal in power, wealth, and status in this city. Chun Bai told the interlocutor that after awakening the values will be completely different and she will simply be made an ordinary slave in the market. Sun Jiqiong immediately imagined her hanging over a whole crowd of people and being offered to buy her to make her a favorite household toy. The queen did not really like this course of events. She began to worry at this point. You could see drops of photos on her face. Sun Jicheong asked the young man. Then what is the difference between dogs and people who become favorite toys in his hands? Chun Bai replied that the dog was ordered to do everything to realize the possibilities without the direct influence of the master which he was to become. Based on the last answer, Queen Jiangshan could conclude that if she doubted the young man again, she would lose her opportunity. Immediately after these words, the woman began to sink to the floor. Her red heels thumped loudly on the floor, making an unpleasant sound. After all, Sun Jicheong bowed before the young man on her knee and covered him in eternal loyalty. Chun Bai actually became her new master. The young man was pleasantly surprised by this turn of events. He was forced to admit that the status and opportunities of women have now become more useful. Chun Bai took the woman's chin and asked her to take a look at her beauty. Sun Jicheong did not resist and asked to ask the last question. Meanwhile, Lu Li and Ali waited for their allies in the living room on the phones. Suddenly someone received a message on their phone. Lu Li jumped up. It turned out to be a message for Ali in the new chat 001. Sun Jicheong ordered her ward to send the journalist home so that she could rest and find a new person. Ali immediately approached Lu Li and asked her to go home to rest because she had to go through too much stress in these 2 days. The girl replied that everything was completely normal because she experienced much less stress than when she first met the wandering monsters. She could assume that it was from hopelessness or simply from Chun Bai's incredible strength behind which she felt safe. Chun Bai took the phone from his new dog and suddenly saw that his daughter was calling him, wanting to talk to his mother. The young man looked at the phone and did not know if he should answer this phone call. He didn't really want to talk to Sun Gu. Finally, he picked up the phone and Sun Gu asked why her mother had texted her to come home immediately after finishing her chores. Chun Bai said at that moment that he picked up the phone. Sun Gu was simply shocked and asked the young man what he did to her mother. Chun Bai replied that everything was fine with the woman, she just didn't have time to talk. The young man told the girl to return home immediately for an important conversation. Sun Gu said she would be there in 10 minutes and warned the boy that he would answer for all the unread messages she sent him. The girl decided to put a little pressure on the young man, but he abruptly dropped the phone. Chun Bai was not going to listen to his ex's inexplicable tantrums. Sun Gu was very angry, but she still wanted to get the boy. She said that sooner or later he would have to bow to her. Sun Jicheong asked the master if he could also protect her daughter. The young man replied that Sun Gu was too weak and spoiled. Chun Bai could promise was that he wouldn't let the girl turn into a monster after waking up if her mother tried hard. Sun Jicheong thanked her master for the kind gesture as she continued to kneel. The queen could not even think that such a thing would ever happen. After Sun Gu arrived home, everyone present immediately gathered and went to the secret warehouse where they had business. On the way, Sun Gu asked her mother how she had allowed such a thing to be done to her in the first place because it was not like her at all. Sun Jicheong agreed with her daughter and replied that this is why she forbade him to meet her. The mother ordered the girl not to do anything when she got out of the car. Meanwhile, Chun Bai was already in an abandoned warehouse with Ali, who informed the young man about a structure where zombies could most likely be. The woman reported that there used to be an underground casino, here the owners of which turned into monsters, and now it is not clear what is happening here. Chun Bai was also informed of 160 people who resembled meat mutants. This information greatly interested the young man. Chun Bai immediately assumed that it could be a zombie farm but rejected this option because 160 meat monsters definitely did not get used to this building. The young man asked Ali if she really checked all the information about the zombies. The woman replied that any information led to exactly this warehouse. Meanwhile, reinforcements arrived at the abandoned warehouse in the form of Queen Jiangshan and her daughter. Sun Gu, as promised, spent herself as calmly as possible. Chun Bai stayed with his thoughts for a while and came to the conclusion that someone is gathering monsters in one place but who is not clear. The young man was looking forward to meeting this person because even the military did not dare to keep more than 10 monsters, and here there were as many as 160. Chun Bai began a good warm-up before facing the zombies. At some point, the young man ordered the guards to open the gate. 2 men approached the iron curtain from both sides and started pulling at the same time. A hole began to form in the center, which continued to grow. At some point, monsters literally started to fall out of there. One of the guards rammed into the wall, hoping that he would not be hit. Zombies literally flew in the direction of their target. They turned over in the air and knocked each other down, not allowing passage. Meanwhile, Chun Bai was waiting for them a few meters away. He continued to watch the opponents slowly kneading his hands. At some point, the young man still decided to join the fight. He delivered the first kick, immediately sending one opponent to sleep. Su Xian was also present on the battlefield. Today she acted as a cameraman recording every moment on the battlefield. Sun Gu just couldn't find a place for herself at this moment. She was terribly shocked by what she saw with her own eyes and almost lost consciousness. Chun Bai meanwhile was just doing his job. He defeated the zombies one by one and then completely absorbed their minds and bodies. Just a few minutes passed and the number of zombies killed had already reached 300. Chun Bai stood over the bodies of the defeated enemies waiting for a reward. He was pleasantly surprised when the system informed him of the new zombie killer rank, adding 5 points to his characteristics. However, most of all, the young man was satisfied with the fact that he received the formula of the zombie genome. This greatly increased his chances of surviving the apocalypse. Before that, Chun Bai still had a small chance of catching the zombie virus even with his immunity, but now he could discover the zombie serum. After dealing with his rewards, Chun Bai called his allies to him, asking if they remembered what he had said before. Sun Jiqiong answered for everyone and answered positively. Everyone was as serious as possible except for Song Gu, who continued to shake with fear. Queen Jiangqing reminded that killing a zombie with a melee weapon would reduce the chance of it turning into a monster upon awakening. Chun Bai appreciated that his charges knew the theory. Now he asked them to demonstrate their knowledge in practice by putting the first living zombie in front of them. The young man asked who wanted to be first. Ali slowly put on her dark gloves and said that she was ready to be the first to enter the zombie fight. Immediately after these words, Chun Bai released the zombies from his hands, and the enemy headed towards each other, preparing to attack. Ali chose a very good moment to enter the opponent's stomach. The woman simply turned him upside down with her bare hands. After that, she powerfully threw her opponent's body straight to the floor, creating an incredible shock wave. The battle could be considered over. The zombie could not withstand such a load. His bones began to crack at the seams from such a collision. The monster spat out blood from its mouth. Chun Bai appreciated Ali's skills. He described her as incredibly fast and deadly, which he considered very necessary skills in today's environment. Sun began her battle Jiqiong. She carried a powerful blow with her bat, but the match did not end there. The woman was forced to finish off her opponent with several more blows to the head. She was until she was sure that zombie was dead. Chun Bai was less impressed with the current battle because Song Jiqiong couldn't kill the zombie with the first hit, although she was able to in 10. After that, Su Xian had to enter her battle. A few minutes later, her opponent lay motionless on the floor, still alive. The girl was incredibly tired and could barely breathe. In the end, she managed to knock down her opponent despite her lack of strength. Chun Bai understood that the nurse was too weak, but they tried very hard and still managed to knock the enemy to the ground in a few minutes. Now it was Song Ji's turn. She was incredibly afraid, but the mother insisted that her daughter gather her strength and tear the zombie to pieces. These words did not make the girl feel better. On the contrary, she became even more afraid and let the liquid under her because of the incredible fear of the battle. Sun Gu began to shout loudly that she would not be able to join the battle. Sun Jiqiong tried to calm her daughter down, but she continued to throw tantrums. Chun Bai looked at the girl's situation and immediately realized that nothing would come of it. The young man called the last match an absolute failure. After that, he ordered his wards to get out of this warehouse. Sun Jiqiong was surprised that everything happened so quickly. Chun Bai ordered the woman to once again inspect all the places where there might be zombies because Ali could make a random mistake. Sun Jiqiong asked the young man if he would not do anything with Song Gu. Chun Bai replied that he didn't care at all and let mother take over her daughter's training now. Queen Jiangqing had one strong argument and reported that she did not have the power to protect her daughter from the virus in case of accidental infection. Immediately after these words, the young man took out a piece of paper from his inner pocket and gave it to the woman. Sun Jiqiong asked what it all meant. After looking at the piece of paper, the queen understood everything herself. She received at her disposal the formula of the genome, which had a very complex structure. Chun Bai said that the woman could do whatever she wanted with it, even creating her own genomes by replacing elements. This was the universality of the formula. Sun Jiqiong was very grateful to the host for the gift. She said she promises to guard this formula like the apple of her eye. After that, the woman bowed low before the young man. Chun-Bai said to immediately start the task and not forget to report on his work. After that, the young man started his newly created chat. He saw that his message on the forum was read by a lot of people. Chun-Bai could not even imagine that so many people would contact him, although he was forced to admit that not all of them were adequate. The young man opened one of the correspondences and saw that someone with a very strange nickname was constantly trying to get an answer, literally demanding it. Chun-Bai called this person an absolute clown because she does not understand the full value of this chat. The young man immediately weeded out such people. Chun-Bai wrote back to people a lot. He asked people what their talents were before adding them to his chat. Having reached an agreement with one participant, the young man added a person with a nickname to the chat, Hansio. It was the same clown who changed his name. Chun-Bai continued to chat with his allies and suddenly saw that a man named Mizukawa wanted to join the chat. The young man could not understand whether this is the same Mizukawa who in his past life received the title of the strongest patron of water of all. Chun-Bai really liked this development of events because he needed such allies. The young man looked forward to the continuation. Chun-Bai immediately wrote back in the chat to people that they could invite their friends to join this chat if they really wanted to help fight the monsters. Literally a few seconds later, Mizukawa had already joined the chat. Chun-Bai was very pleased and couldn't even let it go that things would come back like this. Lu Li went on the mission instead of Sun Jicheong. She successfully penetrated the Mankai warehouse and informed the queen that the head of the city administration was gathering all the zombies here. The girl reported that she managed to find out little information and that she is waiting for him from her people whom she sent inside. The journalist had been waiting for them for a long time and had already begun to worry about their fate. Suddenly the girl heard an unfamiliar voice behind her. The bodies of her men landed right next to her, all covered in blood. The voice said that the girl may not wait because her people are already here. Lu Li literally began to shake with fear. The man who threw the bodies of dead people was from above and laughed at the girl. When the journalist drew attention to him, he waved her hand and said hello. He was sitting on an iron beam located on the mountain. Lu Li was standing on the ground and could not find her place. She could not even imagine that someone would be able to follow her. Meanwhile, Sun Jicheong stayed at home in the Song family pavilion. The woman was not used to carrying out the mission herself, so this time it turned out the same. Meanwhile, Chun-Bai was reading his newly created chat room where he was observing SS rank people. This greatly lifted his spirits and gave him additional hopes. Sun Jicheong had just finished speaking with Lu Li. She was not going to wait long and immediately headed to her master. Chun-Bai was forced to put down his phone and pay some attention to the charge. He asked the woman what had happened to her. Sun Jicheong reported that Lu Li had managed to find out about the zombies' hideout, but her entire squad had been captured and the enemy was demanding negotiations. Chun-Bai decided to ask the queen why she didn't go on this mission herself and reminded her that he had entrusted it to her personally. The young man suggested that Lu Li might not have fulfilled her duties and betrayed the woman, or even worse, they had conspired together against him. Sun Jicheong immediately fell to her knees in front of the master and said that she raised Lu Li herself, so she can't betray them, and most likely it's the opponents. In the end, Chun-Bai decided to take pity on the woman and said that he would save the journalist. Sun Jicheong raised her head and thanked her master for understanding. Meanwhile, Lu Li was being held hostage at the Mankai warehouse. The man who captured her arranged a dinner in the warehouse at a beautiful velvet table. Sun poured himself a glass of wine and asked the girl to relax a little. He advises her to surrender immediately because the consequences can be unpredictable. The man smiled sinisterly and said that if the journalist did not agree to surrender, she would serve him as a toy for the rest of her days. Lu Li was completely bound by the rope and could not move no matter how hard she tried. The girl really had no choice. Sun kept offering the girl a glass of wine, but she turned away. The journalist did not want to have anything to do with her abuser. Lu Li's feet, which she did not want to pick up. At some point, another figure appeared in the warehouse and intervened in the dialogue. At the same table, someone decided to have a snack and cut off a piece of meat. A man's voice said that wine was only drunk as a sign of respect. Chun-Bai was able to infiltrate the warehouse unnoticed. He asked the man if he had no manners at all to offer poor quality wine to a girl. Sun was simply shocked to see an uninvited guest. He did not notice any tracks and did not hear any sound before the enemy entered here. Chun-Bai took a piece of meat on a fork and began to approach the girl, reassuring her. He offered her a bite to eat. Sun Sun stood on the side watching this performance with a smile on his face. The man decided not to make too sudden movements yet. Lu Li took a bite of the meat and trusted the young man completely. Chun-Bai smiled and said that he would definitely take the journalist home. Sun Sen meanwhile decided to drink some wine. He sat down on a chair and asked the young man if he was also the discoverer of unearthly skills. Chun-Bai took his time to answer the interlocutor's question and began to untie the ropes. After a few seconds, he completely released the journalist. After that, the young man told the girl to go to the side of the road where she will now be picked up by Ji-Chung's car. Lu Li thanked for the rescue. Judging from the conversation, Xing San concluded that Sun Ji-Chung fell under the influence of Chun-Bai. The man was a little surprised by this. The young man looked at his potential opponent and asked what surprised him so much. He had indeed confirmed the fact that the queen now belonged to him. Sun Sun laughed sinisterly and took a few steps forward. The man stopped right in front of the young man as if blocking his further path. The head of the administration asked his guest if the queen had given up so easily. Immediately after that, the man said that the young man must have very good abilities. Pouring 2 glasses of wine, Xing Sen started a conversation about joining forces. The only obstacle in their way remained the military groups of the city. Raising his glasses, the man offered a drink to their fruitful cooperation, which would bring power over the city, and Chun-Bai would have everything he wanted. Despite the rather favorable offer, the young man was forced to refuse. He said that he was not at all interested in such adventures. Sun Sen was just shocked to hear such a sharp and short answer. He thought that the young man would gladly accept the offer given his status. The man realized that they would not be able to have a constructive dialogue and threw the glasses on the floor. The glass broke and the wine spilled onto the ground. Afterwards, Xing Sen asked his guest if he had any idea that now he was talking to a C-rank person who had very strong abilities. Chun-Bai admitted that the man does have talent, but he seems to be wasting it on catching zombies and keeping monsters in cages for nothing. After that, the young man confidently looked at a potential opponent and told him that it was too early to show off his rank because he himself had a SSS. After these words, Xing Sen decided to show his opponent his claws. He said that his skill is that he can absorb characteristics and increase their power. Extending his claws fully, the man added that he didn't know of a single person who could stand up to him despite his highest rank. Chun-Bai had received enough information on the enemy at this moment. Moreover, he was able to appreciate his claws, which the man uses as a weapon. Sun San suggested that the party begin immediately and moved from his seat. He warned his opponent that his life would now end. The man swung his powerful claws and delivered an equally powerful blow. An energy wave formed on the battlefield after the two forces collided. Chun-Bai certainly wasn't going to stand still and took out his own claws to counter the enemy. Sun Sun flew past his target. After this mistake, the man began to transform his body. He told his opponent that before that he did not have enough strength, but now everything will be different. The young man found it quite strange that the man told him all the information about himself. He concluded that, in this case, the opponent still has several trump cards. Immediately after his words, Sun Sun jumped high into the air and swung his claws to attack. Chun-Bai continued to keep a close eye on his opponent. At one point, the young man also jumped in the air using his left hand to attack. It was a very good opportunity to test your mighty hammer. Rivals clashed in a battleground strike. Their combined power knew no bounds. Everything around began to collapse from the consequences of the collision. Chun-Bai's punch turned out to be stronger than his opponent expected. Sun Sen flew back a few meters after the collision. The man landed behind his opponent, preparing for his next attack. He powerfully pushed off the bare ground with both feet. Literally in a fraction of a second, the head of the department found himself face to face with his rival. Chun-Bai managed to swing his fist for counterattack. Sun Sen anticipated this course of events and prepared his right hand for the block. He caught the opponent's blow with his bare hand holding his fist. The man admitted that the young man was quite good at his skills, but it seemed to him that the young pioneer was already on the verge. Sun Sen continued to inflame the situation, holding the young man by the fists. He asked to demonstrate his full power if he already talked about his SSS rank. Chun-Bai smiled and spoke to show his full strength, but it was difficult to see so far and he needed some time to do so. Sun Sun only laughed at the young man and pushed him away. After that, the man began to prepare for the next attack. Chun-Bai couldn't understand what was going on. He had just poisoned his opponent, but he looked completely healthy and unharmed for a long time. Sun Sun swung his right hand with all his might and delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's temple. The attack was simply incredible. Chun-Bai felt the full force of his opponent on him and took the blow. After the collision, the young man flew back a few meters, hitting the wall with his back. Sun Sun could not understand why the young man was bluffing at all because he was obviously inferior to him in speed and strength, but he did not want to admit it. Chun-Bai punched a hole in the warehouse wall with his last fall. Sun Sun continued to laugh at the young man, calling him a SSS rank bastard. As soon as the man spoke the last words, he felt something wrong inside his body. His internal organs seemed to be wounded from the inside. Sun Sun saw system alerts telling him of a high-level poisoning that his body would not be able to handle. Now the man realized what his opponent meant. He tried to understand what kind of incredible skill this was. Chun-Bai meanwhile began to climb out of the hole and admitted that the man had pretty good physical abilities if he lasted this long after being poisoned. Sun San was very angry with his opponent and was about to make a final attack. He put the maximum amount of energy into his last thrust. Despite this, Chun-Bai was able to predict the enemy's movements with ease. He met him with his right hand, making a hole through the man's body. Chun-Bai said for the last time that the man should have been more careful, as he had warned him that they were on completely different levels. After that, the young man began to envelop the defeated opponent's body with his energy vines using the body absorption technique. This process brought him the greatest pleasure. Chun-Bai had at least some hope that this fight turned out to be unfashionable and that he would get something interesting. After a few minutes, the young man completely completed the absorption and only metal claws remained from the man. After that, the young man's basic training was completed. Chun-Bai has pumped up his Virus King skills quite well. His maneuverability greatly increased after absorbing an opponent at the level of intelligence. Chun-Bai had finally reached the base level before the mass awakening. During this period, he managed to raise each of his characteristics by at least 20 points. After that, the young man decided to take the weapon of his defeated opponent. He admitted that ordinary people were already too weak for him to compare. Only the last opponent could give him some difficulties, but still left him only his weapons and speed characteristics as a legacy. After checking the rank of this weapon in the system, the young man was not very surprised. The zombie claws were not a very good weapon despite the C rank. Chun-Bai decided to keep the claws for himself anyway, as he was going to use them later. He perfectly understood that very soon difficult times would come. Time was passing very quickly and the day of mass awakening was to come tonight. All of the young man's surroundings were tense before today's midnight. Chun-Bai himself had prepared very well for the awakening he had experienced before. However, now everything was completely different. He had the highest rank. In his past life, the young man could not even imagine rising from rank E to SSS, but now nothing was impossible for him. In addition, Chun-Bai now held the fate of the entire city as well as the people around him in his hands. The women were waiting for the young man near the car. One of them decided to demonstrate her inclination towards the owner and opened the door for him. She did it as slowly and smoothly as possible. Sun Jicheong invited the owner to sit in the back seat of the car. The women met the young man after a difficult and protracted battle in a proper manner. Chun-Bai did not stop thinking about the mass awakening. He understood that fighting monsters would no longer make any sense to him. On this day, the young man decided to simply relax and enjoy life, preparing for a new stage which will be much more difficult than the previous one. By car, the allies reached the pavilion of the Sun family where they were going to meet the same day. The atmosphere in the house was as tense as possible. Chun-Bai stood on the top floor of the building and looked out at the city at night. The young man seemed to expect that the awakening would begin any minute. Someone suddenly knocked on his room, interrupting his thoughts. Chun-Bai barely turned his head back and allowed him to enter. The door to the room slowly opened and the young man could hear female voices continuing to talk about work and a job well done. Entering the room, Sun Jicheong informed the host that they had prepared absolutely all the documents he needed before waking up. Lu Li reported that the topographical data of the area's population had been confirmed, and they would be able to gain control over it as soon as the mass awakening began. Despite the rather good news, Su Exian was not in a hurry to jump to conclusions and asked the girls to double-check all the information they provided. Chun Bai intervened in the dialogue at this moment and said that everything is fine. Sun Jicheong asked the young man if he needed anything else before the event began. The guy replied that the women had done enough and asked them to leave the reports on the table, while he picked up the phone and started checking chat 001. Chun Bai felt it necessary to inform his allies of the flow, so that they would not immediately go to hell upon awakening and avoid sudden movements as much as possible. The young man was the most experienced in this matter considering his past life. There were no more than 10 minutes left before the mass awakening. The members of Chat 001 were eagerly waiting for this time to pass. They wanted to test their skills in a real battle with monsters. Now each participant was in his own city. A girl with a handbag was just walking down the street waiting for the apocalypse. Another participant was now in the training session regardless of the time of day. With one hand he lifted a heavy dumbbell and with the other he held the phone. Some have adapted much better. The girl with dark hair put on a respirator and also special shoes to make her life easier. Probably the youngest member of the chat was at home and very afraid of the beginning of the apocalypse, although she had quite good skills for her age. Chun Bai turned to the queen standing behind him and advised him to postpone all business since there were less than 3 minutes left. The closest entourage of the young man was with him in front of the panoramic window. Time was running out and there were 10 seconds left before the mass awakening. Sun Gu was afraid the most considering her poor skills. Ali tried to calm the girl because she is completely safe compared to other residents. Unlike his daughter, Sun Jingchuan was completely unconcerned and confidently looked out the window. The same could be said of Su Exian. There are 3 seconds left before the mass awakening. Li Lu was sweating profusely, realizing the fact of the imminent apocalypse outside the window. Chun Bai felt as prepared as possible and kept looking at his watch. At the last second, he informed the allies that it had finally begun. The Great Awakening brought with it inevitable sacrifices and blood. The moon turned a different color with the onset of midnight and the beginning of the apocalypse. The end of the earthly world was now in full swing. Monsters took over the cities and began to evict people from their homes. Zombies became more and more, and they constantly infected other people, turning them into their own kind. The degree of danger continued to grow. People who managed to survive in these difficult conditions received incredible skills. They began to be called awakened if they had a strange power. In battles with monsters, they were able to gain experience and points for which they could increase their characteristics to increase their lifespan. After your awakening, a fierce struggle began in almost every city, not for life but for death, where everyone fought for himself. Many mysterious places and cracks in the sky began to appear all over the world. One of these caused the downing of a passenger plane. Chun Bai watched the plane fall with a stony face. He perfectly understood that, in this situation, they could only move forward. Suddenly, the young man received a notification from the system, however, that it is planned to bind the hourglass to the owner. Chun Bai did not understand anything at all. When the watch around his neck started, it smelled like roasting. The guy realized that people from the past should not see him under any circumstances, so he decided to warn them. However, Chun Bai was unable to do so due to many circumstances. Turning his head back, he was petrified and could not say anything. Just in front of him, the young man could observe the black and white figures of his wards. Absolutely none of the girls moved or even hinted at it. Chun Bai wondered what had happened at that moment. He turned his head again towards the window and decided to look at the events there. The young man could watch how the falling plane hovered in the air and stopped. Even the smoke from his turbine stopped for a few seconds. Chun Bai realized that time had stopped. It was very hard to believe despite the fact that now was the apocalypse. The hourglass that hung around the young man's neck did something incredible and stopped time. Chun Bai even began to fear his magic item now. The young man suddenly found himself in a completely empty room where he could only observe flashes of light. He did not understand what was going to happen now. Suddenly his hourglass started lighting up the entire room around him. The light spots in front of the young man's face began to glow much brighter. After that, Chun Bai received a notification from the system, however, that the clock binding was successfully completed. it was actually his reincarnation. While reading the current specifications of his hourglass, the young man suddenly stopped at one point and could not believe these words. A storage system was available to him, which was literally a cheat. Chun-Bai smiled in satisfaction as he received a very powerful skill at his disposal. The hourglass gradually began to lose its power at this point in time. The retarding field dissipated and people started moving again. Sun Jicheong asked the young man what he had just wanted to say. The woman heard only a part of the phrase, and then it was as if the connection was abruptly cut off. Chun-Bai turned to face the queen and told her to worry about the safety of their home, as the day would soon come and they would need to defend themselves. The girls unquestioningly obeyed their master's orders. They completely trusted the young man who predicted the events of today's apocalypse as accurately as possible. Not all people survived the first night of mass awakening. Zhangcheng was like a ghost town with almost nothing left. As Chun-Bai assumed, on the morning of the next day zombies began to attack the Sun family's pavilion. The owners came out to meet the guests. Sun was the first to rush into battle Jicheong, who used a C-rank skill and could transform an object into a crystal using inner power. In addition, Sun Jicheong had acquired the all-encompassing eye skill and was able to obtain data on her opponent within her field of vision. Now, in front of the woman was a completely ordinary zombie, the characteristics of which were very weak. He did not pose any threat to her. Sun Jicheong quickly swung her crystal weapon and left the zombie headless. It was too easy a test for her. However, the adventures did not end there. The zombies became more and more, and they steadily approached the pavilion wanting to feed on the flesh. Ali entered the arena after her mentor. She had rank A skills and could greatly increase her stats when invisible. Firmly gripping her knife, the girl hid her presence and leapt into the air to attack her enemies by surprise. Literally in a fraction of a second, dozens of corpses appeared on the floor who did not understand what had happened. Ali was able to defeat the monsters with her first attack. Meanwhile, the guards of the pavilion were busy rescuing the survivors. They carried people to the main hall of the pavilion and tried to heal them. The chief medical officer was surprisingly a nurse. She told the man to put the victim on the bed to the left as she was busy at the moment. Meanwhile, the girl treated another victim with her B-rank skill. She could repair heavy damage in a very short time. Almost the whole day was spent very tensely around the pavilion of the Sun family. Finally, evening came and the zombies calmed down a bit, retreating from the house. Chun-Bai was satisfied with the way things were going. Lu Li reported that thanks to his bright head, the allies managed to take control of the difficult situation. They talked on the balcony from where they could watch the survivors. Lu Li said that nothing extraordinary had happened yet. In this case, the young man decided to leave all matters to his wards. He explained to Lu Li that he had very important business outside the city. Immediately after his words, Chun-Bai moved from his seat and left behind only a breath of wind. Lu Li had to cover her skirt so that no one could see her dignity. The young man went high into the mountains and moved along a forest path. During the mass awakening, all means of transport ceased to function. With this in mind, Chun-Bai was forced to move on his two. In the end, the man left a little earlier and was definitely in time for the appointed meeting. The young man remembered how in his past life he had observed an inexplicable mark just above the university. Only with the passage of time did he understand what she meant. Chun-Bai was now living his second life and understood perfectly what the mark in the sky meant. The young man promised himself to be in time and not to miss this chance. In just a few minutes, Chun-Bai reached the university in the city of Zhangcheng. Considering the situation, the building did not look very pleasant. The young man had already managed to deal with dozens of zombies on his way which were around the building. Of course, he did not forget to use the absorption technique. Looking up at the sky, Chun-Bai could tell that he had arrived in good faith. All the while he followed the mark that every awakened person would wish to see. In his previous life, the young man had no idea that this mark meant the place of descent of the deity during the mass awakening. Bright flashes from the sky began to reach the ground, and the young man ran in their direction. He arrived just in time to meet the divine creature. Chun-Bai's left, he heard a man's voice asking him to stop. The young man immediately braked and looked to the left. He saw in front of him a mustachioed man who introduced himself as a business magnate. He wanted to offer the young man something he couldn't refuse. Chun-Bai smiled and said that those words sounded really interesting. The young man admitted that the mustachioed man managed to turn his attention. Extending his hands in front of him, the merchant said that it would be an honor for him to bargain with the pioneer he had just met. Chun-Bai began to approach the mysterious stranger, and told him that he had been counting down the days until they met when he saw a mark in the sky in his imagination. Approaching the young man bowed before him, and began listing epithets with which he praised the interlocutor. Mustache did not dare to interrupt the young man. Chun-Bai raised his eyes and looked confidently at the man, saying that he was very happy to speak with the deity. It turned out that just in front of the young man was a divine creature of trade named Lei Du. Due to his height, Lei Du could be mistaken for an ordinary person. Chun-Bai met his first deity in his new life near the building of the destroyed university above which the heavenly mark had hung before. Lei Du said that he immediately realized that there was a connection between him and the young man, so he handed him the card and said that it was a gift for him. The divine creature explained that it was a golden green goblin card that would give the young man a discount of almost 12%. Chun-Bai gladly accepted the gift from God. He didn't expect that ordinary praise would affect the man so much that he would give him the gift of the East. Lei Du concluded that the young man was ready to trade, so he decided to show him his goods. On his right hand was a scroll. On the left is the legendary sniper rifle, which was known to the young man from a past life. She was very good at dealing with the strong heads of the monsters. Chun-Bai was simply shocked at how many weapons the man had in his arsenal. Besides these two, he showed him many rare items and weapons. The young man really wanted a legendary scroll, but he could not afford it. He thanked God for the offer but was forced to refuse. Lei Du, from the fact that it was obvious that the awakenings would have almost no income, but his goods deserved to be bought at a high price. The old man advised the man to work a few days ago to earn money, and scheduled a meeting for the day when the man would have money with him. Chun-Bai admitted that he really couldn't purchase the goods, but he said that he had heard that gods could not directly influence the course of events during the apocalypse. The young man assumed that Lei Du had come down to earth to choose people to do the work for him and asked if he was right. The deity of trade was pleasantly surprised by the knowledge of the young man. He asked the interlocutor if he was implying that he wanted to take his money. Chun-Bai did not hide anything and said that he wanted a lot of treasures from the man's piggy bank and suggested that he invest in the first awakened one. After a while, Lei Du decided to sit down and ask the interlocutor why he decided that he could bring a profit to the person who ate the dog for trade. The old man looked at the young man with a sinister look and added that even the dumbest person would have doubts about the effectiveness of such sponsorship investments. After hearing the answer from the deity, Chun-Bai decided to demonstrate his skills. He dramatically deformed his right hand, which he used to pierce the bodies of enemies. Also, the young man did not forget about his left hand in the form of his powerful hammer. He hoped that the old man would appreciate his abilities. Having demonstrated his energy and rank, the young man said that the god of trade could consider this as a guarantee for their fruitful cooperation. Lei Du was forced to admit that the young man had incredible abilities. He even clapped his hands and said that he had not seen such a thing in a long time. He has visited many planets, but he has not seen anything like this on any of them. Lei Du admitted that he was wrong when he said that nothing on this planet would bring him income. The god of trade decided that he would give the man one chance after all. He made a bet on a young man who stood out among the others for his highest rank. Chun-Bai was overjoyed at this answer and immediately asked if he could get the legendary scroll now, as it would help with missions. Despite the argument, Lei Du refused his charge and said that talent means nothing. Any god in heaven knows that. Instead, the deity of trade suggested that the young man demonstrate his skills to the fullest, and then he would be able to get the maximum amount of profit. After these words, a system notification appeared in front of the person that the deity of trade offers him a contract of the first cycle of tasks. Chun-Bai, after carefully reading the system notification, confidently replied that he agreed to all the conditions and was ready to start performing at any moment. Lei Du asked the young man to take his time and took out coins from his pocket. He said that, with the help of the young man, he would be able to summon him after completing the task. The god of commerce demonstrated how this can be done by tossing a coin. Vuzak added that he has very high hopes for his ward. Chun-Bai caught the coin that the old man gave him and asked him to stay for a moment. The young man asked if he could show him the treasures of the other gods. Lei Du smiled sinisterly and took out a second profession scroll from his arsenal. This artifact made it possible to use several skills at the same time. Seeing this scroll, the young man's eyes lit up. He really wanted to get it, which was undoubtedly the main incentive in completing the tasks. Chun-Bai was willing to do absolutely anything to obtain magical items from the trading deity's arsenal for completing missions. Lei Du concluded that they had agreed on that note. After that, the man put his hands together and said that it was time for him to go about other things. Torgivli wished his ward luck with hope that everything would go as smoothly as possible. Lei Du left his local affairs to a man. Immediately after he disappeared from the radar, the young man faced his first task. He had to find and defeat the creatures that Lei Du had hidden in the university grounds. The prescribed reward was also lower, which greatly embarrassed the young man. The reward was entirely at the discretion of the god of trade. This was not surprising given his status. In the end, Chen-Bai reassured himself that in his past life almost everyone knew about Lei Du, who paid very generously for a perfect mission. Having received the task, the young man went to the new building of the university. He was never in the second building, which surprisingly remained completely intact. In addition, Chen-Bai came to the conclusion that this building was built very recently because a week before that he had not seen any new buildings near the university. After all, it didn't matter to him now. The young man took a few steps forward and gathered his strength to start searching for the mysterious creatures. Chun-Bai slowly strolled through the corridors of the university and came across a gymnasium on his way that was barricaded from the middle. Inside the gym, there were students of the university who were bullied by strangers. They locked up the students and weren't going to let them go. The two boys were constantly bullied. They looked very bad considering the few bruises on their faces and bodies. Zdroven, who was constantly mocking the students, easily dealt with the young men and decided to go to the girls behind their backs. He ordered the beauties to immediately take off their clothes and beg them to make him his slaves, forever slowly approaching them. The man looked at the students with an ominous look and warned that otherwise he would simply finish them off without even leaving a gunpowder. The young men, who looked half alive, stood up for the girls again. They said that the crowd will not wait for what is required of the students. The man was absolutely not against this development of events. He concluded that the students had chosen death and promised them to finish everything quickly. The woman who was standing next to the big man suddenly decided to stop him. She grabbed his left hand and asked him to stop abusing the students. However, the man was not going to listen to her. He hit the woman hard in the face, ordered her to shut her mouth, and called her a slut. Immediately after that, the barricaded entrance to the gym resumed its original purpose. Someone from outside decided to visit the gym. The woman flew away from the man several meters back and landed hard. Meanwhile, the students silently watched and waited for the new guest in the room. They could not believe their eyes when they saw their peer in front of them. Young men and women held their breath at the moment of the student's appearance. Coincidentally, Chun-Bai was also a university student, so he couldn't allow his friends to be bullied by some idiot. Entering the central gymnasium impressively, Chun-Bai turned to the man and asked if he really enjoyed beating up innocent students. Zdroven began to turn his face to the entrance and answered that he was really interested in it, offering to also pile in the uninvited guest. However, Chun-Bai had completely different plans for this situation. With the speed of light, he approached the men, announcing that he was refusing the offer. Instead, he preferred to kill such scoundrels. He delivered a powerful blow with his right hand, slicing the big man's body in half. The partner of the victim was not going to just stand still. He wanted to catch the young man by surprise and swung his fist to attack him from behind. However, literally a second later, the man regretted his decision. Chun-Bai slammed him with his claws and once again spilled blood on the battlefield. The big man before was simply shocked by such a turn of events. Drops of blood landed right on her face. While absorbing his opponent's body, Chun-Bai asked those present if there was anyone with medical training, as he needed the help of someone with medical training. The students finally started to recover from what happened in the gym. They talked among themselves and could not find the right person. Chun-Bai meanwhile let go of the man and threw him to the floor. The young man watched as students tried to find someone from the medical university. Suddenly, a girl from the crowd pointed to the victim of the blow and said that she was 100% studying at a medical university. The girl did not expect such a reason and was scared to death. She asked not to kill her and began to justify her actions in this situation. She explained that she moved to China from another country, and she just likes living here, especially because of their traditions. Other students behind the girl's back began to make fun of her. Only one girl did not laugh and decided to stand up for the innocent. She got up and explained to everyone that the girl really didn't hit or touch anyone, she just made a mistake and started resisting those big men. Chun-Bai watched this whole circus with a smile on his face. He asked to stop Balagan since everything is clear here anyway. After that, the young man told all the students to immediately get out of the university and into the street. They left the university building and went out into the fresh air. Chun-Bai gathered all the students into one pile and told them to leave this location, asking only the Poma girl who was lying on the floor to stay. The young man told the students to go to Dongshan where they would be accepted if they mentioned Chun-Bai's name. The young man asked his peers to bypass the corpses of zombies. The students were not happy with such an idea because they were very afraid. The place was very far and they could meet zombies on the way almost 100%. Chun-Bai reassured the fellow students and said that he had killed almost all the zombies in the area, so the students would be in danger on the way to the city. The young man added that if he were present here, he would be in a great hurry because now the monsters began to develop and regenerate with tremendous speed. When the students heard that they might not have a second chance, they immediately revised their views on the situation and realized the seriousness. The girl who acted as a leader thanked the savior for his help and said that they understood everything and were immediately on their way. The girl behind the young man could not understand why he did not let her go. She began to wonder what Chun-Bai was up to. Suddenly different thoughts began to come to the girl's head. She decided that the young man was on the list of students who like foreign students. The girl had heard about dozens of boys who were engaged in similar affairs and hoped that the young man in front of her was not one of them. Chun-Bai that he is not interested in any foreign women. He reiterated that he just needed someone to take him to medical school. The foreigner felt very embarrassed at this moment. She apologized to the interlocutor and said that she had listened to almost everything. Not receiving any response from the young man, the girl began to shout loudly, informing the interlocutor that she was not a slut. The foreign student added that everyone thinks she is a girl with easy behavior, but she has never had a boyfriend and she is ready to prove it. Chun-Bai listened to the girl's excuse with a smile on his face. He repeated once again that he was absolutely not interested and asked to just follow him. Hot outside today. The girl led the boy to the gymnasium from where they were supposed to go to the medical university. The foreign woman was very tired considering today's events and asked the young man to stop for a few minutes and rest before the road. Chun-Bai would have gladly allowed it to be done in another situation, but now he put his hand on the girl's waist and said that they needed to hurry. After that, the young man pulled the foreigner behind him using his two legs. The blouse that covered her torn shorts flew off the girl. Thanks to the incredible speed of the pioneer, the students very quickly reached the medical university, which was located several kilometers away. The girl told the young man that he was too sharp and fast, and if she hadn't managed to catch her clothes with her foot, she would be walking in a hurry. Chun-Bai asked to put the conversation aside and talk about the medical faculty. The girl reported that there is a laboratory on the third floor where only the professor can enter. She told the young man that inside there is a lot of valuable information about viruses, and below the medical university there is a huge waste fuel plant. Chun-Bai heard a comprehensive answer to his question. The first thing the students did was go to the laboratory located on the floor above. Inside they could observe many kinds of experiments conducted by the professors. Students of ordinary level were not allowed here. Despite the lack of keys, the students were able to easily enter the chemical laboratory of Zhongqing University. Chun-Bai began to look around. Having seen a lot of chemical samples with his own eyes, the young man was very surprised. He did not expect that there would be so many things here. Chun-Bai used his abilities to test the viruses in the flasks. He found only flu viruses here, which in principle could be expected from a university. Suddenly the young man received a notification from the system which advised him to get enough flu points which would allow him to level up. After absorbing all these viruses, Chun-Bai awakened a new ability of the flu virus. Now he could infect people by controlling the development of influenza in their bodies. The young man was pleasantly surprised by what he received as a reward. It was effectively a continuous control that gave him the ability to control something other than his body. Looking through all the viruses, Chun-Bai didn't even pay attention to the ones that existed in real life. He was forced to admit that he knew absolutely nothing. It was even difficult for the young man to imagine what results he could achieve with his SSS rank. There was an incredible amount of viruses around. Chun-Bai decided to postpone the trade deity task for later, as he now felt it necessary to invest the remaining points to level up the Black Light virus skill tree. By doing so, the young man gained several new skills, including flying over walls and combat concentration, which allowed him to increase his vision and reactions during combat. After that, Chun-Bai decided to test his skills in practice. He pumped his fist and tried to feel how his muscles worked. Putting his hand out in front of him, the young man was simply shocked by the result of his light blow. He couldn't believe that the power had increased so much. At that moment, his partner entered the room, who was simply shocked by the fact that she saw a huge crack in the wall opposite the young man. The foreign student grabbed her head and could imagine what the young man would do with the body of a thin girl who accidentally fell into his hands. Chun-Bai came to the conclusion that he could control his muscles in different ways and direct the forces there. Now his attacks will be much stronger. Turning back, the young man saw a girl in front of him who was very red. He asked her what happened to her face. Not receiving a concrete answer, Chun-Bai told his partner that there was nothing more for them to look for, so they needed to get out of the laboratory. After the laboratory, the students went to the basement of the university. The foreign student was very scared because she was afraid of the dark and there was no light in the basement. Chun-Bai reassured the girl and told her to stay put, he would check everything instead. He suddenly stopped and the girl hit her head on his back. The students moved forward down the corridor, and Chun-Bai finally announced that they had reached their goal. Ahead was a door with the inscription "Dangerous." Despite this, the young man confidently opened them and went inside. He perfectly understood where he was going and was not going to stop there. Behind this door was a real crematorium. Chun-Bai asked the girl to stay outside, to which she replied that she was afraid. Despite this, the young man still left her behind the door and went forward. Just in front of him was a huge red mark. The moment the young man raised his hand and looked in front of him, he received a notification that he had entered the crematorium and would now receive a task. Chun-Bai had to clean up the crematorium, which was located under the medical university. He was given about 2 days for this, after which the task disappeared. This time was more than enough for the young man. He stood in front of the giant furnace and waited for the task to finally begin. Chun-Bai assessed the situation around him and immediately understood everything. In particular, why they did not meet any zombies on the way to the medical university. The dead bodies of people lying on couches suddenly began to rise up. The bodies slowly began to pull off the sheets and stand up. Chun-Bai immediately realized that he would have to fight the zombies. He braced himself for the attack and waited impatiently for the dance to begin. The zombies rose from their beds and settled in the room. They looked stronger than normal, posing much more danger to humans. Without waiting long, Chun-Bai moved from his seat and headed towards the monster. At the same time, he looked at the zombie above his head. The young man delivered a powerful blow with his mutated claws, sparing no strength. First, he decided to deal with the enemy opposite. Chun-Bai cut through the zombie's body with ease. The young man killed the resurrected teacher, for which he received 400 points. The battle did not end there, and now the young man's attention was focused on the monster on the ceiling. He began to gather energy as he prepared to attack. Gathering enough energy in his mouth, zombie exhaled with all his might, creating a spiral energy wave that was directed at the enemy. Now the young man understood why the monsters did not attack immediately. It was all about the ability with which the zombie could attack from a distance. However, she did not scare Chun-Bai at all. The young man rose from his place into the air and was able to predict the next attack with ease. Literally in a fraction of a second, he was in front of his enemy and swung his steel fist, wishing the monster a good life in the next world. Immediately after the last word, Chun-Bai drove his fist into the zombie's stomach at great speed. The monster screamed loudly and pressed its back against the wall. The young man managed to kill the zombie spider and get 1,000 points. It was a rather rare specimen for which Chun-Bai did not expect to receive such a great reward. His adventures did not end there, and the rest of the zombies began to get up from their beds. They slowly moved across the room towards their target. They had only one goal: to kill the young man in front of them who disturbed their peace by entering the territory of the dungeon. Chun-Bai felt at home in the basement. He let out a loud cry, inviting his opponents to attack first to eat him alive. The zombies immediately attacked, and the young man began to tear them to pieces. Chun-Bai got a huge amount of points by defeating a lot of monsters. After that, the young man raised his level to the 4th. Now he stopped in front of the furnace where he watched as the monster wanted to break out. Chun-Bai began to slowly approach the crematorium and talk to the zombies. The young man decided to go to meet him so that the monster would not worry so much. Suddenly, the metal door to the crematorium was knocked out. The monster turned out to be so strong that it was able to get out of the trap with ease. Chun-Bai began to behave a little cautiously. He understood that this zombie would be different from the rest due to its power level. Just in front of him, the young man saw a huge worm which did not yet resemble a zombie. He slowly began to crawl out of the crematorium. Standing still, Chun-Bai could feel the danger literally wafting from this piece of meat. This feeling was difficult to explain. The young man perfectly understood that this was still an unfinished form of the monster, and he needed to deal with it before it began to transform. That is why Chun-Bai instantly moved from his place and attacked the monster with his claws, but at this very moment the zombie began to take on its final form. Based on the situation, the young man decided to use his skill called flu mutation. He exhaled poisonous smoke from his lungs. Despite the smoke that spread around, the monster managed to survive and the attack did not reach the target. The zombie decided to counterattack the enemy. The flesh substance delivered a powerful blow with its right hand, hitting the target directly. Chun-Bai flew back a few meters after the impact. The young man landed hard on the ground, surrounded by his poisonous smoke. He realized that an easy battle with this monster would definitely not work out. The zombie completely transformed and turned into a biochemical monster that had an incredibly high rate of regeneration of body muscles. The monster was not going to wait long and decided to finish the fight. He quickly moved from his seat and headed towards Chun-Bai. The young man understood that he could not just sit on the defensive, so he decided to counterattack. He delivered a preliminary blow, hitting the enemy's stomach. After that, the monster delivered a powerful kick from which the boy managed to dodge. Making a coup in the air, Chun-Bai saved himself. The young man felt that his opponent was extremely strong and no match for his previous opponents, with whom he did not spend even a third of his strength. Now everything was different. Chun-Bai felt his muscles petrify and decided to use the power of the biochemical monster to restore his own. The young man rose into the air and swung his left leg to strike. The monster was able to block the attack by raising its right fist. Chun-Bai continued to attack for a while and wanted to know when the monster's regeneration would end and it would lose its abilities. The young man understood that he needed some time to defeat this monster. He used his hourglass to gain an advantage in battle. After that, Chun-Bai started fighting again and said that he wanted to check how long his opponent's regeneration would be. The battle went on for a very long time and lasted almost an hour. During this time, Chun-Bai was able to gain an advantage on the battlefield and could see that the monster was already in trouble. The young man scoffed at the zombie on the floor and asked why he had given up so quickly, and he hoped to play with him for a while. Heading towards the exit, Chun-Bai encountered a part of the biochemical monster on his way that continued to regenerate even in this state. The young man could not allow the monster to respawn again, so before the last blow, he said that this was the end of their fight. After his last words, Chun-Bai powerfully landed his right foot on the ground, crushing the piece of flesh that continued to regenerate. In this way, the young man killed the biochemical monster and received 10,000 points. His level rose to 5 and the boy received 2 new attribute points. Chun-Bai successfully cleared the dungeon and the system prompted him to use storage and then get the artifacts after loading. In addition, the young man had the option to hide his face and set the viewing price. He decided to upload the data but hide his face. Meanwhile, in the Dongshan area of the Song family pavilion, Su Xian continued to do his work patching up the wounds of the injured. This time her patient was Sun Jiqiong, who was injured in the battle with the zombies. Suddenly the woman saw a system notification in front of her. In the chat group you could watch a video of a young man with a hidden face going through a secret mission in a dungeon cleaning out a junk fuel cellar. The girls immediately recognized this young man as their ally. They began to carefully watch Chun-Bai fight with a high-ranking monster. Chun-Bai defeat the monster with delight. The beginning was not very successful for the young man, so his allies began to worry, but this was only the initial stage. Ali was also able to watch this fight, and after a while she was simply shocked at how fast Chun-Bai could move in space. One of the participants in the chat was watching the fight as if watching a football match. He was rooting for his idol, telling him to cut the monster to pieces. The man in the gym noticed that the monster's regeneration ability was much higher than the young man's, but due to the latter's fighting style, the latter won. The pink-haired girl admired Chun-Bai, who had no equal among humans, and now he also had an incredible ability to regenerate. While there were pleasant words for the winner in the chat, the young man remained in the dungeon, as he wanted to finish some unfinished attempts here. Chun-Bai looked at the system notification that he had received 300 exclusive points for summoning a black light virus that was different from the rest. The highest point of this virus's evolution was not at all the same as the rest, but it was not a problem at all for the Virus King. After the fight, the black light virus mutated and gave the young man plus 300% speed. He could now gain a new level A cell regeneration ability. Chun-Bai could use the remnants of his physical strength to restore a severed limb or quickly restore his body during battle. He could control this ability on his own, which was an extreme plus. The young man decided to observe a little to assess the strengths and weaknesses of the technique. A few seconds later, several artifacts appeared in front of Chun-Bai. He took into his hands the sacred scroll of a biochemical demon, which had quite great prospects but at the same time risks. Another artifact was a C-rank gene tincture that increased physical fitness. Chun-Bai found it quite useful and opened it. After that, the young man drank the elixir from the test tube and his characteristics increased significantly. In particular, the level of strength and maneuverability increased by 2 and 3 points respectively, leaving one more artifact that the system gave him for completing the mission. He slowly bent down and took something incomprehensible in his hands. Revealing some incomprehensible suit in front of him, Chun-Bai began to examine it and study the skills that this contraption could enhance. The description seemed rather ambiguous to the young man. He could change the shape of his body or equipment with this suit, but there was no explanation. Seeing the system window in front of him, Chun-Bai suddenly remembered that he had also collected a lot of loot from defeating this monster. Looking at the attribute of the clothes, the young man realized that they were all made of leather, and that they would make sense only when worn under clothes. His gaze settled on the Princes of D-level abilities. The book could increase the activity at the cellular level and increase the level of regeneration for a while. Chun-Bai also read that with his enhanced abilities the book was useless, but decided to keep it to exchange in the local chat. After assessing his loot, the young man decided that it was time to leave the dungeon and hand over the monster's body to the organizers so that the mission was considered complete. Chun-Bai thought that his employer definitely wouldn't expect him to complete the mission so quickly by clearing a high-ranking dungeon. With a smile on his face, the young man opened the system window and was about to leave the dungeon, but he suddenly had doubts about it. He decided to refuse to leave the dungeon and be alone with his thoughts for a while as they told him to take his time. Chun-Bai understood that Lei Du was not just a traveler with nothing to do. He was 100% sure that the man didn't do anything just like that. In addition, the young man remembered that the deity of trade mentioned a bonus that he would give to his ward in the event of a successful mission. Chun-Bai easily cleared the dungeon and did not understand what was so difficult about it. The young man thought that he was just screwing himself up and that Lei Du would be able to reward him fully. Suddenly, Chun-Bai turned his attention to the crematorium as the system window disappeared. He began to think about getting inside. Having opened the passage, the young man saw a lot of space in front of him and realized that he was on the right path where he could find the answer to his questions. Assessing the fairly wide passage where corpses were burning, absolutely everything was covered with metal, and at first glance there was nothing unusual here. Lifting his head up, Chun-Bai noticed a rather wide pipe on his way and decided that he could find something inside it. Just thinking about this, the young man suddenly got up from his seat and jumped into the air to continue his research inside the crematorium. Chun-Bai ran 50 meters in a few seconds without seeing the end of this pipe. It seemed to him too long for a short run. Suddenly, the young man was forced to stop as there was no way to hit. He did not understand how this was possible because the pipe had to lead somewhere. A dead end here. Chun-Bai stared straight ahead and tried to figure out what to do next. The young man decided to sit down. He knocked on the metal structure and wondered if there was anything unusual inside this crematorium. As soon as Chun-Bai spoke the last word, a golden face suddenly jumped out from the metal wall, scaring the young man to death. Chun-Bai decided that it was an enemy and delivered a powerful punch with his fist to the opponent's face to limit his further movements. However, everything turned out not at all as the young man assumed. He was unable to deal any damage to the enemy and saw a new system alert. The system informed him of a mask about which almost nothing was known. It is only known that someone with a similar face has magical powers. Chunbai continued to hold the mask and was surprised that the system didn't even warn him of the danger, and still didn't know anything about this artifact. Taking it in his hands, the young man with a smile on his face looked at the artifact and assumed that Lei Du was looking for this very thing and it should be given. The only question was how to figure out a way to transmit the mask. It was already night outside. Chunbai spent several hours at the medical university. The girl was already tired of waiting for the young man near the crematorium. She was sitting on the floor and suddenly noticed how someone started to climb out of the oven. The foreign student enthusiastically began to tell the young man about his exploits, which she saw with her own eyes, and fell in love with him after that. Chunbai asked the fan if she had any gold coins. The girl replied that she was not sure at all because her friends were constantly killing zombies instead of her. The young man suddenly realized that he did not even know his exact number of coins. He understood that they might not be enough despite the video views. Looking at the system window, Chunbai saw that he had 912 gold coins, which was not enough for him to unlock access to his own warehouse. It took at least 1,000 coins to create a warehouse, which the young man thought was the safest way to store things. After a long stay at the university, the students finally left the building. The girl asked, "Are they going to Dongshan?" The young man said that it is too dangerous there now. After hearing the answer, the foreign student offered to stay in a hotel nearby where you can stay on the upper floors where the zombies will not be able to reach. For the first time all day, Chunbai heard a very good thought from his partner. He said they would do just that and told them to take him to the hotel. The hotel, which was located near Jiangchen University, was called Lovers. At the moment, it was not the season and there were few visitors in the establishment. The foreign student insisted that they stay in the same room, which was called the seduction room. She definitely fell in love with a young man. The girl wore a nurse's costume to seduce Chunbai. Looking at his partner, the young man asked why she put on this suit. Chunbai sat down on the sofa and was not against talking a little closer, but explained that this suit just didn't suit the girl's figure very well. The foreign student was a little upset and said that she would go change her clothes. Chunbai replied that he would wait for her on this sofa. After a few minutes, the girl appeared in front of the young man in the costume of a policewoman. Chunbai said that the girl was too cute to be an evil police officer. When the student came to him dressed as a teacher, Chunbai said that he was not very attracted to teachers, so she had better change her clothes again. When the girl put on the costume of a student, Chunbai considered it completely inappropriate because she is a student in real life. The girl went to change her clothes again, and this time appeared before the young man in the guise of a Catwoman. She asked if the young man liked this image. Chunbai appreciated the girl's pretense and said that he likes pets to play with and have fun with. A young man and a girl spent the evening in a hotel of lovers to relax a little. It was deep night on the street and the students fell asleep. While the girl was sleeping sweetly after the stormy evening, Chunbai woke up and got out of bed. He had to finish his work on opening access to the warehouse. Now the young man had enough of me to open his own warehouse. He put on his clothes and said it was time to move on to the next stage. Chunbai took out the coin that Lei Du had given him from his inner pocket and tossed it into the air exactly as the man had shown. The gold coin landed on the floor and formed the celestial sign of the deity of commerce. Chunbai summoned the goblin god of trade with his actions. After that, the young man took a static stance and decided to wait a bit for the moment when he could finally meet Lei Du again. Chunbai chose a rather strange place to meet the divine creature. He called him on the street near the hotel. While waiting for God, the young man remembered that in his past life there was a popular phrase that if you want to get something from Lei Du, then be ready to give your emotion in return. Chunbai understood perfectly well what this meant. It was important to become a comrade for Lei Du so that he saw his ward as an ally, not a competitor. The young man did not forget to take with him the reward he received for the mission. It was one of the organs of the huge monster he defeated in the dungeon. Lei Du finally appeared and was immediately surprised to see the young man. He did not expect that the boy would complete the extremely difficult mission so quickly. Chunbai threw the reward towards the man and spoke. This was proof that he had completed the mission and transferred the defeated monster's organ. This body was the main condition for the mission. The fleshy substance landed right under the deity's feet and began to stink incredibly. Lei Du immediately assessed the already lifeless organ, which had managed to dry up after some time. He realized that this organ was definitely not fresh. The man was surprised that the young man decided to do just that. The man was well aware that the monster had been killed yesterday or even earlier. Lei Du asked the young man why he didn't summon him right away because judging by the organ it was clear that he had not completed the mission today. The deity of trade emphasized that it is better to be honest with him because he can keep what the young man needs for himself. Chun Bai said that they were not going to hide anything at all. The young man simply had a few questions for the man about the completed mission. Chun Bai asked God why he had hidden from him the true value of the dungeon he was passing through despite their close relationship. The young man said that he immediately understood upon entering that the dungeon was of a high rank, and if he did not have a SSS rank he would die there. Lei Du took a few steps forward and said that he understood the young man's displeasure, but he could explain his decision and previous actions. The old man said that this organ was actually very valuable, so he didn't want anyone else to get it, hinting at Chun Bai. The young man replied that he understood God's prejudice. After that, he decided to ask the merchant what he could get for this and the following missions. Lei Du initially decided to apologize for causing the young man to worry, but he was still able to prove his strength to the divine creature. It was because of this that the god of trade decided to give the young man the highest award. He suggested that he choose the artifact on his own and complete the next mission in the same dungeon. Chun Bai was very pleased with the reward from God. He bowed low before the man and thanked him for his boundless generosity and understanding. Lei Du then snapped his fingers and said that the young man could choose any B-level attribute, advising him to choose carefully. Chun Bai did not expect to see so many cards around him. There were simply an incredible number of them. The young man's eyes widened. Meanwhile, Lei Du watched his mercenary with a smile on his face and waited to see if he could make the right choice in such a situation. After thinking for a while, Chun Bai settled on one card that had a drawing of a sacred scroll on it and said that he would choose this one. Lei Du was pleasantly surprised by the young man's choice. He told someone that it was part of a scroll to find an ancient city which was a very valuable relic. The god of trade recognized that the young man was really smart if he chose this particular attribute. After that, the man offered to proceed to the last stage of the mission. Chun Bai saw in front of him a notification that offered him to agree to the terms of the mission, for which he could receive very valuable artifacts as a reward. The young man simply could not believe his eyes when he saw in front of him the attributes of the SSS rank. He understood that the mission would be very difficult. Chun Bai began to worry a little as he realized this fact. He asked God if he knew that even God is not started on SSS rank missions. Lei Du replied that he understood perfectly well since he himself started with a level A mission. However, he had his own plans and beliefs for this mission. The merchant said that he is offering his best item as a reward, so completing a difficult mission is a prerequisite in order to obtain the scroll. Chun Bai replied that he perfectly understood and was aware of the risk of this mission. In the end, the young man had no choice but to agree to this adventure. Meanwhile, something incomprehensible was happening in the Dongshan area. The monsters continued to mutate and literally covered the area, eating people. The main threat at the moment was a mutated rat of rank C. He had simply incredible speed and maneuverability that no one could cope with. Ali and Sun Jiqiong hid behind the stones watching the rat. They knew perfectly well that their team would not be able to cope with such a danger. Queen Jiangchen ordered her wounded charges to fall back as they were unable to fight the rat now and needed to prepare. Meanwhile, Ali continued to watch the mutated monster and suddenly realized that they were facing a danger that was difficult to avoid. The mutated rat noticed the people behind the stone and decided to attack them. With tremendous speed, it landed nearby, destroying everything. Ali managed to react to this attack and save Sun Jiqiong. She knocked the queen to the ground so she wouldn't be hurt by the blow yesterday. Meanwhile, the monster continued to attack the people around it, killing them mercilessly with its tail. It was difficult to escape from his incredible speed. Ali told the mentor that she needed to get out of here immediately. Sun Jiqiong replied that it could not be done because the monster would catch up with them anyway. As soon as the woman spoke the last words, the mutated rat jumped into the air and was about to attack the girls who had previously managed to avoid direct contact. Dongshan district realized that the end had come for them. They could not cope with the rat, who was 10 times outnumbered. The women's conclusions turned out to be hasty. Suddenly a huge energy wave appeared on the horizon which the mutated rats saw at the very last moment. Chun-Bai came to the aid of his allies in time and delivered a powerful blow to the monster's back, pinning it to the cold ground. Sun Jicheong had never been so happy to see the young man as she was now. She was very happy that Chun-Bai came to save them. After dealing with the common enemy, Chun-Bai stood on the monster's body and said that he came just in time considering the circumstances. The young man informed his allies that it was necessary to immediately leave the battlefield and help all those who remained alive in this extremely difficult situation. The allies went to the house of the Song family where they began to discuss today's situation. Mutated rats have become a major problem in recent days. The girls told their master all the information and the young man praised them. He suggested that they rest and he himself was going to kill the rest of the rats. Sun Jicheong suggested that the boy take his time as he also needed to rest. In addition, the woman wanted to introduce him to someone. Chun-Bai said that maybe the queen is right and you can rest a little. After hearing the answer, Sun Jicheong turned towards the door and called out to Lingyu. Behind the door of the room stood a girl who was waiting for a signal from the queen. As soon as it sounded, the door to the room slowly opened. Sun walked in. Jicheong introduced her to her old friend who was studying to be a lawyer and could help with the drafting of the new rules. Chun-Bai asked everyone present to leave the room and leave only Lingyu. He sent his wards to rest and decided to talk to the girl alone. Lingyu felt a little embarrassed in front of the young man and called out her name once more despite the fact that Sun Jicheong presented her in full. Chun came as close as possible to the girl and took her by the chin, saying that he wanted to see for himself that she had a sharp tongue for her profession. Lingyu smiled pleasantly at the hero's face and said that it could be arranged. She really wanted to get to know the young man a little better. The girl finished her work and thanked the master. Chun-Bai praised his partner and noted her simply incredible skills. After that, the young man got up from the sofa and went to the window. He told Lingyu to come closer to him and look out the window. Chun-Bai looked at several areas of Dongshan in front of him and assessed the situation. He decided now to talk to the girl about her work. Lingyu took these words a little in her own way. She stood in front of the young man in an erotic pose. Chun-Bai asked if she didn't know what he just said. Lingyu apologized and said that it was time for her to connect her concentration value, which allows her to increase her sensory perception, but this thing we don't hear anything. Chun-Bai asked the girl to calm down and stand beside him. He explained that from this window they could observe all 3 districts of Dongshan. The young man explained that different areas need to come up with different rules of survival in today's conditions, adding to them advice on fighting monsters. Among the neighborhoods were elite houses on the slopes of the mountains, as well as fairly cheap private houses which were much easier to get to. Chun-Bai told the interlocutor that her task would be to come up with rules for the districts of the city he had just named. Lingyu replied that she would be able to do so, asking if there would be any special requirements. Chun-Bai replied that he wanted to know more about the girl's abilities. He came closer to the partners and invited them to fully concentrate on their feelings in the next few minutes. Chun-Bai asked the girl how much she could increase her sensory perception. Lin-Bai replied that she could not know. Instead, the girl offered to test it in practice and got into an erotic pose leaning against the window. Her concentration level at this moment was at its maximum. Chun-Bai had a pretty good night last night, but it ended all too quickly. The morning of the next day came and it was necessary to go on an assignment. Chun-Bai took quite a few wards with him, whom he gathered near the sewers. The young man assumed that this was where the left of the mutant rats was located. He explained that he could have come here alone, but he brought his partners with him so that they could protect themselves when he was not around. Chun-Bai emphasized that only the strongest would be able to protect their loved ones and their area from a mutant attack if it really happened. The young man prepared to raid the sewers and asked his charges if they were ready to face the fears they would have to overcome. A small squad with Sun Jicheong and Ali sat down in front of their master and clearly answered that they were ready to leave the sewers. Chun-Bai was pleased with the courage of his charges. He told them all that from now on they could call him by his first name without the prefix pan. The men behind the young man shouted his name and said that they were ready for anything for his sake. Chun-Bai achieved maximum friendship and composure in the team. After that, the leader of the whole group decided to go first into the water. Chun-Bai stepped into the waist and walked closer to the sewer. He ran his hand over the metal structure, assessing its strength. The young man understood that this obstacle would not be a particular problem for him. He managed the bars with only one left hand. After that, the mission commander informed his wards that they could go inside. However, suddenly a system notification appeared in front of all the participants of the mission which required them to complete the task of entering the sewers. Ali read that they needed to kill all the mutant crises including their king, as well as find the source of the mutation for which they would receive unknown rewards. The participants of the mission took torches with them, and it turned out for good reason. Chun-Bai was pleasantly surprised to find that the sewers were much cleaner than he expected. Suddenly the young man raised his right hand up and stopped the people behind him. The leader informed the wards that something was suddenly approaching them. Chun-Bai was not mistaken, and people met dozens of mutant rats on their way. The monsters decided to defend their territory and immediately attacked the uninvited guests. The young man immediately prepared for battle and told his wards to do the same because now they will need to chop up mutant rats for meat. The allies behind Chun-Bai gathered their courage immediately after his words and headed towards the monsters led by Song Jicheong. The young man entered the battle first. He warned his companions to beware of the speed of the rats and not give them a chance to survive. A group of people continued to move relentlessly through the sewers. They destroyed many rats on their way whose bodies could not be counted. Sun Jicheong informed the leader that they had cleared a total of 16 long and short paths, meaning they had almost reached the end. Suddenly one of the squad members noticed the danger ahead. The queen laughed and said that it was just one unfortunate rat. Chun-Bai warned the woman to be more careful and use her abilities to gauge the strength of a potential enemy first. Sun Jicheong knew everything perfectly even without the young man's prompting. She used the skill of her eyes and looked at the approaching rat with crystal vision. Queen Jiangchen was simply shocked to see a level 7 monster. She immediately realized that the Rat King was approaching them. Sun Jicheong was now unsure of her strength, as she did not know if her attributes would even help defeat such a strong opponent. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Chun-Bai immediately moved from his seat and decided to help. Sun Jicheong asked him to be more careful. At some point the woman forgot who she was dealing with. She simply stood still and watched the young man win this battle. Chun-Bai cut the mutated rat's body in half with his first punch. The young man turned out to be even faster than the animal which was famous for its speed. For defeating the rat boss he received the E-level boots. They were a set of armor that did not increase the host's speed much. Chun-Bai realized that it was quite helpless but could be a very dangerous weapon in the hands of the right master. The young man immediately decided to put on boots and increase his skills. He felt that this attribute was much stronger than his vis-a-vis of the same level. Chun-Bai had defeated the Rat King, and now the squad had only one task left. They needed to find out the reason for the mutation of sewer rats. The allies walked for a few minutes along the sewers, and the Sun Jicheong found it strange that they did not encounter any rats. Suddenly the leader asked for silence. Chun-Bai took a few steps forward, and his Virus King skill began to absorb the many poisons that were coming from one side. The young man felt a lot of microorganisms in his body. This seemed very strange to him because such a strong virus can harm even mutants. Chun-Bai could conclude from this that the source of the mutation was very close, where even rats did not dare to approach. The group leader ordered Sun Jicheong gather all the participants of the raid and get out of here immediately. Chun-Bai decided to continue the path alone. The young man understood that his allies could suffer from so many viruses. With each step he felt more and more microorganisms in the air. Chun-Bai walked several meters through the sewer tunnels and finally sensed the strongest source he had been heading towards all his way. The young man saw in front of him the hanging body of a skeleton with black hair. Chun-Bai could sense an incredible amount of viruses around him. The king of viruses couldn't figure out where he had gotten to in the first place. It seemed very strange to him that the source of such a mutation was an ordinary corpse. After some time, Chun-Bai had the idea that this was a completely unusual corpse. He concluded that this body was the source of the plague virus. Standing knee-deep in water, Chun-Bai continued to examine the skeleton. With each passing second, he became more certain that it all started with the plague virus. The young man saw a scroll in the hand of a corpse around which many microorganisms were flying. He decided that, in this stricture, there is information about why. Chun-Bai cautiously approached the skeleton and extended his hand forward. He snatched it from his bony hand, taking it for himself. The young man opened it and began to read the information in it. He saw no attribute or instructions, there only incomprehensible information. It contained information about a plague cult that Chun-Bai had never even heard of in his past life and about a priest who sacrificed his life for it. The young man composed himself and began to absorb the viruses that were flying around him. He understood that his power would increase manifold if he completed the absorption. However, something Chun-Bai could not have imagined suddenly happened. He felt an inexplicable pain in his arm and the viruses began to react sharply. The young man's body began to shake from pain. The scroll turned out to be unusual and failed to absorb enough viruses to raise its level. Instead, the skeleton fell to the floor and Chun-Bai received a system notification that his sewer master mission was complete and he received 2,000 points. In addition, the system awarded him with a plague seal that remained on his left hand. Chun-Bai didn't understand what it was. After that, the next task was waiting for him called the Plague Cult with the level of SSS. Chun-Bai once again received a top-level mission. After reading the information about the task, the young man understood that it was somehow connected with divine power and he needed to go through the test meeting the true god. At the end it was said that if he passes the test he will fight with the Plaguebringer, but the young man wanted to meet with another god. After that, a new portal opened in front of the young man in the place where the skeleton had recently hung. Chun-Bai concluded that this was the entrance to a new dungeon. He decided to check the level of the dungeon and raised his hand to the portal. After that, the system informed him that in front of him was a hellish dungeon of plague sewers. Chun-Bai was simply shocked by this information. The level of hell was much more difficult than the one he had to face in the basement of the waste fuel plant. He was given a whole month to complete this mission. Chun-Bai was ready to see if he could come up with the most difficult mission sooner than this deadline. Sun Jicheong meanwhile was also exploring the level of the dungeon, the portal of which appeared near her. She rated the average difficulty at about 10th level. Suddenly the woman heard a young man's voice behind her who said that levels from the 1st to the 10th would be very motivated to complete this task. Sun Jicheong was very happy to see the leader of the team. She reported that she had already started dividing the participants into groups to enter the dungeon. After 20 minutes, most of the groups were formed. Chun-Bai informed his wards that there was an unusual dungeon in front of them which they had to enter in groups. The squad leader also added that the allies should remember that their life comes first, so there is no need to constantly climb ahead of their father into hell. Chun-Bai decided to form his own group of people close to him, but said that he would not help them unless the situation called for it. The young man took girls to his team with whom he went a long way. They were absolutely not against being in the master's team. Chun-Bai told the attendees to form their own groups and send chat invitations only to those they wanted to take under their care. Sun Jicheong received an invitation from the young man to join Team 001. The woman did not understand what the numbers meant by the team leader's invitation. Chun-Bai explained that the number is just the serial number of the commander's installation, so there is no need to pay any attention to it at all. Sun Gu was indignant that the young man did not call her to his team. She asked why this was because the others had received their invitations. Chun-Bai looked at the girl with a serious, confident look and said that the system couldn't be wrong, so he simply didn't send her an invitation. The young man explained that this will be his own team and only people loyal to him and strong awakened ones can join it. He added that a cowardly girl does not fit that description. Sun Gu immediately remembered the moment when she was surrounded by the entire team last time. All the same, the girl was indignant because the young man behaved very clearly and did not want to accept her choice, which she had already made a long time ago. Chun-Bai still decided to give the girl a chance. He asked her to choose any weapon and enter the dungeon so he could assess her skills. Sun Gu was a little worried, but she had no other choice. She took a B-rank knife and went to the dungeon to fight the mutated rats. The girl prepared for battle. The closest people stood behind her. Chun-Bai reminded Song Gu not to expect any help from him. After that, the young man turned his head back and turned to Lu Li. He realized the fact that he had never seen her skills and Song Ji's skills. Lu Li immediately demonstrated her talent called Illusion Image. The rank skill would allow the girl to create images from her imagination and use them in battle. However, she did it too slowly. About Sun Gu, the girl said that she has a talent of the TS level. Sun Go could increase her skill level by exactly 50% during battle. Chun Bai did not appreciate this skill and told the interlocutor that her insults would be much more useful in battle despite her slowness. Meanwhile, Sun Go finished her battle and defeated all the rats in the dungeon. She asked the leader what he would say now. Chun Bai appreciated how much the girl wanted to join his team, so he said that he would make an exception for her and accept her. Sun Go felt proud of herself at this moment and decided not to accept the offer right away. She said she could do without an invitation. Chun Bai replied that it was her business and she could enter the dungeon with someone else. Sun Go didn't mean it and began to panic. The girl informed the young man that he was losing not only a beautiful girl but also a very capable warrior. Chun Bai asked which one of them was arrogant now. Song Gu really didn't like talking to the leader. The young man liked her immensely but did not want to recognize either her or her abilities. Suddenly Sun decided to intervene in the dialogue Jicheong. She apologized to the young man for the behavior of her daughter, who is very jealous of him for Linyu. Chun Bai still decided to make concessions and told the girl that for her mother's sake he was ready to accept Song Gu into his team. The girl eventually received an invitation in the general chat. She tried not to show her admiration, but her satisfied face gave it away. Sun Go turned her back to the interlocutors and seemed to start dancing. She said that the leader will not regret his decision and she will kill all the monsters. Sun Jicheong once again apologized for her daughter's sharp tongue and asked the young man to be patient as long as they were in this dungeon. The woman put her hand on the young man's face and said that she would make her daughter call him dad. Chun Bai replied that Song Go was somewhat like her mother. Sun Jicheong admitted that her daughter is just as restless as she is but has many fears about the world that has suddenly changed. With a wink, Queen Jiangxin told the young man that Song Go would start calling him father very soon. She just needed to teach him a few lessons. A beautiful lady was pampering herself in the bathroom of a luxurious hotel room. She felt incredibly comfortable and safe despite the apocalypse thanks to the leader. Suddenly the girl saw a system notification in front of her that Chun Bai's team had cleared another dungeon on their way. In addition, the young man decided to post a video on clearing the dungeon. The girl was simply shocked and almost jumped out of the bath at that moment. She couldn't wait to watch a new video from the leader, but the price for it stopped her. Not everyone was ready to give 10 coins for a video. Despite this, the girl still turned on the video where all faces were hidden. Chun Bai was there surrounded by his female partners. The girl got out of the bath and went to the bedroom. All this time she was watching the video and did not understand who all these girls were. A man who was also a member of the chat and constantly trained was now watching the video and admitted that the girls in the video are talented but they are absolutely useless. The masked man also enjoyed watching the clearing of the dungeon. He estimated that his level is quite high and the leader really has incredible abilities. One of the spectators was shocked by how easily Chun Bai was able to defeat the boss. It was hard to believe that the young man possessed such strength. The three men observed the cleaning in the company and came to the conclusion that one of them who has a level C is perhaps even stronger than their leader. However, this man denied this information and said that the young man dealt with the boss in a matter of seconds, which was beyond the power of even the strongest awakened. The girl who had just gotten out of the bath admired the leader who defeated the 10th level boss. She also noted the girls around him. The girl really wanted to be in their place because they can see the leader every day, talk with him, or even study. Sun Jicheong informed the young man that they had obtained a lot of low-level equipment after the sweep. Chun Bai said that they would have to be sold. The woman asked if there would be any further instructions from the leader. Chun Bai replied that instead he had a gift for the queen that he had prepared. The young man explained that these items are very important and he got them in high-ranking dungeons where he performed missions alone. Sun Jicheong immediately turned her attention to the wall of flesh that had an incredible ability to contain the monsters despite their numbers. Next, the queen moved on to a scroll that could save hundreds of lives because it had the ability to move people to a place that they programmed. But the woman liked the thing that was intended for the female body the most. It flattened the figure and adapted to absolutely any shape. Chun Bai sat down on a chair and asked the ward if she really liked this attribute the most despite its poor description. Sun Jicheong sat down on the table and said that the master of these things is the young man, so she likes absolutely everything that he likes. Chun Bai said that he was not very familiar with women's things and asked if a woman could surprise him. Sun Jicheong replied that unfortunately it won't be her. Queen Jiangchan said that she wanted her daughter's official meeting with her father, so she asked to wait a while Song Go prepared for the meeting. Chun Bai agreed to wait and moved to the bedroom in the meantime. The sun has already slowly fallen below the horizon, having stopped heating the surface of the earth. Sun Go donned a Catwoman costume and spent a wild evening with the young man. She had been looking forward to this moment since the beginning of the apocalypse. The girl just fell asleep in the boy's arms. Chun Bai carried her to the bed and tried not to wake the sleeping beauty on the way. The girls were already lying on the bed in only their underwear. They all slept soundly and were waiting for their hero, with whom they spent an unforgettable night. Chun Bai slowly and carefully placed another beauty on the bed, so as not to wake her up. In the bedroom of the Sun family, a real harem for the young man has gathered. Judging by the expression on his face, Chun Bai was satisfied with today. He glanced at the girls he had left in the room. After that, the young man put on his equipment in the form of a cloak which he received for visiting the sewers 3 times. He wanted to put together a plague kit. Chun Bai assessed his chances for this success. He needed to visit the sewers every day to collect a complete set in 3 days. When the young man was about to leave his dressing room, he suddenly saw a message from the system. A member of the group named Men wanted to chat with the leader in a private chat. The girl wrote to the leader asking for some advice from him. She had seen many of his videos and had a lot to learn from the young man. Chun Bai asked her to talk about the abilities so that he could assess the situation. Or the young man offered to demonstrate his attributes. The pink-haired girl had no problem sharing her information and quickly began typing her answer on the keyboard. Meanwhile, Chun Bai thought about the girl's name. He understood that she must have been quite strong since she was in a group, but he had never heard of her in her past life. After receiving an answer from Men, the leader of the chat lady did not drop her jaw from surprise. He could not believe that such a person did not have his own chat. Men was a very capable girl who had the rank of SSS. For the most part, such people could subjugate others and tried to raise their status. Chun Bai was simply shocked to see the girl's abilities. Men could use the infinite progression of skills only when reborn, not for the first time. Despite the shock, the young man's response was quite calm. He informed the interlocutor that the skills of the highest rank are quite difficult, so he asked to tell more. Men agreed and immediately wrote about the ability called Dream Butterfly. Thanks to her, she could penetrate into the world of dreams, in particular to other people. Another skill of the girl was weaving dreams. With this ability, she could change some details in the dream world as she pleased. She called the last skill General Sleep, which helped her invite a person to a parallel reality, creating a dream totem. Chun Bai carefully read the system notifications and assessed the girl's skills. He was immediately able to understand the advantages and disadvantages of her incredible abilities. Men could only be defeated by reaching her body. Chun Bai was considered to be simply an invincible skill if someone would guard her body while she slept. The girl with pink hair still wanted to meet with the leader. She said that just now she could create a dream totem and invite the young man to her. Chun Bai did not expect such an offer and had to refuse. He wrote back that he was not ready to put his life in danger for the sake of an ordinary conversation. Chun Bai was simply shocked when Men asked him not to jump to conclusions, as they could sign the Evolver contract before going to sleep. This contract was worth as much as 10 gold coins. The young man asked the girl if she has money, why would she date a simpleton like him? Men replied that she wanted to learn from the leader despite the fact that she could kill absolutely anyone in her sleep. Chun Bai recognized that this skill was even stronger than his own. The young man replied that in a dream anyone can be strong even without ever holding a sword. The girl replied that she had a feeling she might die soon if she didn't improve her skills. Chun Bai understood what the girl was getting at. Her ability was in no way connected to the host's body, so it was both the biggest advantage and the biggest drawback of the technique. In the end, Chun Bai decided to agree to sign the contract, as he did not want such a talent to go to anyone in this world other than him. Men was very happy with such an answer and immediately sent a message to the young man about the contract, which is valid for 24 hours. Chun Bai accepted him. The young man was forced to stay at the Sun family's house to meet the girl in his dream. But his master bedroom was now occupied. That is why Chun Bai moved to the second bedroom and lay down to rest for 3 minutes. This was a necessary factor in order to enter the dream of men. Exactly 3 minutes later, the girl sent the leader a photo message which depicted a dream totem. Where will they go together? Chun Bai had already begun to think about how to improve Mengmen's skill, so that it could influence the immediate reality through a dream. The young man understood that, in this case, she would become simply invincible. After a few seconds, Chun Bai closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Literally a second later, he found himself in a dream and saw a girl with pink hair in front of him, who met him in her room. Men felt a little embarrassed in front of the leader and held a child's toy in her hands. She introduced herself and said that she was the one who signed the Evolver contract. The young man said that his name was Jin Bai and she could just call him Bai. He wanted to look around the room he found himself in. He asked if this was really her dream. It didn't look like a place for combat training. The girl sat down, put down the toy she was holding in her hands, smiled at him, and said that this was not the place for combat training. Then the girl extended her hand and said that she had just recently cleaned the gym, and it was located not far from this place. A window appeared in front of them. Despite the fact that it was a dream, the young man was still surprised because it was unexpected for him. In front of him was a huge city with many houses and only butterflies flying around. She took a few steps forward through this portal. The young man said, "Is this really the same gym?" And then he added a world in her dream so big that he didn't even expect it. The girl said that everything is not so at all. The world in which he thinks lives completely separately, and we can only enter it and change it a little. According to her research, the world reflects the real world. The young man said that now everything became clear to him and hurried her. Now they needed to start training as quickly as possible. The girl walked forward and told the leader to follow her, and they walked along a narrow illuminated path. The first place they got to was the dream world, a basketball court in the gym. The girl said loudly that she was talking about Meng. I'll click my finger, and added, "Let there be light." The light in the room they came in immediately came on, and it was clear that it was indeed a basketball court. The leader looked at her and thought that she most likely had the 8th grader syndrome. The girl was so happy and laughed that when she heard these words she answered him that until the end of the world she was a writer. The leader told her if she wanted to improve her Bai's effectiveness in the real world, then the best way to do that would be sparring, and asked her not to use any abilities for now. He needed to evaluate her fighting skills. Meng told him that in the dream world her attributes were raised to the same level as her mental abilities, and now they are at level 48. She advised him to be careful. The young man told her not to worry and that she could fight at full strength. The girl was still very shy but said that it was very good, and then she attacked. She pressed her fist with one of her hands and began to move towards the leader with shouts. When she ran up to him, he tripped her and stepped aside, saying that her center of gravity was not at all stable, which is why she was falling. The girl didn't stop, turned around, prepared herself again, and repeated her attempt. This time she swung both her fists around to hit her opponent. The leader said that this is the boxing of a 5-year-old child. If she fights like this, she won't be able to cause any damage. The leader said that first of all she needs to control her center of gravity. Her attack is very weak, so she can't even stand on her feet. He also said that secondly she shouldn't just try to hit, she should aim for the enemy's most protective places. And thirdly, she must constantly watch her opponent and concentrate not only on her attack. The leader said that for now she had enough knowledge, and until she remembered these 3 rules that he had just said, they would not be able to move forward. And then he added that, to be honest, he was now using speed with her with an attribute value of about 20 units. She should have worked on her reaction. The girl apologized. I looked at her and said, "Here, apologies for what, she just needs to get up better, that's all." Meng turned away from the leader so that he could not see that she was a little upset, and told him that she would try. Just 7 days later, at the villa in the Dongshan area where they always gathered, Michelle said that the leader should know that the rules and laws of Dongshan were published, and each of the boards had a volunteer attached to them who could explain them if necessary. The leader said that this was great and they were probably on the right path. And then he added that over the past few days he had cleared the area around the Dongshan area. Therefore he would leave early tomorrow and the leadership would be left to it. Michelle was a little surprised. Could it really be tomorrow already? After all, she thought that he would leave in just a few days. Then she added that after all, his plague kit was missing one more thing. The leader opened it and saw that indeed there were 4 out of 5 in his plague set. He thought that he had spent too much time to assemble this unfortunate E-class set. He understood perfectly well that there were many treasures much cheaper than this suit, so he needed to finish it all as soon as possible. Mesali told him that he could return when they thought about them. At that moment she hugged him from behind, and then she added that otherwise there would be a flood in the Bai Palace, and what would they do then? One person grinned and said that there was still a flood on his territory. Then he grabbed her by the chin and pulled her face as close to his as possible. He looked her straight in the eyes at that moment. He told her to call everyone because they should develop a plan for an unforeseen situation. Messel carried out the leader's order, and when it was already deep night, the light was on only in one of the rooms of this large house. In this room, absolutely everyone gathered in order to, in their opinion, develop a plan in order to actually have fun. They were ready to respect their leader and were also ready to receive this pleasure themselves. Their leader was as always on top. He felt like he was in a dream among butterflies and many flowers. The very next day when he woke up, got dressed, he went into the room and saw them all sleeping but half completely naked. He went out into the corridor and noticed that his assistant Michelle was waiting for him there. He asked her if she was looking for Michelle, then she was still sleeping. The girl answered no, she was looking for him. Then he asked her what happened, and heard the answer that someone was causing trouble in the settlement at the foot of the mountain. He didn't understand what he had to do with it because the laws of Dongshan were established for everyone. He turned around, looked at her, and asked if she didn't know what to do as a rebel. His face was quite serious at that moment. The girl apologized to him and said that she had everything under control. She just wanted to let him know that many of them considered themselves his classmates. The leader immediately told her to lead him to them and followed her. After some time they were at the villa of the Dongshan district, a settlement at the foot of the mountain. One of the rebels shouted that Changbai had come out to them and he saw him. The girl told the leader that these people are not satisfied with the tax of 1 coin per day, and they also want to receive protection even though they refuse to pay. When the leader heard what the speech was about, he went down the stairs and saw that it was indeed his classmate, and he even remembered that his name was Li Cheng. The young man said that their laws are not so harsh. By killing one of their zombies they get a coin for it, even with the condition that they cannot kill the unfortunate zombie in the camp. There are many other simpler and safer jobs. He did not understand why they create unnecessary problems. This guy shouted that it wasn't about money at all. He started explaining that if the end of the world had come, people should start helping each other, and he had resources, why not help people in need and the camps? They didn't think that in his place he should have listened to the words of the student council president, and if he did they would also cancel this tax for everyone and it would become much easier for them to live. The young man looked at him, spat high, and said that he had no desire to talk to him. Raising his hand up, he added that there are rules here and they must follow these rules or leave, and then added that if they do not disperse in 3 minutes they will be killed. I told them that such rules cannot be followed here, then the path will fail. Those who do not leave in 3 minutes will be killed. He looked at the girl and told Leng Shuang to start the report. His classmates who were standing below said that 3 minutes would not be needed, they would not go anywhere anyway, and their leader said that he was seeking well-being for everyone, they would support him and everyone would be grateful. One of the security guards shouted that enough talk, 1 coin has never been a burden to anyone. Those who do not want to pay are just stingy people, and they will not protect such people. The guards went on the offensive. Each of them shouted that these guys were scum who couldn't even kill 1 zombie a day, and if they couldn't kill them he could come to them and be their guard dog, and then they would definitely pay them, but now they had to get out because the camp would have nothing to do with them. The guys who went out to this riot were crushed. They had no choice but to get angry. Their leader said that he would leave because he did not want to stay in such a place and threatened Chun by that he would regret sending him away. I took a few more steps forward and told them to wait. His classmates then asked him if he was already starting to regret. In the very next moment Chun Bai's hand began to transform and looked like the paw of a predatory animal with sharp claws at the end of its fingers. The young man swung and struck with one hand around the entire perimeter, so that his interlocutor did not even have time to react. Blood splattered everywhere. This guy stood there not understanding what happened. All the others who had just been confident in their rightness and demanded something began to retreat back. I told them if one particular hell of a good thing escapes now, he will really regret it, but not about what they think. The girl was keeping her report. She said that they still had a minute left and asked everyone else if they hadn't left yet. One of the guys got down on his knees and started crying. He said that he was ready to follow the rules and was ready to accept punishment for the problems he had caused. He asked to be given another chance. I told him that he is a smart man, 5 coins, and in a month he can live as he wants. This guy thanked the leader. The rest of the parle also began to fall on their knees and ask him to give them a chance. They are also ready. I turned around and told his companion that the rest were on her. The girl replied that she understood everything and he could not worry. As he was walking he heard that he had received a message. He looked and saw that it was a message from Merman. The girl wrote that in the real world it is very difficult to improve her ability, although her intelligence is high, but she has no attack skills. He asked her what city she was in. He would come to her later. She replied that she was in Jiangchen. It was very close to him. He told her if she was ready to follow him, then he could take her. She replied that it was great. At that moment he remembered that in his past life, he would have been there during an S-rank mission. He of course thought that this is certainly not SSS. Well, it is also possible to get high-quality materials in some way. Immediately after these messages, he thought that he would first need to go to Wuchang. When they arrived at the Junction Hotel, the young man asked Jiha how much food they had left, to which he replied that there weren't that many games for 12 people and that they could last for about 3 days. Jiang Luoping believed that it was all because of one special zombie that killed 5 of their people, and also his instinct was very sharp. He understood perfectly well that this zombie was strong enough because they could only go down to the 10th floor, and then this zombie began to notice them so that they could not get out. Sun Jiha is very upset because he thought that they would probably have to die here. 2 more girls joined them. One of them told them to look in that direction. He turned his head and saw a man jumping from one roof to another, and he did it very quickly. Jiang Luoming, then I saw it and was very surprised. I asked him what it was. He only saw something very vague. At one point he even thought that it was a new kind of zombie. The young man didn't understand how this could be. He was flying, walking on the walls. It was too dangerous, and they should probably close the curtains. The girl told him not to worry. She thought it was just a person. The guys were very surprised how this could be. It was impossible, they thought, and told her that she was most likely wrong. This girl's name was Wen Sherwei, and she was absolutely sure that this was a person. She reminded them of her abilities. The very next second she said that it was the man who was jumping. He was flying away. He was approaching them. They saw that he was really very close, and he was also not far from the zombie that they could not defeat. On the roof was Bai, who scanned this zombie and realized that it was a despot, and it was an unexpected bonus for him, and he just had a drawing for the despot's bone weapon. A young man stood on the roof of a house and looked at this zombie. He thought if he hit with a giant hammer it would affect the quality of the material. After which he decided that he should make a jump to get closer to this zombie, and he has only one option left. He must decapitate him. The guys were standing in a hotel room. Opened the curtains a little. They didn't understand anything. They asked Miss Wei what was going on. The girl said, "Stop watching, it's very dangerous." Wei said that this guy they were watching and the zombies, they started fighting. She didn't even understand at what point the guy got claws. Her friend added that it was most likely a monster because a person can't have claws. The next thing the girl said was that the guy killed the zombie, and in her opinion this guy absorbs the zombie's power. Then she told them to wait because she saw his face and she was very, very surprised. There was a huge zombie lying on the ground below, and Bai was standing next to him. He received a notification that he had absorbed the special zombie virus. All the abilities of the black light virus were improved. The notification also said that 800 virus points were received. 500 black light virus points. The next notification he received was that the black light virus was acquiring a new form of muscle strengthening, and the black light virus was acquiring a new form of shield. Bai thought that strengthening the muscles could strengthen any part of the body, but it would affect the shape of the body and cause discomfort. The shield was twice as strong as his defense. He thought that was great. The girl at some point opened the curtains in the hotel room because she saw the face of the guy standing below. It was Chun Bai. She was delighted. She screamed so loudly that Bai standing below heard her voice, and he raised his head and wondered who was calling him. When he raised his head up, he saw the only window in which there were people and in which they were watching him. At some point it even seemed to him that he knew someone's voice, but he didn't understand who it was. He looked at this hotel from below, and there was no longer a single window in it, and there were no people at all who could watch him. The number where he had just seen someone, there was no one near the window anymore. The guy grabbed Wei Sherwei from behind and covered her mouth. He said that she couldn't know that this was the same Chun Bai that she knew, and that if this was a disguised monster, her friend said that this guy easily killed the monster that got them stuck here. If she wanted to die, then let her act without them. The next second they heard a knock on the window of their room. Bai asked if there was anyone inside. He said hello to them, introduced himself as Qin Bai, and asked who had just called him. At this moment the girl managed to break free and shouted to Chun Bai that she was Wei Sherwei and ran to the window. The very next moment she was at the window and abruptly opened the curtains that separated them. She saw Bai outside her window. When Bai saw her, he said that she was Miss Song's friend, but he kept thinking who she was. The girl asked him if Song-gu was okay and what he knew about her. After some time he was inside this hotel room in Jiangcheng. He said that the settlement he founded in the Dongshan Villa area currently has about 100 people living there, and Song Muzikyong is helping him manage it, so Sugu is fine. And the girl was so surprised that she asked him again if it was true. The guys were also surprised completely differently. He was interested in whether he really had his own settlement and whether hundreds of people lived in it, and the second one asked again whether the Queen of Jiangcheng was really helping him. Most likely he was deceiving, they thought so. Bai is confident in himself. He told them they can find out if they come and see for themselves. He would never lie if the lie could be easily revealed. At that moment everyone heard someone open the door to their room. A guy entered the room and Thunder screamed loudly when he saw Chun Bai. He was glad to see him. Bai also recognized this guy. It was Qijing. Following one guy, two more people came into the room. They were Li Feng and Zhao Mu Lin. Qijing said that he just heard someone calling him, and the other guy couldn't believe that it was actually Bai. Everyone was interested in the question of where he could have come from here in this room because no one had gone up. Qijing said that on that day Brother Jiang went to help Miss Wei and many students went with him. One of the guys said that he also wanted to invite him, but Li Feng told him that he would definitely be busy. Bai was delighted and asked the guys if there were many students who studied with him. If they wanted, they could go to the Dongshan Villa area. The young man added that however in the settlement where he lives there are rules that everyone who lives there must hand over 1 coin a day. He asked them if they could accept it and they shouted that of course they could. One of the guys added if it weren't for that monster they could have gotten the gold coins, but they were scared of something else. The road to the settlement was very dangerous, so they asked if he could go with them. Bai said that he had other things to do, but they shouldn't worry. As he was walking in that direction he saw only one zombie despot. His classmate said that it was a really unusual zombie and they were lucky. Bai took out some attributes from his stock and showed them to the guys. Everyone around was shocked. Bai told Qijing and Zhao Mu as well as Wei Shiwei that he could not use this equipment, which is why he was leaving it to them. Then he said that he was still in a hurry, and if they knew where to go then in that case he was leaving. The guys thanked him. After Bai left everything he turned around and went to the exit. The guys told him to be careful. At this hotel he immediately began to move around the rooftops just like before. Meng Meng sent him a request for a private chat. He stopped to read what she wrote to him. The girl wrote that there in the group King Han was complaining. She thinks that her ability can help. He wrote to her to tell him briefly what was going on. The young man thought about King Zan. It was most likely Han Shao. You are at that time in the room and that very hotel where he recently saw his classmates. The guys were discussing among themselves whether they should go to the settlement, but they didn't think that it was really a safe place because there were a lot of people there. For them it was very important. Of course all this was true, but they understood that they needed to prepare. They needed to cross Jiangqing to get to Dongshan. One of the guys adjusted his glasses and said what he thought about the question, but he was interrupted by a sharp sound coming from the window. The boys turned their heads and saw Chun Bai again. They didn't understand why he came back. Miss Wei came closer to him and asked him what happened. The young man replied that he needed some time in the room to do something. One of the guys said that then he could go to their room. There was no one there. Bai came out with the guys and said that he just needed to be alone. The guy was told okay, he will stay in the room and they will be in the living room. Miss Wei unexpectedly called Chun Bai and asked him to wait. She was able to catch up with him only in the hotel corridor. The girl said that she almost forgot. She asked about her friend Song Go because she wanted to add her as a friend, and she didn't have a number. She asked him. He immediately said 990225. Then one of the guys asked Bai for his number because the guys wanted to add him as a friend too. Bai told them that his number was 001. At first when this guy heard his number he thought about it a little because it seemed completely untrue to him. He laughed and said that it was a very stupid joke on his part, but his friend behind him had already added him as a friend. So when his comrade approached Qijing, he took him by the shoulder and said that he should add and then he would understand everything. The next moment he sent a request to his friends, and when he saw it it seemed that he froze in shock. The guys told him not to stand there like a pillar but to do a show with them. Already 10 minutes later the guys were sitting in the living room and one of them could not calm down about the fact that Bai's number was 001. It was just unbelievable. The second thought was completely different because he was interested in the question that the order of becoming and evolving coincides with the numbers and he was the first. The guys were discussing among themselves that they realized that the dorms Bai wrote that the university had moved the physical fitness test to mid-June. The other one replied that of course he remembered because they had been training for more than a week. Then he suddenly jumped up and asked his interlocutor if he really meant that Bai already knew about the apocalypse. The guy said that maybe it was just a coincidence, but the exercises ended up helping a lot. They sat in the living room and discussed that it was definitely Chun Bai who gave them this information. One of the guys asked Miss Wei why she was so red. The girl unexpectedly for everyone said that you are there nothing special. She will go to the room and added that they Chun Bai asked them not to want to go to the room. There was a strange sound coming from behind the door, but none of them even thought to go up and open the door. Approaching this door, Miss Wei thought about Bai, and from the correspondence that she had today she wrote to Song Gu. Song Gu wrote to her that she knew that he went to flirt with other women, and if she was her best friend then when they got together she would not be the only one calling him daddy. The girl was a little shocked by such servants. She only thought about Chun Bai and Xiao Gu, and she was hurt by the words that they would get together. She was standing right next to the entrance to the room where Bai was, and when she was ready to go in she heard a conversation between two guys. One of them was telling Jiang to listen to him. I mean that not everything is so simple. He claimed that Chun Bai was most likely deceiving them in his words. He thought that there were too many holes. His interlocutor thought the same thing. The guy didn't understand how it could be that Song Zicheng helped him in management. It sounded like stealing. Miss Wei, when she heard this conversation, she thought a little about what was happening. She needed to make a decision. Bai at this time went to the dream world. He said hello to everyone. He was doing something in the real world, that's why he was late. When he saw everyone he said that it seemed like they were only waiting for him. When he arrived at the place there were 3 people in the room, a girl and 2 guys who were waiting for him. One of the guys got up from the couch and said that his name was Han Xiao, and he finally got to meet him. He knew he must be a handsome guy. The girl said that he is such a flatterer, to which the guy did not respond, that he only speaks facts. The third guy in this room was another guy at the mask. He said that he was in the crow, and Meng Meng told him that he needed another person, so he came here. His ability was to embody fear. When he looked at them he saw that the Raven had an SS rank, the embodiment of fear. Meng Meng had an SSS rank, the world of dreams, and the third guy said what his mental control of S rank meant, and he was the best here. Bai replied that although he had no abilities, he would have been very lucky if he had encountered such difficulties a little earlier. Then most likely Meng Meng would not have been able to help him because she could only drag them into her dream and nothing more. In fact, it was dark that gave them the opportunity to come to another person. And Meng Meng actually only found out about this yesterday. The girl confirmed that this is indeed true. The guy scratched his head and said that in that case he was very lucky. Bai told the boys well and added that Meng Meng would not be able to support them in their sleep for too long, so he should explain what the complaint was about. The guy started telling that it was all because of his exclusive mission and he would send them a screenshot. In fact, it was quite far away, so he suggested that they talk on the way. Family secret, it was an exclusive mission among his father's things. He found a medical card, psychological hospital, Red Star. On it was written the name Aunt, and which he had never heard. Her medical history seemed strange to him. He thought that it seemed psychological hospital. There is a key to solving this mystery. He led to the hospital. When they approached he said that this hospital had already become part of the mission when he went in once he was a rover and returned. Then he added that he can't defeat the monsters that sleep at level 12 while alone, and there is also no way to wait for an update. After he retreated the first time, the system told him that if someone noticed how he came there, then that someone can come out. When he listened to the whole story to the end, he said that he understood everything. He received a notification whether he wants to lead the team in the psychiatric hospital Red Star. The young man, I have no doubt, immediately replied that yes, he was ready to enter the fight. After some time they decided that they needed to go inside, and they did it. When they were already inside, the first thing the crow saw was that there was a monster here. Meng Meng immediately noticed that something was wrong here. The guy warned that he was not weak here, so everyone was careful. The monsters they saw were a zombie nurse. She was covered in blood. On one of her legs was the author's shoe. Was the boss. She had glass eyes and a tongue that hung to the side, and at the same time she was making some sounds. The crow, who wasn't scared, said that he was ready to try to deal with this monster nurse. The zombie nurse approached the guy. The next moment it seemed like she was ready to attack first. Raven attracted his SS rank ability, embodiment of fear, and this ability played zombie nurse stopped. Already in the next zombie, the nurse first fell to the ground and then began to crawl as far as possible from what she saw in front of her. Her heart was working like crazy. It seemed like it was about to burst from fear. Raven was very skillful in managing fear. He continued to embody fear. The only thing he did was he cleaned the rhythm. Her heart couldn't take it. It jumped out and tore her chest apart. The crow received a notification that a group member had killed a crazy nurse and gained experience. Meng Meng immediately exclaimed that it was similar to how their boss Bai worked. Bai told the guy that it was not bad at all, and the young man said that it was a cool ability. The crow explained how it works. First, you need to release a mental attack to deal damage within a predetermined radius. The sound skill attracts the attention of monsters. He said that they were lucky and he has an attack skill. I told Han Xiao and Meng Meng that X's abilities are higher and they should decide for themselves. The young man said that he only needed items and missions and that he already had similar skills. The girl said that she was ready to take it and thanked him for giving it to her. When she took this skill, a notification came that the skill of screams and howls was learned. Bai told her to definitely try to use this skill. The girl replied that the attack range is not very large, but the range is wide enough it can lure monsters out of the chambers. Bai told her that it was very good. It was important the function of attracting monsters all at once, otherwise one by one it would take too long. He told her that she was not afraid because there would be no problems. The girl agreed. and she tried the skill of howling and she succeeded. After some time the monsters actually heard these sounds and began to come out of all the chambers and approach them. When Bai saw this he said that the effect was very good and he liked that they all immediately left the wards. Han Shao was a little scared and said that there were too many monsters and he was worried about his abilities. Crow stood behind him and told everyone else and his team to be careful. Meng Meng asked the leader if it was normal that there were so many monsters here and they were getting closer. Bai answered her that it was quite normal. He was completely confident that they could cope. He raised his hand, scratched the back of his head, and said that these monsters were just an excuse for them to practice new skills. Han Shao heard the leader's words and said that if he thought so then everything was fine and threw many knives towards those zombies and shouted that he was ready to finish them all off. He continuously attacked the zombies one after another, hitting them and throwing them aside. On the other hand, a crow acted who called upon all his abilities and summoned the embodiment of fear he needed. Verai. The crow asked the theme to grab all the zombies that were approaching him by the throat with her long black hands and hold them by the throat. On the third side Meng Men was acting. She absolutely destroyed everything and I was my weapon. Even the guys who were standing next to her understood that her abilities were something. She was destroying these zombies with incredible speed. When the girl took aim and fired another shot of her fire weapon, she liked it so much that she decided to do it again. One of the guys on her team said that of course the grenade launcher that was in her hands was something. Of course he understood that in a dream she really can create whatever she wants. He was interested in the question of whether she can create some kind of mega big robot in her future. The crow looked around and noticed one peculiarity about the fact that only they step into the slaughter with the monsters that approach them. So he asked everyone else why their leader hadn't done anything yet and shown what he was capable of. Bai stood at the ready. His hands were huge paws with sharp claws. Their leader said that he finally succeeded because the charging speed of the skill was very slow. At some point he thought that it seemed like it would be difficult to use it during the battle. But despite this, the young man thought that he was still ready to enter the battle. Bai raised his huge paws and swung them, and then with all his might he struck the ground with these paws. He used his skill's earth spike. And the very next moment one after another spikes began to emerge from the ground, and on each of them hung one zombie. Bai did not stop after one blow. He made several more blows on the ground. There were a large number of thorns. Meng Meng turned her head. She was surprised because with just one skill of their leader, he was able to take out all the zombies. The guys were also delighted. After the leader finished, he returned to his original state, but two more monsters appeared behind him. One of the guys saw with his own eyes that there were two more zombies there. So he immediately swung his arm to hit them and said that he would take care of them. Their leader raised his hand and asked the boys to take their time and wait. Then he added that he had left those two on purpose. The young man was a little upset. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. Bai left these two specifically because he understood that the ability of black light has improved in him, and he can see part of the memory of the absorbed target. He had a chance to obtain skills in the target. When he read this notification, he understood that he needed to absorb the energy of two zombies to see their memory. What he did next was that he realized he didn't really use this skill, but he was still interested in how it worked. The very next moment when he absorbed the energy of one of these zombie nurses, he saw a hexagonal star cut out with a knife on her stomach. He did not understand what it was. In the memories of these zombie nurses, there was some kind of horror. She was crucified on a cross and there was a bloody mark on her. He did not understand what kind of memories these were. Then he saw a picture of several crosses on each of which there was someone, and it was all covered in blood. The next thing he heard was shouts for them not to come near. At one of the baptisms, someone was shouting for them not to come near. Someone was telling the head nurse to calm down please, but she clearly had no intention of calming down. The man who was right in front of her was throwing it at her. Was she really scared to death? And what about her mental stability? Now the only thing left for her is to devote her life to her master. Then he added that what a pity, a crazy woman in that case. She can only be used as a victim. The nurses talked among themselves about this incident. One told the other, so that she would not be upset about this story with Nurse Ken because she also really liked her. She knew that Nurse Ken was very kind and beautiful, but very unexpectedly for everyone she went crazy. She kept repeating the same thing, 16, 16, 16. Bai grabbed the zombie nurse by the head and asked her again what 16 meant. Is this really a demonic seal? The next moment he definitely remembered that this was a demonic seal. In his past life, when he was a demon hunter, the mental hospital in Modu City was connected to them. You could even summon them. It's a pity that his level at that time was already higher than available then. He just read an article on the forum and forgot. By after the operation was completed, he said that they should not waste time and should start looking for clues for Han Sal's mission. The leader told them to be careful, most likely they could meet some pretty strong monsters here. Half an hour later, they thought that they had lured out all the monsters and there was no one inside the building, so they started searching the first 3 floors. Everything was clear. They thought that there was nothing and no one left. When they walked forward, the crow thought that the number 16 is quite common. When they stopped the war, he asked the leader why the dungeon boss wasn't doing anything. Was he really scared of Bai Di and decided not to show up? Bai answered him, looked ahead, that the young man thinks too arrogantly and everything is still ahead. All 4 of them moved forward and wanted to understand what awaited them and who they were, demanding that he show himself. As they walked forward, they heard loud footsteps approaching them. These were the paws of a monster. He introduced himself as the director of the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital. He was one of the 72 stubs of Solomon, and also the messenger of the 16th higher demon. When they saw him in front of them, they wanted to clarify whether he really was a demon and whether he really was a messenger. This demon who stood in front of them said that they had no point in pretending to be calm, they would most likely become victims now, and his master is their only destiny, and if the girl agrees to faithfully serve his master and produce offspring from him, then this demon became silent to carefully evaluate her, after which he said that he was ready not to kill her. Magman, when she heard these words, she got very angry. She started screaming, he can only dream about this and can go himself and give birth for his master. Bai listened to the demon and said to the end that he is not really a demon because he is a former human and he is too arrogant. He told the demon to prove that he was capable of more than just talking, otherwise he would just stand there and make himself look inferior. The demon answered them that they humans know nothing at all about life and he is ready to show them. Then he raised his hands up and screamed with all his might for the master to give him his power. At that moment he became huge. It seemed that he was really so huge that they looked very small. Even at some point the guy who brought them here to come on this mission grabbed his head, realizing that it was impossible. He held his head and fell to his knees because it was unbearable to hear the sounds that this monster was making. Meng Meng turned to the leader because she also couldn't hear these sounds. It seemed that she would burst from them any minute. Bai thought that he didn't like it, but this guy was one of those demons that he hated the most. He puts them under constant psychological pressure, and at this moment his intelligence is quite high but he has no skills. Therefore the leader decided 100 if such a situation means that it was necessary to deal with this monster that stood in front of him very quickly, and he moved towards him in order to attack. Bai was very quickly near this demon. Ina struck him right in the stomach so that he did not even have time to start resisting. The demon lowered his head and said to Bai, why are we stopping? Has he really run out of strength? Then he began to growl even louder, and it seemed that he was about to explode from anger. But despite this, the leader used his sword to stop his attack and not hurt himself. Demon Rage, he said that he has a pretty strong opponent and you can have fun with him. The demon believed that despite all the enemy's abilities, he would not be able to break through the hellish fire, and if he did get through, he would die from psychological pressure. Bai assumed that this could happen and therefore was prepared for it. The demon kept saying that he would neither be able to approach nor run away, and in this hopeless situation he wanted to look at his despair. Han Sa laughed after these words. He decided that he had another skill that he could use. At that moment he put up a defense against psychological pressure that the demon couldn't break through. The crow and everyone else felt the pressure disappear. The girl asked why he hadn't called this skill before. Han Sa said he didn't understand what happened, but after a while he managed to lower the pressure. The demon, when he heard the name of this guy, asked again what his name was, then said that he was actually from the Han family and was a relative of his master. The demon told him not to even think that he could defeat him so easily just because of his blood. His hellfire could still fry them all. The young man answered him that in fact he was an ordinary dog of his owner, and he did not understand why he wanted to kill his owner's relative. Was he really afraid that his owner would get angry? The demon answered him that the owner's family were all traitors. If he killed any of them, he would even receive a reward. Immediately after that he said that he was ready to turn them all into ashes. The demon released hellfire into them that was supposed to take their lives and turn them into ashes. When the demon was about to release this fire, the guys realized that they couldn't let him release it. They had to interrupt him at that moment and rush to him to stop him. When they ran closer, the demon unexpectedly, even for himself, began to cough and sneeze. The crow asked him if he was really sick. The others were wondering if it was some kind of trick. Only Bai understood what was going on because he knew that his plan had worked, but a little later than he expected he knew for sure that this demon had very low immunity. Bai approached the demon who was constantly sneezing and coughing and who went to find out what he had done to him. Bai came close enough to tell him that he had just used a skill without stopping sneezing and that he had only recently improved that skill. Now this skill is called flu pulmonary infection. After applying to the target, it will take from 1 second to 10 minutes for the first stage of the skill to work. When this stage starts to work, all the enemy's attribute indicators will slowly decrease. 3-5 debuffs will appear randomly accompanied by sneezing, loss of coordination, and slow reaction. The demon did not believe him and thought that it was impossible. He did not understand how he could get sick. Bai told him that after the first stage there would be a second one, and at this stage he would develop a disease. Demon could barely stand on his feet and was constantly sneezing, but he still argued that he had a high standard of living and this could not be. The young man told him that there is also a third stage and it involves the loss of the ability to breathe. Bai will explain to him that this is not a bad skill at all because demons also need to breathe. When he watched how all this happens, he understood that it was worthy of the glasses he used. When the demon fell to the ground and was no longer breathing, the notification system sent him a message that he had killed the dungeon boss. It was level 12 and he received 30,000 experience points according to his own contribution. When the leader turned around, all the guys looked at him. They understood that he had dealt with such a monster. But everyone immediately covered their mouths and noses with their hands. The young man did not understand what they were doing. They tried to explain that he had released a common virus and none of them wanted to get sick. Bai told them to calm down and breathe easy because he wouldn't infect them on purpose. When Mengmen calmed down, she said that their leader's skills were simply amazing. The young man said that she didn't envy him because this demon had a weak body. That's why the skill worked. Besides, there are monsters that you don't need to breathe to. And he also added that he received advice. Alas, the release of the video with the strategy of passing, he wanted to ask what about this mission. The guy told him that it wasn't finished yet. Bai told him if that's the case and they haven't finished yet, then the clues should be somewhere here, they just need to look. Bai looked at the guys and said that, by the way, he wanted to post a video of the walkthrough and asked if they wanted to hide their identities. The crow immediately answered him that he would like to hide his identity and thanked the leader for this. Meng also said that she also wants. The only thing is that the guy said that first they need to see what they got from the boss, then they will go and look for clues. A few minutes later a video came out. You could watch it for 5 coins. This video is about how Bai and his team were clearing out a dungeon of the nightmare level, the psychological hospital, the Red Star. Their faces were hidden. And after a few seconds, Michelle and her assistant could see this video. And also the guys who found it in the hotel watched this video. Miss Wei and the other boys who studied with him also watched this video. Absolutely everyone saw and sees this because they watched everything that Bai posts online. In this video that he grew up in the face of the main character and everyone else was not visible. But despite this, in the Zhongshan Hotel on the 15th floor they sat and watched this video. Although the appearance was hidden, one of the girls said that she perfectly understood who it was in the video. It was definitely Chun Bai. Miss Wei raised her head and asked the guy, since they had not just recently talked about him lying, why were they silent now? One of the guys said that he still thinks so because Chun Bai is now in a hotel room not far from this one. Well, even if we assume that it is him, the video shows that he is very strong, but it doesn't mean that there is a large group of survivors somewhere out there. The second guy said that it was true and he noticed it correctly. He already had thoughts about it. That Chun Bai most likely hung out there and organized a group just so that he would be supported. That's the only reason he is strong. Miss Wei replied to Li Feng, everyone knows that they have a bad relationship and that he has resources that he does not have. Then she asked Zhang Luoping, doesn't he believe him either? And then she added to look here what she just sent him. When she opened it, she saw a picture of a huge monster. The girl gasped at what kind of monster it was. She asked her why she sent it to her. Miss Wei replied that Songgu had just sent her this video. She wanted them to watch it together. The guys, when they saw this video, they were shocked because it was something very scary. But in fact, this is Zhongcheng video settlement. In this video, the girl said that this is actually a wall of flesh and blood. It was the protection of their settlement and this wall feeds on corpses. She asked them how they got scared. Then Songgu in this video asked them because they wanted to see the settlement itself. There were a lot of people. The girl said that recording a video is quite expensive and she only has 10 minutes. That is enough to show the whole from the foot of the mountain to the top. She said that there are most people at the foot and everyone who comes is welcome here, 1 coin a day, but if you create any trouble, that is a fatal mistake. Further up the mountainside, entire families live and they had plans to expand this territory. Then she showed that very villa and said that this is her home. This villa is located at the very top of the mountain. This is the safest zone. Ordinary people cannot just enter here, so there are very few residents here. Then the girl turned to her friend and said that she would most likely live in this villa if she came, although in fact the leader had not yet confirmed this, but most likely it would happen very soon, she was sure. Then she told her friend to come as soon as possible because they still have so much to discuss. Then she added that she was going to the dungeon for training because they had to deal with something while Bai was away and he was not here. Miss Ai lowered her head down. She blushed. Her friend asked if she had asked Song-gu, their leader of women. Miss Wei thought that she had made some mistake. Most likely she should have looked at it herself and then shown it to others. When the guys saw this video, they said that there were no problems. Then they couldn't even know that Chun Bai was so powerful. One of the guys told the other that he actually wanted to discuss something else and told Miss Wei not to be so tense because she couldn't become Chun Bai's woman. The girl asked him what he was talking about, and when she said that she wanted to become his woman, this guy started saying that Bai is very loose and has a lot of girls and she definitely doesn't need that. And then he added that he is completely different from this Bai and he only needs her. The girl put her hand forward and told him not to come close to her. She told Jiam Luoping that it is not at all interesting who he wants and how many because she rejected him many times. And she is ready to repeat it one more time. She feels nothing for him and she doesn't like him at all. At the same time, in the dream, the city of Mo, inside the hospital, the fourth floor of Bai, was absorbing the demon energy. He looked and thought that there are special blood factors in your body that you can choose to absorb or secrete. Absorption of blood factors affects the black light virus. He understood perfectly well that the devil had improved his blood. At some point he had picked up his lands and began to absorb them and then tried to isolate them. The absorption was completed and he received 500 points for improving the black light virus. He acquired the skills of floating hellfire and the blood factor was also released. He was interested in the description of the blood factor. It was weak devil blood, which was condensed devil blood after absorption. He also received weak devil blood. At that moment he thought, could this really be the blood factor? Now it became clear to him that the selection creates a prop. In fact, he thought that it would disappear immediately. When he approached the others, he asked them if there was anything useful. One of the guys said that they found a rank A message scroll and a rank A black flame skill book. Meng Men added that she has a blueprint for armor and some equipment of level D. It didn't look like a regular drawing of horns. It was written there that the materials needed for armor of level CS were 1 pair of devil's horns hellfire and 1 dark crystal. And there was also a note that the quality of the finished product is determined by the material. Bai thought about the devil's horns and immediately decided that he seemed to know where to find them. Bai said that he would take the blueprints and Han Sa should take the scroll skill. Takes Meng Meng to the crow. They gave the equipment. Everyone was just a deputy and thanked Bai for the correct distribution. Han Sa said that they had one last step left. They needed to find clues for their mission and thanked them in advance for their help. At that moment he looked the happiest and it seemed that he had already fulfilled his mission in advance. At the same time, Dream City Mo Hospital 4th floor. Han Sa come one of the doors said that he assumes that the clues are behind this door unless there is a secret room inside. To make sure that this was exactly the case, he put his hand on the door and began to open it. The door creaked open. Imagine his surprise when he opened the door completely and started swearing. In front of him was not a hint at all, but a huge statue with glowing eyes. When they all entered this room and saw this powerful statue, they all wanted to know who it was. Bai told them that it was Zipai the 16th among the 72 stubs of Solomon, the master of Zhao Zhongling. Bai said that the reason for the power of this statue is that the power of Zipai is inside it. He wondered if they could summon a demon. About 100 years ago, a girl from the Han family fell in love with a member of the Jie family. Since then, the Han family has produced dragon and phoenix twins in every generation. And it was from that time that girls from this family became brides of members of the Jie family. And the boys in turn got married, creating a family. Everything moved in a circle. At the same time, Dream City Mo Hospital Red Star 4th floor. Meng Meng read that more than 10 years ago Han Sa's father somehow learned about the Han family's legacy, and in order to avoid fate, and also so that his daughter would not be forced to stay in that hospital for the rest of her life, he decided to do the most terrible thing. He decided to kill his own daughter. Zhao Zhongling stopped Han Yun and reported everything to the Jie family, and it was because of this betrayal that Han Yun was killed. The Jie family took Han Sa's sister and raised her in their family as their own child. And Zhao Zhongling received the reward of devil's blood. Something like this was written in the diary. Most of the entries cursed Han Yun for his stupidity, and there were also entries of merits and awards and other notes and personal thoughts. Han Sa said that the following tasks appeared and thanked the girl for reading the diary. He admitted that, to be honest, his head hurt, and when he reads more than one paragraph, the girl said that it is not worth the gratitude and really likes to receive such hints. They were watching this statue. Meng Meng told the leader that something was wrong with this statue and he began to study it from the very beginning. Bai answered her that of course he would study her first and touched one of her horns. At that moment something went wrong. It seemed like a door in one wall was opening very loudly. In fact, it was a secret room. They all became interested in what this secret room was hiding. In order to find out what was in this secret room, they had no choice but to go into it. They didn't go inside and started to go down the stairs, taking one step after another. They were already very far underground, somewhere about 2 to 3 floors below ground level. Meng Meng asked everyone else if this mission was completed what they would do next. One of the guys said that he didn't understand something. Han saw he was thinking all the time about the descendants of the demon and about his sister. He said that he thinks about this whole situation because it had already formed after the apocalypse. Bai listened to him and replied that he didn't know exactly whether it was before or after, but now this situation already exists. He asked why he was asking if he really knew what happened to his father. The guy replied that he didn't because they weren't in a close relationship and according to him he was an ordinary person. Well, at least all his life he was normal, and the most unusual thing that happened to him was that he turned into a zombie that is different from others. The crow said that his father is a demon zombie. This is very cool. Han Saw answered him that absolutely not, what happened has nothing to do with demons. After all, he turned into a zombie covered in purple and green things. They scared him so much that he didn't even dare to approach him. That's why he learned to control his skills so quickly. This was his father's last lesson. Bai asked him again if this was the same plague zombie. The guy replied that yes, apparently because of the chemical plant where his father worked, his colleagues also have these things on their bodies. Bai thought that the chemical plant was involved here and perhaps it was somehow connected with the SSS rank mission. Bai said that he was very interested in this plant and asked him to take him there. When they were in the city of Mo, the guy agreed and said that no problem. Crow raised his hand and asked the leader for a minute. He had a question regarding Bai's skills. He told him okay, if anyone has any more questions they will discuss them when they are in the city. This time everything went very well and he even got hints about the mission. A few minutes later he woke up and he was already in Jiangcheng in the hotel on the 15th floor, room 3 bedroom. When he opened his eyes he saw the guys who were very close to him and who were unconscious. He asked what was wrong with them. He went up to one of these guys and asked what happened. He was swearing because he had told them not to enter the room because he had released several viruses just in case. One of the guys was coughing and saying that he now had more than 20 negative effects. The second one said that he had 30 and he would die. He asked for an antidote. By the next moment said that he had already removed the viruses and they would soon recover. They needed a little rest and he had to deal with all the rest. You approached him. Miss Wei Iba asked him for help. She said that Zhang Luoping wants to kill him. Bai was a little surprised. Did this guy really want to kill him and why did he want to do this, he asked her. Miss Wei said that he and Li Feng did not believe his words about the safety of the settlement, so she asked Song Ge to make a video to show them, but she did not expect the girl to say such a thing. Now it was clear to him why this guy wanted to kill him so much. Miss Wei continued talking about how he was refused. He promised to kill Bai. He also said that all the problems were because of him. Bai said that he was an idiot and that he had stupid logic. Miss Wei said that this guy is not all right in the head. He constantly threatens men who communicate with her, and it was because of him that her friend even left for another school. And if it weren't for SKN Gu and how she turned him down, he would have continued to force himself on her. The young man asked only one question. He has been like this for a long time. Miss Wei replied that while they were in the hotel, the days dragged on like years, but fortunately his skills were not particularly strong. The girl said that he should understand himself and Bai is so strong and she is also very glad that her friend is alive. They walked along the long corridor of the hotel and as they walked there was not a single person. Miss Wei said that she had an idea and took the young man by the hand and led him to one of the doors. Then she asked him Zhang Luoping had been in his trap for a long time, but why wasn't he dead yet? The young man replied that there was still time before death. 2 days later Bai was moving very quickly along the tree branches towards Wuchang, moving through the forest outside the city. He made a jump and saw that he had received a notification. Z sent a request to start a voice chat. Bai stopped and looked. He didn't understand what happened and therefore had to find out. When he opened the chat he saw that they wanted to talk to him from the villa on top of the research room. She told him that she was reporting that their people had met with Shiva and the others and were already returning. The girl said that there is something that recently on the forum people are discussing a mysterious chat group of experts. Everyone is saying that he is their leader, although many in the group have not yet awakened their skills. She was only interested in one question: was it true? Although she knew the answer to this question, she asked it anyway. Bai told her a little most likely she means chat group 001. If so, then of course it is true, and she forgot about promoting the post that he asked her to do. The girl asked him if these people had really joined them, and she was also interested in the question of what to do with the messages on the forum. Bai asked her not to worry about it, he will look and decide everything himself, she just needs to send him posts with a large number of comments. The girl said that it was good and now she would do it. In these comments it was written that a person named Bai D most likely knew about the approaching end of the world, and that after analyzing the video of the Master One can come to the conclusion that they are all from the same chat group. When he read these comments he thought that it seemed time to give the group the name 001. He also thought that this would not only help gain influence but also attract support, and there would be more members in the group. He kept going and reading these comments, and the more he read the more he became convinced that his decision was right. Taking a few more steps forward, he heard a rustling sound. He stopped, and this rustling sound became louder and louder. Bai raised his head and saw that in front of him was no longer the same forest he had been walking through. There were bare trees in front of him and skulls were lying around. His notification system worked the same way. He received a message that he had entered the secret village of demons. Bai thought that he had finally found it because in his past life he had received an S-rank mission for demon hunters in this very place. Then in their past life they had to complete 3 tasks, and Chen Yiqiang told them that if they quickly completed the second task and returned, then everyone would receive a reward even if it was just coins, and he also added that he as their brother would not treat them badly. In his past life, in order to earn some gold coins, he believed the lies of Chang's brothers and joined him and entered this location. But this brother Chang made a mistake. Because of him the villagers summoned a demon, and he ran away with his team, wanted to use their lives to weaken the demon. It was then that brother Chang told him that he had only one way to survive. He had to weaken the demon so much that he was satisfied. When everyone realized that it was a trap, brother Chang had already taken action and surrounded the battlefield. He killed everyone who wanted to escape. Brother Chang recruited about 100 people. They were individuals and small groups, and they were trying to survive. No one could resist. At that moment many people died because of him and because of the demon. Having accepted the fact that there was no way out, the remaining people began to fight the demon and tried to seize the chance to survive. Only after the last man fell, brother Chang led the team to the tired diamond. He told them to follow him. Well, then he couldn't have guessed at all that Bai was still alive, and he was very close. At that moment Bai thought that if he was discovered he would be forced to remain silent, so he took advantage of the moment to escape and with difficulty got out of there. When he tried to escape using the mechanism by which after completing tasks 1 and 2 you could end up on the edge of the location. Coincidentally, the book was written just as he was about to leave the world, and they killed Dion, otherwise how could he return? At this moment the notification system worked. Bai changed his profession to a demon hunter, and he also received the SW mission to transfer the job of a demon hunter. Bai then realized that they changed the conditions in the middle of the battle and all the people died. As a result they lost their best prey, and he was definitely lucky. When he walked through the territory outside the city of Wuchang, he came across a secret village. It was called Bypass Roads. He remembered that later this man feverishly searched for him, because of which he had to leave Wuchang and again look for a place to live. The only thing he knew was that he did not see the expression on brother Chang's face at that moment. He took a few steps and saw something completely different from what he expected to see. In front of him were dead, infected residents. He immediately realized that there was someone in the secret world. In the past life Chen Chang killed the demon and was the first to clear the location. And for 2 months there was definitely no one there, so no one could identify him, but still someone could have discovered this place so early. He remembered very well what had happened in Wuchang in the village in the central square. He knew that task 2 had been completed, the reward for experience had been received, and it had been said that they could leave the location on the outskirts of the village. Then one of the guys said that this is great, and brother Zhang Long was right, you can leave this place only after completing the second mission. Then he added that they will come back for the boss next time. One of the guys told brother Chang that someone was approaching them, and that someone was Bai. When he came up he asked the guys if they were already leaving. Then he looked at them and said that he was then ready to take on the boss if they were not against it. Brother Chang answered him that he didn't care and he could do whatever he wanted. Bai was a little surprised because that same Chang brother was at this location. It was unexpected for him, and it was unclear how they could have discovered this place so early. Brother Chang told the young man to be careful because it was the boss of the 11th level demons. When the demon came closer to him, Bai said that he was a funny little bug, and it seemed to him that he was not afraid of demons. In fact, he would die very quickly. When Bai saw this Vadim, she said that he was very bored because he hadn't had anything like this for a long time. He always killed such demons in groups. Waterman, being a hunter over the mana gene for decades in his previous life, he killed countless people like him. This demon, every movement, every weakness of the demons, the location of every muscle, he already knew well and assumed what he would do next. His hands became huge paws with claws that were sharpened to kill demons. It took him a few minutes to kill this demon, and the demon fell to the ground. He killed the boss demon level 11 and he got 13,500 points. And he also got mission 3 and received a reward of 8,500 experience points and blood potions from the demon. By thought that he had a familiar feeling. It seems his skills have not deteriorated. The guys who were below were surprised and did not understand why they were receiving rewards, and they also received 5,000 experience and an item. One of the guys asked Bochong if this guy Bai could really defeat this boss. They decided to go and see. Bai received a notification that he had absorbed special species and obtained 350 exclusive evolution points for the Blacklight virus, and that he had decided to eliminate the blood factor and obtain a normal demon blood potion. When the others approached, they were a little shocked. Bai turned to them and asked why they had returned. He was interested in the question, weren't they going to share the spoils? Branchong told him that he was funny and laughed, and then added that he was able to kill the boss alone. How could he dare to share the spoils himself? Bai thought that was quite reasonable. It was a pity that he had already seen his true face. Bai told the other guys that the boss dropped a lot of useful things. He showed that he had a B and a level potion in his hands and also a S level mission for the demon hunter. Bai asked the guys if they liked any of the items he showed them. He threw one of these guys some flasks of potion. This guy held a potion in his hands and told Brother Chong that these were the same potions that they received, and it would be completely untrue that he did not want them. This guy said that they are not such people at all, and everything that they got should belong to him, and he stretched out his hands on which lay cubes with a potion. Bai took them in his hands and said that if he says so then it is very good. Then he added that they were just there to congratulate him on his victory because that was how it was, and if they had anything to say he was ready to listen to them. Bo Chong began to say that in fact there was nothing like that, he just wanted to make friends and ask where he lived and all that. And then he added that his younger brother lives in the western region of Yukon, and it would be bad if he took him to his territory. I thought he was talking about the western part of Wuchang, right where Mengmen was located. So he realized that this guy wanted to know what he would do here. I stepped forward and told him not to worry because he lived in Jiangqing, and in the west of Wuchang he only knew that there was a gym there and that's all. He was interested to see how he would act and how he would react to this information. Brother Chong smiled and said that Ani had recently been enrolled and was now clearing the area around him, since Silin was probably an important bump. He asked if they could help each other. I thought, what could it be that they had already become frequent visitors to the gym? A purge was always called in this case when people were captured and killed. Now it became clear to him why Meng Meng was not answering him. Perhaps she was cleared at that moment. He received a notification from Meng Meng that she had sent a message. I turned away from the guy and told him to wait here for a bit. He began to read a notification from her that suddenly a lot of Zvolvers had come to the area. It seemed to her that they were looking for something. The young man said that they were just protecting monsters and others she should sit quietly, he would be there soon. I asked him if he really decided that they could help each other. The guy didn't understand what he was talking about. Then Bai shouted that he must die. He immediately beat him off with his tentacles and pulled him towards himself, not allowing him to go. When Brother Chong was completely in his power, he held him and used memory evolution. He could only read a fragment because he did not know where exactly Meng Meng lived and also where the gym was. But he clearly saw how everything happened when they were defending the gym and the surrounding area. People were running away in different directions. Bai said that first you probably need to survive because the person who told him about God seemed to know a lot. You even time in the western part of Wuchang in the International Community Jinhui building at number 16 in the Meng Meng room. The girl closed the door and did not let anyone in. She had a bat in her hands. She was ready to fight, and a scream was heard behind the door for her to open it. This man who tried to enter her room said that he would count to 3. If she did not open the door, then they would enter themselves. Meng Meng replied to this guy that he was not welcome here at all, and that he should leave. If he did not listen, then he should not blame her for being rude. When the guys heard the voice, they laughed because there was a girl behind the door. They wanted to ask her what she wanted to do, and that she wasn't afraid because they were already on their way. Meng Meng started screaming at the top of her lungs for them to get out. She used one of the skills she had. She did it so loudly and launched such big emotional waves that even she herself could not have expected it. At that very moment, everyone who stood behind her door felt a sharp pain, then blood started flowing from their ears, mouth and eyes. She screamed so loudly that she couldn't even hold the bat in her hands and dropped it on the floor. Then she started coughing and sat down on the floor because she didn't have the strength either. She thought it was a skill physical support was needed. It only lasted a second. Her voice broke, almost all the energy was spent. Well, when she listened she didn't hear anything, which means there was no movement outside. All the other guys probably lost consciousness, the girl thought. She came to the door, she didn't open it, she just listened and heard someone's voice. The voice of one of the guys who said that they should go to the 12th floor of the building number 16. There is a girl she can attack with mental skills. His whole team is dead. She needs to be grabbed. She won't be able to use the skill anytime soon. Meng Meng was sitting near the door, and after 10 minutes she heard someone knocking on her door again. At that moment she thought that they were here again. The guys who were standing behind the door were ready to break it down. And after a few minutes these guys, using some effort, broke down the door to the girl's room. Then one of them took a few steps forward and the others followed him. When he came in, the first thing he said when he saw her was that she was a beauty, and then he asked her if she was really scared, and he asked why she wasn't screaming now. She was so beautiful and her voice was terrible, and then he added that her brother was here to teach her. These guys started approaching her from all sides. The girl thought that in her external state it was of course very dangerous, but perhaps she would be able to release the black flame one more time. When they came forward she told them to go to hell and released a black flame, and all these guys were burned alive. Meng Meng thought that their leader was right. The 4 attributes should complement each other. It's bad when one of them is higher than the others. At that moment she heard another voice of the guys who said that she felt really bad, and the second one told her that she should die or beg him on her knees. Meng Meng understood that her head was spinning and now she would faint. Roman wanted to crawl as close to the window as possible and thought that she should not fall into their hands under any circumstances. One of these guys said that why does she still doubt whether she has already decided to die a long time ago, and the second said to call the others because they are going to have fun now. One of these guys grabbed her by the hair and by the arm because they were afraid that she might do something else. Meng Meng started screaming help as much as she could, but she understood that no one could hear her voice. She looked out the window and suddenly she saw a silhouette that was familiar to her. It was Bai. He flew into her window with the group of us, breaking the glass so unexpectedly that these guys didn't even have time to react. Right away he kicked one of them who was holding Meng Meng by the hair, and then the second one. Bai struck one after the other, the second and the third, so that he scattered them in different directions and they could not get up, and he picked up Meng Meng in his arms. The girl opened her eyes and asked if he had come. Meng Meng failed. He told her that it was a very good job. She should rest a little, and for the rest she should rely on him. He approached these guys and told them not to even think that they could offend his student and then leave alive. The guys started talking among themselves about how another assistant had arrived for this girl. One of them told his brothers to get together and kill this guy. They couldn't even imagine what happened. They took a few steps and tried to attack Bai, but they regretted it very much because he used the force that was in his hands. When one of them came a little closer to him, he swung and hit him. After he hit him and flew to the side, everything went quiet. Bai unexpectedly even thought to himself, what is this? And that's all, and there are no more guys here who can resist him. He wanted to go out and see what was happening in the corridor, but at that moment Meng Meng called him. The girl said that she felt very unwell. She was lying on the couch and saying something very quietly. It seemed that she was delirious. When he came closer to her, he realized that she was physically, spiritually, and exhausted. During her hallucinations she kept calling him and asking where he was. To stop her from worrying so much, he took her hand and squeezed it very tightly so that she could feel him. Bai told her that he was here and brought her hand with his face. At that moment another guy suddenly ran in holding an axe in his hands and ready to strike. Bai sensed it in advance and didn't let him do it. He told her not to be afraid, he would protect her. This guy flew to the side and hit his head on the wall. He decided that he should use another skill that he had already used before, the spikes in the ground. He thought of only one thing so that no one would harm her. Anyone who came close had to end up on one of those huge spikes. An hour later she was still sleeping on his lap. He looked at her and thought that her complexion had already become much better. He was in her room with her, and there were many other guys who tried to enter this room and do something with her. I saw someone's path holding onto the door frame. He was already prepared for the fact that it was another one of these guys. His gaze was completely fixed on this place, and it seemed that he could harm this person at any moment. But strangely enough, the guy who came into this room was quite aggressively disposed. He said that it was him. Bai asked him why he came and what his relation was to everything that was happening here. Bai asked this guy Chun Ichien's team was destroyed. The guy fell to his knees in front and said that yes, it was he who came up with the plan for them to attack them now that Chun Ichien is no longer a relative or close friend. By ask him what happened to his friends and relatives, then why did he decide to do this? This guy stood silently on his knees in front of him for a while. He only wanted him to survive. So he said that he only had a wife and a child, and it was all because of his research talent that Chun Yichang threatened his family to join. He tried to tell that if his talent was ordinary, his family would have been killed like his neighbors and friends. Bai interrupted him and said that he knew very well that he had an unusual talent. He was the one who warned him to be careful with the boss. He asked if he was willing to go with him to Jiangchen. The guy thought about it. He didn't even imagine that he could be made such an offer. Bai said if he doesn't wanna, then it's okay. He's not that guy. No one is pressuring him. He told him that he respects his choice. This guy said he wanted to go, but he doubted. Chun Yichang used many people and oppressed as many, including his family. Bai told him that he could accept his family, but there would not be enough room for all the people. It would be better to stay in Wuchang to stabilize the situation. He then took one of the test tubes he had and opened his notification. Bai threw this test tube to the young man. He said that this potion increases strength. The guy caught this test tube, and they also told him that Bai sent him a friend request. He should write to him when the situation returns to normal, and then he will decide whether he stays in Wuchang or moves to Jiangcheng. The guy told him thank you. Right after this guy left, Bai thought that he needed to open his inventory and see what he had. When he opened his inventory, he saw that this thing had become like this when he got the potion for Zhonglong. He looked at everything that was happening, and it seemed very strange to him. He clearly remembered how he hid this item, and he remembered that the mutation had not yet occurred. Then he put the mission task and other things here. He remembers how he put one item in each cell, and most of the cells were occupied. He looked at all these objects and thought that he needed to try to move them. He moved these objects several times, but he caught himself thinking the same thing all the time. This potion is demon blood. His eyes are always looking at this potion. Moved it to the other side. He opened his mouth. Maybe he wants to take this potion. Bai thought that the lower potions were useless for him, and he decided to try it. He looked at this open mouth and understood that he could swallow absolutely everything. Bai thought maybe in that case he could unlock some functions, or he would just eat it all up. 5 minutes later, he saw that he was just laughing and nothing more. Bai was a little upset because it was some kind of waste. He fed him so many potions, and he gave him only a smile. He thought it was nothing to worry about. Well, imagine his surprise as some very large ball spat out of his mouth. Bai wondered if he had spat it out after eating, if he had thrown it up or something, and now he would have to clean up after this thing. The young man came up and took the napkin and took this object that was lying on the floor. It was ordinary demonic blood. It was a condensed body of demonic blood. It had a stronger effect when used simultaneously. The requirements are also higher requirements for using strength plus physique plus words cast. Then the young man realized that he cleanses the body in this way, plus the one who refreshes the blood with a demon will have Nika. We are the sensei of the blood of a demon. The young man thought that he was in such a hurry to help Mengmen that he didn't even have time to look through this scroll as a task to obtain abilities. He had a quest scroll to obtain the ability of a demon hunter, a unique item that can only drop from the first pure-blooded demonic creature killed. Complete the quest to turn into a demon hunter. Bai lay on the bed with Meng and thought that this time he would not be able to quickly complete the task and leave. The concentration of demons is an abyss. This place is full of opportunity and danger. Meng opened her eyes and looked at him. She felt better. The girl woke up and began to rub her eyes. It seemed as if she had just been sleeping. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the leader was in front of her. She didn't understand how he could be here in her room. I told her that everything is fine. He is here, and everything is fine. She should not worry about anything, and he finished off these scoundrels. Meng told him that she was still weak. She wanted to double her physical training, and it was no use. She just needed to continue doing the exercises he suggested to her. He told her that her goal now was to upgrade and also develop her understanding and control abilities. She said that for this she needed too much experience. Besides, in the dream world, she had already cleared out almost all the nearby monsters and only a couple remained. She also added that she has no opportunity to travel. She was a little upset because she also did not find any dungeons. The young man asked her how she was feeling and what about returning to the river city after she had rested. There was plenty of dungeon there. Unexpectedly for him, she smiled and said that she felt great and there was no need for rest. She was ready to leave right now. He took her hand and told her to wait, pressing on the vein. He wanted to determine her condition. Tion. After that, he immediately added that even if she walks, we won't get to Wuhan next month. That's why he picked her up. He ordered her to hold on tight and not to open her eyes. If she felt that the wind was too strong, she should pat him. As soon as they started moving, she immediately slapped him because he was doing it very quickly. And after some time, when she felt a strong pressure of the wind, she slapped him again. But they arrived at the place. It was Yukon Mountain suburb entrance to the secret village. He sensitively, she behind him barely moved her legs. They received a notification and a hint that they had entered a secret village of demon worshippers. The girl said that the landscape had changed so dramatically, it looked like a secret place, to which he replied that the difference between secret places and dungeons is the entrance. Only cleared secret places will have notifications about the entrance. Therefore, for those who are developing it is extremely dangerous to accidentally enter a new secret place. The girl said that she remembered everything perfectly. She was surprised that he knew a lot. She asked him if she needed to distract the monsters onto herself. I told her that this is not a dream world, the skills she uses are crucial, it is safer near the entrance, so she should wait for him here. She remained standing near the entrance and Bai very quickly began to move on so that after a few seconds he was no longer visible. When he got inside he said that in the third task something had changed now, it is not killing demons, instead it is necessary to kill all demonic servants and dark priests, and there is no blood potion for the grapes for the tasks. In any case, he moved on and realized that he needed to kill the boss first. He was in Yukon Mountain Suburb Secret Village Central Square. Those who were below noticed that they had an intruder. One of those guys down there, who was wearing a mask, said that the intruder should become an offering to the demon. Everything happened very quickly, and in a moment Bai was at the very top where the boss was. Moving towards his goal, he draws that he had to skip the absorption process, so he passed through absorptions all that were on his way. He moved further and further, and everyone who approached him was absorbed. At one point everyone came up to him and tried to hit him from all sides at the same time, but he covered himself with a shield, and they hit this shield with their daggers. He felt himself weakening. When he read all the notifications that came to him about the need to kill the boss of the location Dark Priest, and he will receive 45,000 experience points, he thought that this is not bad, you can still use the absorption process to get demon blood, if so he will not be nice. He understood perfectly well that the above organisms possess a special blood factor with the ability to absorb or secrete, so when he was almost at his target she got a hint that it was a weak low-level demon blood potion that was secreted. And when he absorbed it again he realized that the lower boss could also be given a blood potion, and it was of the same level as the boss's. He quickly moved on so that the wind in his ears and another absorption of fused monsters to the surprise also can be allocated a blood potion, but with ordinary monsters it did not work. At this time, near the entrance of the secret village, Meng Meng was sitting on a huge rock and thinking that Bai had already dealt with the boss and killed many small bosses of elite monsters. She was so bored that she didn't understand, maybe he had completely forgotten about her. She thought that she wasn't doing anything but wasn't getting any experience either. Even if she had been hired, just touching the boss would have been enough. Unexpectedly for herself, she heard the leader's voice telling her to get ready to use her abilities. He ran after him. Many monsters ran. The young man told her to use her strongest deadly ability. He told her not to be afraid, and the monsters were already battered, and everything would be fine with her spiritual power. Meng Meng was a little scared, but she still shouted that it was okay because she trusted the leader. The girl used her skill. She started making a sound with all her might, and the next moment a notification came to kill the infected villager plus 250 coins, then killed for the infected villager plus 400 experience coins, and many more notifications. Her level was increased. She received plus 2 attribute points. When she saw all these notifications she immediately shouted wow. She also received another notification that the conditions of the task were completed, all the monsters were killed, and they can leave the place at any time. Manian told her leader that she had reached level 6.5 and she had a lot of experience. He heard her and said that he had also reached level 9. The next moment she jumped off the cliff onto his neck and told him thank you for bringing the monsters to her and that she loves him very much. At that moment he received a notification that Sue was initiating a video call in a private chat. He said to connect. Then he saw them and asked what happened to them because they looked all shabby. The girls really looked bad. They asked their master to help them. One of the goblins, who calls himself the god of trade, arrived in the settlement. Bai was a little surprised who this god of trade was and why he appeared in his settlement. He thought for a bit and remembered about Leto. Most likely it was him, but he didn't understand how he ended up in the settlement. Michelle asked Bai if he really knew him. The girl was very surprised. And then she added that when she stayed in the settlement for a day, this Leto found her, and this god of trade wants to provide a silver order for the construction of a class A city as an investment. But the conditions were that after the city was built, a Goblin Chamber of Commerce was to be established on the best site, and that this chamber was to be exempt from paying taxes for the entire period of its existence. Bai thought that high-level orders for the construction of cities, extremely river city-states created with the permission of the world order, also have a number of useful functions for them. This investment will only bring benefits. The girl listened to him attentively. She said that it was great and she thinks exactly the same as he does, but there is one problem: it is not an order that they can apply at any time, it must be done immediately. The young man thought that the siege of monsters that the mission to build a Class A city would cause would be difficult to handle given the furnace state of the settlement. He said that she was not worried he would return within a day. The girl asked him what he wanted her to do, whether he wanted her to stall for time or accept this investment. The young man said that Leto was offering this to her especially since he had already accepted other investments, and by the way she could praise him and mention him when talking to this goblin. The girl said that she understood everything perfectly and he shouldn't worry. Immediately after this conversation he called Meng Meng to him and she ran up to him. He showed her his equipment that improves physical characteristics and told her to find something that she could use herself. She agreed but did not understand why. Then he tried to explain to her that there had been an emergency recently, and he was afraid that she might not be able to withstand his maximum speed when moving. The girl looked at him and didn't understand, but she agreed and was ready to carry out any of his orders. After some time she was standing dressed in a hat, thick pants, a jacket, a very thick sweater and gloves. She told him that she had prepared the equipment and now her physical characteristics are at least 30, and there is also a fairly large bonus to protection. At the same time, in the settlement of Dongshan Cottage Village Cottage Song Zicheong, she came into the reception room and said that she apologized for waiting for Mr. Leino, added that they accepted his offer. The goblin sitting on the couch said that she was indeed a very determined and capable girl, and it was not surprising that she founded such a large settlement at the beginning of the apocalypse, and that she was able to so sensitively control all the evolved. The girl answered him that he flattered her. Her management and ability to conduct business do not reach even 1,000th of his ability, as the god of trade for their entire monastery, the honor of being chosen by him for investment. His eyes were shining when he looked at her. He thought that she was such a modest girl, and he was becoming more and more convinced that in the future she would turn this place into a better city-state. He told her that when the time came to take care of the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, she hung her head and said that of course she remembered everything. Then she added that among the managers of their settlement there is a man who has long admired him, and as soon as he learned that a Goblin Chamber of Commerce would appear in the city, he immediately abandoned the study of the outer territory and sent him back. The goblin looked at her. He was interested in who this person was because now there weren't many evolved people who knew about him and the Goblin Chamber of Commerce. The girl said that he should definitely know him, this by he already accepted some of his investments. After these words his face changed dramatically, and he no longer looked at her with such an ecstatic gaze. He exclaimed, "Is this really the same boy?" Turned his head the other way and began to look. A screen appeared in front of him. He was talking about what is good for this investment and this is not suitable. The girl asked him again if it was really no good and he wouldn't invest. The goblin said no, he just didn't expect that this guy would also be the manager of this settlement. With such a guy it would be more appropriate for him to use this. And he showed on the screen. The girl was shocked. It was a golden order to build a city. Goblin said that this is really a golden order to build a city. The mission of the order to build a city is not enough for him problems. And if this guy can come back they will have a chance to repel the siege of S-class monsters. At that moment he sent her an investment task, a golden order to build a city. She began to study it carefully. The description of the task was that after a day of preparation all the surrounding monsters are concentrated at the place where the order to found the city is used. They will begin a merciless attack. In order to complete the task it is necessary to successfully resist the siege for 5 days. At that moment the girl looked at the map that was on the screen and said that the territory covered in comparison with Class A turned out to be much larger than she thought. The goblin told her that of course this is true, but the level of danger is much higher. He asked her if she was still ready to accept the investment in that case. Despite everything that happened she told him of course, and then she added that as long as Emperor Bai was here she was not afraid of anything. The next day she stood on the large terrace in the cottage village and watched as Bai approached the cottage, but he was not alone. He was not with anyone. When he arrived on this terrace, he said that it took longer to return. The monsters were already getting ready to have to clear part of the road. She ran up to him because she was very glad that he had returned. Bai said he needed to take her to the bedroom and asked Michelle to tell him about the situation first. She explained that they had less than 20 minutes before the attack on the city began, and they had organized 3 lines of defense around their base in the direction of Wuhan. The key defense zone was located. They had prepared several plans to protect the city. A few seconds later they were already in the bedroom and put Meng Meng in bed. The girl said that this was all that they had prepared for all this time. Bai said that this was an excellent job and he was happy. Then she handed him the suitcase and said that there was more and that they frequented the sewer dungeon and collected the last parts of the plague set. Bai came closer to her and said that he was grateful to her and he made the best decision that he chose her. She replied that being chosen by him was also a great success. Then she leaned over and very quietly told him that she was actually very worried, but seeing that he had found time to take this girl with him, she felt much better. Bai said that he brought her here, but she is not just a girl, she is his student. Her abilities are not inferior to his abilities. He said that she asked Song-gu to come and take care of her later and for them to let him know when she woke up. He explained that this girl was the key to the settlement's defense and they should not neglect her under any circumstances. Bai told her not to be late and it was time to meet the monsters' attack on the city. When they came out, they saw that near their wall that protected them from the monsters, a fairly large number of them had gathered. There were monsters of different ranks and different classes that stood around this city. The young man, when he saw everything that was happening, thought that this was a siege on the assignment to build a city. He thought that in his past life, the city he founded Baidi was only a B-class city, and he decided that he was ready to meet all these monsters. He looked at them from above and thought that comparing the number of monsters that were now right in front of him, he concluded that the difference between them is like heaven and earth. Very big rain, prison, mountain monsters, only 3 minutes left. Near the wall that guarded the city, more and more monsters were gathering. The girl who was the herald had to tell everyone that in order to live in the Dongshan monastery, they would have to resist the attacks of monsters for 5 days and 5 nights, but they should not worry. The residents listened very carefully to every word she said so that they would not worry. Their city walls are the strongest in the world, as well as the widest range of resources and the most stable military support. And she also has the most talented B-class fighters in the city. And also in their settlement there are about 10 masters of a class and S-class, as well as 2 strong people with skills higher than everyone else. These 2 people with such skills were their leader Bai and the girl he brought along with him today. People were told that they didn't have to worry about defeat because in a few days they would own better and larger territories in the whole world. By the same time, all those who defended the city will be able to enjoy a variety of amenities at the most favorable prices. The girl shouted that there was only 1 minute left and then added that they were ready to earn money and experience. All the people who listened to what she said shouted yes, they were glad that they had such an opportunity. Bai approached his assistant and said that she said it well. This inspires the girl. She replied that he and the girl returned, allowing her to feel confident. Bai explained that this girl has a certain talent in transmitting and amplifying sound. He told her to order people to take her to a safe place. Then he turned and saw Luli. He asked her how the preparations for the live broadcast were going. The girl said that everything was as he had ordered. She chose the best cameras for the live broadcast. He came up again and looked at the number of monsters that were near the walls of his city and said that everything was fine, then turned away and ordered to start the broadcast. Luli, she looked at him from behind. She was ready to do whatever he told her. There was only 1 minute left before the start of the siege of monsters. At that moment the forum woke up. Everyone started writing what they thought. The report time went 43210. The time to prepare for the defense against the siege of the city was up. He understood that the monsters were approaching. Everything around was lengthening and the blanket of monsters was reinforced. The assault on the city began. One of the assistants said that these monsters became stronger at the beginning of the assault. She thought what a pity because they should have started killing the already weakened monsters. Michelle said that their leader initially knew that the monsters would be strengthened, but he said that there would also be more experience and coins. Bai jumped up to engage them in battle. At that moment he realized that the monsters' characteristics had settled down, but the gold and experience he received were also increasing, and he was destroying them with furious force. Bai tried his new ability. This is Plague Infection. He approached one of the monsters and made this infection. The plague set was 5 out of 5 of the plague characteristics. It applies a debuff reducing resistance to those who are in contact. Additional skill Plague Infection cooldown was 0-500. He easily dealt with the first monsters that were on his way. The enemy quickly spreads, what causes continuous damage and weakens characteristics. After he passed, everything around was infected. The young man thought that this was a good skill. Although the damage was not very large, there was a powerful ability, and infection in combination with weakening characteristics made it several times easier to protect the city. Unexpectedly for everyone, the crowd of monsters heard a rumble and then a glow. It looked like an explosion. Bai thought that these were vibrations. Infected zombies were gathering together while others were keeping their distance from them. At that moment he remembered about the Lord among these zombies. There must be a Lord who can control them. It's not for nothing that they never pushed or trampled each other but carefully moved forward. As soon as he has such an opportunity to find this Lord with zombies who have lost control, it will be much easier to deal with them, but the location of the Lord was unknown, and it will take a lot of time to find him. He thought if he went to look for him, he would not be able to destroy a large number of approaching monsters. He understood that this lord controls the flow of zombies, forcing them to attack, and with all his might everyone who defends the city will definitely suffer. But if he fails to find the Lord and not kill him, then zombies from other directions will threaten the settlement and their people will run away. He definitely won't be able to leave. Destroy a few more monsters. He thought that it looked like he would need Mengmeng's help to resolve this situation. By put a shield in front of himself to repel the monster's attack from one side and buy some time. He signaled her to wake up quickly, but the girl was sleeping very soundly. Completely half asleep, she opened her eyes just a little. Then she got up and saw that she was not alone in the room. There was also Song-gu. She was glad that the girl woke up. Mengmeng asked who she was, where she was now, and where Bai was. Why did he leave her? Song-gu immediately wrote to Bai that the girl woke up. She told her about the situation. He thought it was great. Mengmeng explained to him that they were moving so fast that she couldn't cope with the force of the wind and became very tired, and then fell asleep. Then she added that she already knew about everything and would join him in his dreams and help him fight the monsters. The young man told her not to worry and she would explain to him what zombies look like. He told her to use her ability to walk in dreams to find the zombies as soon as possible. He told her that this zombie has a human figure with bulging shoulders similar to shoulder pads, a huge head, a thin mesh exoskeleton around the shoulders, several tentacles along the body, and it has strong mental abilities. Mengmeng told Song-gu that she was going to sleep. Please don't let anyone get close to her, and thanked her. The girl didn't understand why this was. How could she want to sleep again so quickly? Mengmeng fell asleep. She stood in the same place where Bai stood and looked down. She was surprised how many zombies there were. Despite this, the girl did not lose her head. She raised her hands forward, stretched them out, and whistled very loudly. Everything around her turned red. She did everything to ensure that sleep control appeared, and she could control it to the full extent. She lifted huge stones up. And then she started to kill these zombies with these stones. She was glad that the space of the dream world never ceased to please her. The only thing she was thinking about was that she needed to find the zombie that Bai was talking about. Even though she was good at dealing with these zombies, she knew that she couldn't put off his orders because it was very important, and she immediately rose above them all. The first day of defense was over and Bai returned to his cottage. The first thing he wanted to know was information about the number of victims and the state of the wall. She answered him that thanks to his battle on the front lines, no one was hurt, and when several monsters ended up under the city wall, only a few people were hurt during the battle. He took the bottle of water from her and took a few sips. She added that the damage to the city walls was minimal, and she also thought that he could rest a bit and let the others continue to defend the city. When he finished drinking the water, he said that he could not afford the current situation, could not be called optimistic. Since she was not stupid at all, she immediately guessed that it was most likely Lord. He gave her the bottle and said that it turns out that there are such zombies today, only had enhanced versions of regular zombies. The number of special ones appearing today can be counted on your fingers. He had the impression that the Lord of the Mine of Power was preparing for a full-scale attack. At that moment, he heard someone calling him. It was Song-gu and Mengmeng. The two of them began to approach him. Mengmeng was very glad that he was found and would see him again. Bai asked his assistant to tell Lu Li not to film what was about to happen. The girl agreed with him. His assistant said that Li Dum had already moved all the drones with cameras away from this place. The young man explained that Mengmeng's ability was too unique and should not be revealed to others. Mengmeng ran up to him. At that moment, she was completely exhausted. He asked her if she had found the Lord. She replied that no, she had not found it. She said that there was a response to her signals, but it was too short. She can only indicate an approximate direction, and besides, she has no stalking skills. The young man said that she shouldn't apologize all the time. He was sure that she had made every effort to find. Mengmeng was upset that she couldn't help, and she asked Song-gu to give you a map. She said that although she did not find the Lord, she managed to find some suspicious points where zombies gather. In each of them, hundreds of special zombies gathered. She showed one of the spots and said that here, for example, near the Jiangshan Farmers Market, 200 or 300 2-meter-tall red-eyed fatties had gathered. Strange zombies without arms and lower jaws are crowding in Dongjiang Square. Fast zombies have gathered at the TV tower on the riverbank, and very strong zombies have filled the Ronghua shopping street from beginning to end. Bai thought that it was most likely a fat man, a tank hunter, and a squealer. This is a zombie of the second stage of evolution. His assistant said that he was right. Could they really achieve their goal in one battle? She wanted to clarify with Mr. Bai what the power of the second stage zombie was. He explained that according to Mengmeng's description, there are at least 10 variations of the second level evolution, most likely 1,000. And if this is true, then they have a chance to win, but under the control of the Lord. Instead of attacking him, they will make every effort to destroy the city. That's when it all turns into a simple game called Kill or Die, and it will be hard for him to imagine that even 10% of them will be able to survive. Of course, it was clear that the first thing they should do is destroy the Lord. His assistant said that she would check if there were any in the city that had evolved with the ability to track monsters. The young man told her not to rush. He thought he already had a suitable candidate. He immediately wrote to another one of his group 001. This is Han. He asked if he has the ability to track spiritual vibrations. The guy doubted his abilities, but he asked it is connected with the fleet which he spoke about on the live broadcast. The morning of the second day of the siege of the city arrived. Another one of his group arrived at this place. Han, as soon as he went inside, asked if this was the very place where King Bai lived. The live broadcasts only showed the city wall. He did not expect that there would be such a large cottage area here. The guy asked Bai if he moved here, then he would give him a cottage, to which the leader replied that of course there were many free houses on the top of the mountain and he could choose any. The guy said that he was very kind to him and he would try today. He was ready to go right now. Meng Meng asked the leader what special zombies they should kill first. Bai said that they should go to the TV tower on the riverbank. They did just that and did not go to Jiangqing on the east bank of the river where the TV tower was located. There were already many monsters crawling along it, and the monsters were hunters. They were the only zombies that the walls did not stop. Bai said that this breed of zombies poses the greatest threat to the monastery and they all need to be destroyed. Bai then added that the Lord would definitely not allow them to kill the hunters, and then said that when the time came everything would depend on him. From Han Saw, the guy said that they could rely on him. Bai jumped up and walked forward, telling Meng Meng to follow him. Han Saw wondered if he needed to start learning his spiritual power for levitation sooner. Meng Meng, when she returned to the dream world, she was quite surprised she could still control the dream. She was even glad that, in the space of the dream world, she was still very strong. As she approached this TV tower, she felt claps and blows from different sides. Seeing one of these zombies, she realized that he was very fast and he was moving along this wall very quickly too. At some point she became so scared that she thought that this was the end and that she would not succeed. She did not have time to dodge. At that moment, when she already thought that these were stones, Bai shouted to her from behind to freeze and not move. He flew up to her and all the zombies that were heading her way he threw down with one movement. He used the body of the fire of the underworld. This body is surrounded by hellish fire constantly. When in contact with the enemy, they burn his flesh and spirit. And he also used one more skill. It was the skill when he pierced them all with pins. At that moment, the girl felt her strength and began to push away the zombies that were approaching her. Bai after a while stood and absorbed the energy of the last elite mutant zombie hunter of the 3rd speed level. He received 200 virus points and also 50 unique points of the virus of light and darkness. The girl did not understand they had already killed 297 zombies because it was only the second day of the siege and so many elite zombies had already gathered. Of course, zombies with the speed skill group, very quickly they most likely all came from Jiangqing and the nearest cities. Bai understood that later there would be even more legs. At this point, the Lord should be dead. Their attacks would have no meaning without the Lord's control. Meng Meng asked her leader to clear out another zombie gathering point for them. At that moment, the young man turned his head to the side and saw a written message approaching him. He caught him and said that it looked like they didn't need to do that anymore. This message was from Han Saw. It only had one word, found, and a smiley. The young man was glad that he already knew the location of the Lord. Bai and Meng Meng climbed back to him. Then Han Saw said that the source of spiritual vibrations was in the alley ahead, and surprisingly, he was in their body. It seems his mental abilities are far from low. Han Saw suggested to King Bai to go and fight the boss. He couldn't wait any longer. Bai told him that they would have to return to the real world to fight the boss. Han Saw didn't understand why this was necessary. Bai replied that he needed it to film live on air. Lord is the best step on the path to fame. Bai told the young man that he had helped a lot and if he found something suitable he would definitely leave it for him. The guy thanked King Bai. Bai said that it was time for him to wake up and Meng Meng could together with the young man clear out a couple of elite 2nd level zombies. She asked what kind. Bai then suggested to her that they remove the screamer from these zombies. Spiritual power evolves, they will be able to suppress them, and also these zombies do not have hand-to-hand combat skills, but they can scream. They strengthen other zombies, so the threat from the species is also quite large. The girl said that she understood everything and everything would be done. The very next moment he returned to real life. He understood standing at the highest point that it was somewhere here. He knew it was one step away. Even though he had no detection ability, he could smell the highly evolved new virus. He was right because he heard someone's footsteps behind him, but he didn't turn around. The young man heard only the sound of something flying past him. Turning around, he saw a zombie approaching him. He understood that this creature was a hunter. His speed was even higher than that of a hunter. These creatures were more like guards that the Lord took with him. These zombies love to fight, and they are soon not so much inferior to his speed. So when this zombie attacked him, the young man thought that he would have to pretend that he was weak and reveal his shortcomings in order to make them believe in victory. Otherwise, if he had scared them right away, the battle could have dragged on for a long time. The only thing he thought about was that it would be bad if the Lord took advantage of the opportunity to slip away. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw these creatures advancing, which meant his plan had worked. He didn't even show at first what he was capable of to let them get as close as possible, but as soon as they got close, he immediately destroyed them with one blow. These two zombies were groaning in pain because they almost killed each other, and the next moment he completely destroyed them, hitting their heads on the ground so that they could not resist. The scoreboard showed that he had absorbed an elite mutant zombie hunter of the 4th level. He received 1,000 virus points and also 750 unique points of the virus of light of the team. And he also absorbed an elite mutant and received 900 virus points. The income for multiple absorption increased by 10%. He understood that this was a new form, and now the virus of light and darkness had acquired a new form, a sharp knife. A spiritual strike is such a powerful spiritual energy that he felt it somewhere very close. He raised his head and saw that he even thought that this zombie would take advantage of the opportunity to escape. I laughed because he knew that the boss definitely thought he could kill him. He was on a branch of one of the trees and was ready to attack. I told him that he was just mistaken, and he jumped up to deal damage to this boss. When he jumped, he used his moans and his new skills. He tried out the knife that was in his hands. Instantly this boss fell down. The young man thought that this boss was somehow weak and could not hold on. At that moment he heard a voice that someone was calling him. He turned his head. His assistant said that it was very good that he killed the Lord. Without the zombie leader it would be much easier. Then he saw all the other girls who were on his team. He asked because they should be in the cottage. They answered him that of course they were here to congratulate him on his victory. He thought that he really should relax, so precisely he latched onto his weaknesses and preferences. But Bai understood that something was definitely wrong here, and he understood that this could not be. He swung and with one blow destroyed everyone who was near him. The illusion vanished into thin air and nothing remained of these girls. He said that it would be better for him not to create an illusion of such a level so as not to embarrass himself. He told the Lord that even though he created an illusion, it cannot overcome his logic. It seems that his mental abilities are still below him. The Lord, hearing such words, simply came into a rage and said that he was now ready to pounce. The young man stood calmly, turned his head towards him, and said, "Mr. Zombie Lord, are you ready to fight?"